Chapter 1. After calculating the time, the Chunin exam should be nearing its conclusion. In the year 64 of Konoha, the Chunin exam was in full swing. In the spectators' area, a handsome young man leaned back, murmuring softly to himself. Xiangyang had traversed into the world of Hokage for over a decade. Initially, he had fantasized about awakening a system and experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, much like other transmigrators who could effortlessly defeat the likes of Kaguya and the first Hokage. However, it appeared that his anticipated system was non-existent. Beep. Detection of host survival in progress. Binding initiated. Beep. Congratulations, host. The tomato live inventory system has been successfully bound. Xiangyang was taken aback. Then his entire being trembled with excitement. It had finally arrived. System, do you have any idea how long I have awaited you? Xiangyang took a deep breath, suppressing his exhilaration, and silently urged, System, please introduce your functions. Beep. Introducing the Tomato Live Inventory System. The system will manifest throughout the entire ninja world in 10 minutes, commencing live inventory. While the system refrained from elaborating on its features, the name alone led Xiangyang to form a rough understanding of its purpose. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity to him. Lord, Third Hokage, Konoha truly abounds with talent. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, remarked with feigned sincerity to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, replied with a benevolent smile, It is all thanks to everyone's efforts that Konoha has reached its present state. As the two conversed suddenly, Buzz, as the proctor of the Chunin exam, Moonlight Gale declared the commencement of the competition. A resounding hum enveloped the entire ninja realm. Immediately thereafter, a pitch-black screen materialized in the sky. The Tomato Live Inventory System has arrived, initiating host binding, inviting the entire ninja world to join the chat group. Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Ishiki, Otsutsuki Kaguya, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Shindru, Otsutsuki Jiraiya have joined the live broadcast, inviting individuals from the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Shisui have joined the live broadcast. The system introduced itself, randomly broadcasting Ninja World events daily, encompassing the past, present, and future. The Tomato Coin Mall is now open, where coins can be earned through video commentary or banter. The more you comment, the more abundant the rewards. Ninjas are encouraged to explore the system's other features. The first live inventory will commence in 10 minutes. As the words echoed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, oblivious to the fall of his pipe. The Umbu swiftly moved to protect him. Lord Hokage, are you unscathed? I am fine. Is this an illusion? Hiruzen attempted to dispel the enchantment, but to no avail. He swiftly regained his composure and issued a command. The village is to enter a state of heightened alert. Understood. He turned to the side and addressed Orochimaru, Lord Kazekage. I apologize for the spectacle. It is indeed peculiar. Not all. However, I am quite curious about that phenomenon in the sky. Orochimaru replied with a light chuckle, his gaze fixated on the luminous screen above. In the village hidden in the mist, the newly appointed Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was filled with astonishment. Chai, Nagataro, Mizukage-sama, we are here. The two swiftly arrived at her office, kneeling on the ground. Investigate the source of that voice and the ominous black screen in the sky. Furthermore, the village must be placed on high alert. Terumi Mei commanded with a serious tone. The two exchanged a glance before promptly departing. In the village hidden in the clouds, within the office of the Raikage, the current and strongest Raikage, A, crossed his arms and scrutinized the luminous screen above with a grave expression. Masabumi, what is your perspective on this matter? Raikage-sama, I believe the village should enter a state of high alert. Masabumi replied, cautiously, while holding a stack of documents. Raikage nodded, placing his trust in the capable and clear-minded young assistant, though occasionally lamenting her frail appearance. In the village hidden in the rocks, within the office of the Tsuchikage, Inoki gazed at the sudden emergence of the dark screen in the sky, his mind clouded with uncertainty. He attempted to approach it, but was always just a hair's breadth away. With no other option, he returned to the ground in resignation. Lord Suchikage, is there still a need to enhance our vigilance against the hidden leaf village at the front line? The Umbu inquired respectfully. Indeed, summon the village's elite jonin, while the rear will be commanded by Kuratsuchi. We must remain ever watchful of the movements of the hidden leaf village, Anoki instructed solemnly. In a hidden sand village, with the 4th Kazakage, Rashi, stationed in the leaf, Chiyo assumed the role of Kazakage, overseeing the entire situation. It appears that the winds of change are once again stirring within the shinobi world, Chiyo remarked, her tone laced with gravity as she gazed at the screen high above. Senju Hashirama. Wait a moment. What on earth is this large screen? In the Pure Land, Senju Hashirama stared in astonishment at the suddenly materializing pitch-black screen. Brother, could you please be serious? This unexpected screen surely indicates some troubling issue, Senju Tobarama said with a serious tone. All right, I understand, Hashirama replied, feeling slightly aggrieved as he rubbed the back of his head upon hearing his brother's complaint. Senju Hashirama, woe is me, Tobarama. Why must you always scold me? Uchiha, what is happening? Hashirama, why can I see your comments? Senju Tobarama, brother told you to refrain from speaking. I suspect this is the work of the malevolent Uchiha. As Senju Tobarama observed Uchiha's presence on the screen, a suspicion swiftly crossed his mind. It must be the wicked Uchiha at play. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama, are you out of your mind? I never accuse your clan, yet you blame us, Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, ignore this fool. By the way, is this truly not an illusion? I just attempted to slice through this screen with Susanoo, but it was utterly ineffective. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara activated Susanoo, and the immense blade swept across the pitch-black screen, yet it merely passed through. On the screen, everyone continued their conversation, their avatars displayed alongside their messages. Sarutobi Hizashi. Teacher, what brings you here? Senju Hashirama. Hizashi, long time no see. How is the current state of Konoha? Sarutobi Hizashi. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, why have you fallen silent? Sarutobi Hizashi. Well, Konoha is doing quite well now. In Hokage's office, Hizashi listened intently to his teacher's words, feeling a knot tighten in his chest. Beside him, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Hizashi, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in, Hizashi replied. The door swung open, and the higher-ups of Konoha entered. Hizashi, we need to discuss an important matter, Danzo said, gripping his cane as he hurried forward, with Midogate and Tashino following closely behind. Yes, Lord Kazakage. Hizashi nodded, casting a gentle gaze towards the Kazakage beside him. The individuals present were high-ranking officials from the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru did not linger and promptly departed from the office. At the examination venue, Xiangyang observed the discussions among the prominent figures in the chat group, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, a semi-transparent system dialog box materialized before him. Ding! Please select the character for the upcoming review. A. Uchiha Obito, the second sage of the six paths in the ninja world. B. Uzumaki Boruto at 16, the strongest in the ninja world. Yet, I remain a ninja. C. Uchiha Itachi, the raven concealed in darkness, guiding the fledgling hawks to soar. D. Deidara, where explosions signify art. Contemplating the four options before him, Xiangyang cradled his chin, entering a deep state of reflection. Which one should I choose? Soon, the impending collapse of Konoha plan would unfold, and Xiangyang harbored no desire to rescue the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi. Moreover, given Xiangyang's present capabilities, he could scarcely be considered more than a Chunin, making prolonged self-preservation doubtful, thus necessitating a careful choice. The narrative of Boruto appeared too distant. Even if he were to review it, it would not alter the present. He resolved to proceed with caution. It's decided it shall be you. After a brief contemplation, a subtle smile graced Xiangyang's lips. Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, can everyone speak in this chat group? Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, you fool, Be cautious, this might be an enemy's illusion. Uchiha Madara, oh? This one named Sasuke bears a striking resemblance to Izuna. Uchiha Fugaku, Lord Madara, he is my son, Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, indeed, how fared the Uchiha clan in these times? Uchiha Fugaku, Senju Hashirama. Madara, I must admit, I had almost forgotten. Why does this chat group feature so few Uchihas? Kuratsuchi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, what is your perspective? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anoki, this chat group reeks of Konoha's machinations. Fourth Reikage I. Has the Hidden Leaf Village concocted yet another novel ninjutsu? Senju Tobarama. Monkey, what is the current state of the Uchiha? Within the confines of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the messages on the luminous screen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hiruzen, what do you intend to do about this? Beside him, Danzo appeared equally anxious, gripping his cane tightly, his hand trembling involuntarily. Danzo, remain calm, there must be a way. Itachi should not betray us. Mito Gate Kurinai murmured as she approached. Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, why does the Uchiha clan remain silent? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke that. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto. Must it be this way? In the realm of Pure Land. Uchiha Fugaku anxiously regarded Sasuke as the clan leader. He could foresee numerous outcomes. If Sasuke were to reveal the truth, Itachi would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Moreover, where is Itachi now? System. Ahem. Please everyone remain silent. We are about to commence the first video. At this moment, the chat group automatically entered a mute state. The participants attempted to type, only to discover they were unable to input any text. Subsequently, a dimly lit screen illuminated with an image. Obito, Rin has come to pick you up. A benevolent old woman appeared on the screen. I'm sorry, Rin. The voice of a young boy sounded slightly anxious from within the room. The boy, somewhat clumsily, exited the room and hastily donned his shoes. The grandmother smiled warmly. I truly wish to see my great-grandson soon, Obito. Grandma, I'm only 5 years old, Obito replied with a hint of exasperation. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi stared intently at the screen above, his pupils contracting sharply. Is it Obito? Senju Hashirama. Yes, we can speak now. Senju Tobarama. Brother, please be serious. There's no need for such alarm. Nohara Rin. That's wonderful. The one in the video is Obito. Minato Namikaze. It seems Obito is the first mentioned in this video. Naruto Uzumaki. Who is this Obito? Is he a hero? Inside the belly of the death god. Minato looked at his son's comment, his eyes brightening with excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. His identity was special. If exposed, Naruto would face danger. He hoped the third Hokage would take good care of Naruto. Minato recalled Naruto's face, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Minato Namikaze, little one. Obito was my disciple. He sacrificed himself to protect his comrades, a true martyr. Kushina Uzumaki, what you said is right, dear. Little one, could you send a photo so I can see? I'm just curious, nothing more. In the Pure Land. Kushina watched her son's messages in the chat group, excitement bubbling within her. How wonderful! She never imagined she could converse with Naruto. Though thrilled, she remained rational, her thoughts mirroring Minato's. Examination venue. Naruto sat in the audience, observing these two strangers in the chat. For some reason, he felt a tinge of happiness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, Minato, Kushina, given Naruto's unique identity. Perhaps we should refrain from taking pictures. Minato Namikaze, understood. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, is that you here? Akatsuki Organization. The man with the orange mask paused momentarily. Nagato slumped weakly on the outer path statue, unexpectedly gazing at Madara before him. Madara, what are your thoughts on the light screen above? Nagato cautiously inquired. His gaze locked onto the masked individual. Since someone named Uchiha Madara had spoken in the chat, who exactly was this masked man? Nagato no longer believed this person was truly Madara. Mind your own business. The masked man sensed Nagato's hostility, glaring at him with the Sharingan from the hole in his mask before vanishing into the void. After the masked man departed, Conan approached Nagato with a worried expression. Nagato, can we still trust that guy? He is not Uchiha Madara. Our relationship with him is merely one of cooperation. His identity is irrelevant. Besides, with my eyes, he may not even be a match for me, Nagato weakly replied. The light screen continued to display. Obito, hurry up. The match is about to begin, Rin urged. Holding Rin's hand, Obito stepped into the venue. That is the prize, Kanai. Obito's eyes sparkled, fixating on the prize. He then entered the arena. Next up, contestant number 7. Uchiha Obito, the announcer declared loudly. Rin looked up from below, her eyes filled with encouragement. Obito, do your best. The referee curiously asked the young man, Obito, what will you perform? I will demonstrate fire release. Great fireball technique, Obito confidently replied, hands on his hips. Excellent. Let's begin. The referee nodded in agreement. Watch this. Obito shouted. He clumsily formed the hand signs and yelled, fire release. Great fireball technique. However, what erupted was merely a feeble stream of small flames. The audience displayed disdain, mockery ringing out. Only Rin applauded enthusiastically. Obito was stunned, his gaze fixed on the girl who cheered for him, warmth flooding his heart. Indeed, Rin is the kindest to me. Momochi Zabuza. Heh, looks like a straggler. Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, Zabuza, didn't you die already? Sakura Haruno. Silly Naruto. Didn't you notice the system introduction at the beginning? All the deceased are brought here as well. Sasuke Uchiha. Idiot Naruto. That straggler in the video is just like you. Senja Hashirama. This Obito seems quite impressive, radiating warmth, unlike other Uchiha. Senju Tobarama. Humph, brother, don't forget he is an Uchiha. I foresee him becoming a rogue ninja in the future. In a cave in the land of rain, Obito glanced at the chat group high above, his heart trembling. Could it be that this person has already discerned my plan? Minato Namikaze, second Hokage, this Obito is my disciple. He sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Obito, I see. I owe you an apology. You are commendable. Thumbs up. Uchiha Obito. Noera Rin. Obito. Where are you in the Pure Land? Why can't I see you? Hans of the Salamander. Why do I sense something amiss? Deidara. Laughing my head off. You. A mere personal machine. Lost to our leader. What qualifications do you have to speak? Huh. Scorpion. Deidara. You idiot. Shut up. Noki. Deidara. You traitor. Hurry back to the village. Iwagakure. Noki, seeing his disciple's message, anxiously typed his advice. Terumi Mei. TSK. Iwagakure has produced an S-rank rogue ninja. Noki, are you not going to give everyone an explanation? Chiyo. Humph. In my opinion, we should simply allocate some land to other villages. Granny Chiyo, seeing Terumi Mei's sharp taunts towards Noki, quickly chimed in, though she held no fondness for Terumi Mei either. Fourth Reikage. The rogue ninjas from Kirigakure are the most numerous, aren't they? Senju Hashirama. Why are you all arguing here? Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you see, your ideals cannot achieve peace in the ninja world, in the Pure Land. Just as Madara was about to continue conversing with his old friend, he suddenly noticed someone requesting to add him as a friend. Uchiha Obito? What business does he have with me? Madara squinted, glancing at Izuna, who was engrossed in the video beside him. He quickly departed the area. After all, his plans must not be exposed. Uchiha Obito, Madara, keep your words to a minimum. Nagato has already lost trust in me. Madara glanced at the private message on the screen, nodding slightly. Uchiha Madara, Nagato is of no concern. He suspected from the start that you are not me. Continue to control the situation in the land of water. Additionally, how is the collection of tailed beasts progressing? Uchiha Madara typed, but Obito on the other side of the screen took an unusually long time to respond. Madara furrowed his brow. What is happening? Obito's response is too slow. Senja Hashirama. Hey Madara, why did you suddenly stop talking? Are you there? Senju Tobarama. Brother, how many times must I remind you to refrain from conversing with the malevolent Uchiha? Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, why don't you speak up a bit? How is the current relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha in the Pure Land? Shisui observed the chat group and noted the silence among many Uchiha clan members, piquing his curiosity. Yet, he refrained from further comments, recognizing that most of his clan were rather proud and typically reluctant to engage with unfamiliar individuals. Uchiha Te. I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. Uchiha Fugaku. Ahem. Te. What would you like to express? Uchiha Itachi, never mind. I am exhausted, let it all perish. Sarutobi Hisashi. Ahem, the Uchiha are currently coexisting harmoniously with Konoha. Shimura Danzo. Indeed, rest assured, sensei. The monkey and I shall manage the village well. Senju Tobarama. Why do I get the impression you are concealing something from me? Monkey Danzo. What is the true state of the Uchiha clan? Just as Tobarama was about to continue his inquiries, he found himself muted in the chat. The video continued to play. Uchiha Obito bashfully scratched his head, momentarily placing him in the spotlight. The referee swiftly alleviated Obito's awkwardness. After Obito descended from the stage, Rin quickly approached him with a smile. Obito, you were wonderful. Hee, although you seem a bit off today, it appears you should be able to secure victory. Obito, rubbing the back of his head and stealing glances at Rin's charming face, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Next up was the final contestant, Hatake Kakashi. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, Obito froze for a moment, then cast a displeased glance at Kakashi, who landed gracefully from the air. Kakashi, what do you intend to showcase? The referee inquired gently. Doton no jutsu, Kakashi replied calmly. Oh, this technique requires a significant amount of chakra. Are you certain you can handle it? The referee gazed at him in astonishment. In the audience, Uchiha Obito cast a dismissive glance at Kakashi, silently thinking, at our age, how could one possibly master such advanced earth techniques? However, his expression soon froze. Doton no jutsu. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Instantly, the wooden floor of the stage appeared to be swept away by tumultuous waves, crashing towards the audience. Rin stumbled, nearly falling, but Obito swiftly caught her just in time. Subsequently, the three judges unanimously awarded full marks. First place, Hatake Kakashi. The referee announced. Obito clenched his teeth, glaring at Kakashi with indignation, while Rin gently patted his shoulder, offering soft consolation. What a pity, Obito. Senju Tobarama. This child is impressive, with considerable talent. Hatake Sakumo. Second Hokage, Kakashi is my son. Senju Tobarama. Ah, so he is your son. No wonder he excels. How are you faring now? Thumbs up, Hatake Sakumo. I am no longer among the living. Senju Tobarama. To perish in battle is also a form of honor for a ninja. Kuratsuchi. I have little desire to elaborate. Anoki. How absurd, second Hokage. White Fang was slain by his own kin. Senju Tobarama. Monkey. What is the meaning of this? Sarutobi Hisashi. Teacher. I have done all I could. Senju Hashirama. Hisashi. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Sasuke. I can no longer bear it. What has become of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku. Ahem, Sasuke, calm down. Uchiha Makoto. Sasuke. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Konoha's actions are quite interesting. Kuratsuchi. Second Hokage. The village you left behind has been ruined by your disciple. Senju Tobarama. What do you mean? Is the Uchiha clan still intact? Uchiha Ina. Second Hokage. Our Uchiha clan was entirely annihilated by Itachi. Senju Tobarama. Oh, a few wicked Uchiha perished. Is that not a good thing? Tobarama had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi. Why did you annihilate your clan? Uchiha Itachi. Guess. Uchiha Izuna. Shut your mouth, you fool. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Fugaku. Ahem. Fourth Raikage. I never imagined Konoha would act in such a manner. The Uchiha clan has been completely wiped out, and Hisashi is invincible. Thumbs up, Chiyo. With a traitor like Uchiha Itachi in Konoha, shouldn't there be compensation for everyone? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Chiyo speaks wisely. Hisashi, you old fool. Stop pretending to be generous. Sarutobi Hisashi. Kazekage. What grievances do you hold against Konoha? Orochimaru. Ahem. In the Pure Land. Raza was about to reprimand Hisashi, but noticed Orochimaru, requesting to add him as a friend. The friend verification from Orochimaru read, Speak less. Your 3 children are still in my possession. Seeing Orochimaru's message, Raza trembled with rage. Yet he restrained himself, realizing Orochimaru seemed intent on dealing with Hisashi. The video continued to play. Uchiha Obito's feelings towards Kakashi grew increasingly discontented. The scene shifted. Grandma, do you think I resemble my father more, or my mother? Obito curiously inquired. Well, You resemble both your father and mother. Your life was gifted by your parents at the cost of their own. So cherish it and strive to assist others, his grandmother replied kindly. Time passed quietly. Oh no, I absolutely cannot be late today. Obito anxiously rushed toward school, only to suddenly halt. Due to helping an elderly lady cross the street, he missed the commencement of the entrance ceremony. Such a person has no right to enter the ninja academy, Kakashi remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Obito. Do not worry, Obito. I have already collected your enrollment documents for you. Rin smiled, handing the file to Obito. Obito gazed at Rin, his cheeks flushing. Rin, is this for me? Indeed. Submit these documents, and you shall be admitted smoothly. Rin nodded, her smile warm. You have truly been a tremendous help. I cannot thank you enough. Obito exclaimed, elated. You always indulge him. At this rate, he will never rectify his tardiness, Kakashi remarked again, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Be quiet, Kakashi. Do you wish to fight? Obito rolled his eyes and deliberately moved closer to Kakashi. What do you mean? Trailing at the back. Kakashi shrugged helplessly, gazing at Obito. Rin, watching the two frolicking in the distance, covered her mouth with one hand and let out a soft giggle. The girl's smile radiated like the warm sun of spring. Enchanting and delightful. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, how have you been over there? Obito Uchiha. Humph, Kakashi, mind your own business. My well-being is none of your concern. Kakashi Hatake. Hashirama Senju. Oh dear, I just inquired with others, and it appears the Uchiha clan is completely gone. Tobarama Senju. Well, that's rather shocking. Completely gone? In the Pure Land. Tobarama had just taken a sip of his drink when he caught sight of the messages in the chat group, instantly stunned. What? The Uchiha clan is entirely gone. Damn, how is Sarutobi managing things? Tobarama's face was filled with anger. He was no fool. He could remain indifferent if a few members of the Uchiha clan perished. But the complete annihilation of an entire clan was infuriating. At this moment, Tobarama trembled with rage. Kurenai Yuhi. TSK. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan situation? The second Mizukage, Yagura Kartachi. I'm just here watching. Anoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's your take? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Taiko. Hiruzen, you fool. Uchiha Inuzuka. Hiruzen, you're just a useless brat. Uchiha Anko. Since you're all berating Hiruzen, I'll scold Danzo instead. Danzo, you're just a puppet. Shimura Danzo. Hanzo of the Salamander. To be honest, Danzo really is a problem. The fourth Raikage. Hey, not just Danzo. Hiruzen has issues too. System. Everyone, calm down. Let us continue watching the video. The video continued to play. As the sun set, its remaining rays illuminated the scene. A boy and a girl walked side by side. Obito clenched his fists and proclaimed indignantly, Kakashi Hatake, I vow to defeat you. He then added with determination, I shall become Hokage. Rin, standing beside him, gazed at Obito with a sweet smile on her lips. Well said. As time passed, Obito trained diligently to surpass Kakashi, but his results were consistently disappointing. The examination results repeatedly let him down. During the class's final exam, the focus was on the shadow clone technique. Obito swiftly formed the hand signs, attempting to summon his clones, only for them to fall like fragile paper, provoking laughter from the entire class. In contrast, Kakashi formed hand signs with a single hand and instantly conjured countless shadow clones, earning applause and envious gazes from his classmates. Obito glanced at Kakashi, his heart a tumult of emotions, muttering under his breath, Humph, what is so impressive? The scene shifted to Obito standing at the target range, desperately throwing his kunai. Of the 3 kunai, only one struck the bullseye. The proctor shook his head slightly, marking his score with a look of regret. Hashirama Senju. Haha. Finally able to speak up. Tobarama Senju. Brother, be serious. You are the god of shinobi. Hashirama Senju. Oh dear, can you not always scold me? Oh, Uchiha Taijima. Is this child in the video truly from the Uchiha clan? How can he be so foolish? Uchiha Taiko. Seriously, is he for real with those shuriken? Pathetic. Uchiha Anko. That child named Obito is truly bringing shame to the Uchiha. Jiraiya. Cough. Let us not be too harsh. After all, he did save his teammates. Naruto Uzumaki. The pervy sage has a point. For some reason, Looking at Uncle Obito makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Uchiha Sasuke, you idiot, Naruto. You've never even met him. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm just talking about how I feel. Minato Namikaze. It seems, little one, that you have a fondness for my disciple. Kushina Uzumaki. Ha ha ha. Obito, look, this little one is quite interested in you. Obito Uchiha. Within the Akatsuki organization, the masked Obito continued to feign madness. Yet at this moment, he froze for a second. Hey, what is wrong, Deidara? Deidara asked with concern, looking at the dazed Obito. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, my senior. Obito quickly regained his composure, awkwardly fidgeting. In the corner, Itachi cautiously observed the individual wearing the orange mask. Uchiha Izuna, wait, don't change the subject. How did the Uchiha clan perish? Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, you two, explain what happened to the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo, Sensei, let me explain my side. Danzo retracted a message. Shimura Danzo, ahem, that was a mistake. Allow me to clarify. Hiruzen was too indecisive. To secure his position as Hokage, he made a number of mistakes. In the Hokage office, watching his old friend betray him, Hiruzen was immediately taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sensei, I am wholeheartedly devoted to Konoha. All those wrongdoings were Danzo's fault. You can ask Minato and Shokin. Mito Uzumaki, Sensei, Hiruzen is right. The massacre of the Uchiha clan is closely tied to Danzo. Tsunade Senju, yes, it was Danzo's doing. Uchiha Madara, Shimura Danzo, do you wish to dance as well? Reading the messages in the chat group, Danzo was momentarily stunned. Wait, why is everything being blamed on me? Danzo, the second Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, couldn't he hold back? Every time Konoha has an issue, Danzo has to take the blame. Kurinai Yuhi, does Danzo enjoy being the scapegoat? The video continued to play. Soon, it was Kakashi's turn to throw kunai. With a swift motion, 3 kunai struck the bullseye. The surrounding applause erupted. Obito clenched his fists, glaring at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. The camera shifted again. That fool once more provoked Kakashi, only to receive a lesson in return. How could the one trailing ever hope to surpass the top of the class? Classmates mocked Obito, who stood with his hands in his pockets, a shadow of gloom clouding his gaze as he absorbed their ridicule. Yet, upon catching sight of a figure ahead, his eyes sparkled with hope. Rin, he froze, his outstretched hands suspended in the air. The girl he cherished was playing with Kakashi. Watching Kakashi's retreating silhouette, Obito clenched his teeth, vowing that one day, when he awakened his Sharingan, he would not be outdone by him. Deidara remarked, why bother with such a lackluster student? An Umbu from the Hidden Mist commented, indeed, it seems pointless to focus on such underperformers. A genin from the Sand Village exclaimed, wait, is that a big shot from the Umbu? An Umbu from the Leaf Village retorted, is the Umbu so rare? The first Mizukage interjected, can you all pay attention to the video instead of acting like children? The second Suchikage, Anoki, inquired, how are things in Iwagakure? Anoki replied, rest assured, we are far superior to the Leaf Village. The second Suchikage admonished, Anoki, we must be more honest. We cannot emulate that fool Hiruzen. Maki, a jonin from the Sand Village, chuckled. Every time you mention him, I can't help but laugh. Hiruzen actually claimed to be the strongest Hokage in textbooks. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, cleared his throat. Maki retracted a message. Senju Tobirama queried, the strongest Hokage? Uzumaki Baruto, young, asked, ISNT that me? The system interjected, cough, individuals from the future must not disclose future circumstances. Uzumaki Naruto, young, exclaimed, ah, you're here too? Uchiha Sasuke, young, noted, so you all are present. Sasuke continued, wait, what is going on? Why you share my name? Hiding questioned, why are there 2 Sasukes? And you look alike? Sasori speculated, could they possibly be the same person, you fool? Kabuto wondered, can this screen even connect to our future selves? Uchiha Sasuke, young, explained, it's complicated. We were drawn into this chat group, but we're different from you. Sasuke inquired, different in what way? Orochimaru mused, it's astonishing. What is this screen that can connect to one's future self? Nara Shikamaru, young, assessed, based on your previous conversations, I've deduced the timeline. Your system is that black screen, right? We don't have a black screen, but if we meditate with our eyes closed, your chat messages appear. Uchiha Sarada sighed. Phew, you scare me. I thought I was under a genjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke, young, exclaimed, daughter, you're here too. Uchiha Fugaka gasped, daughter. Uchiha Makoto pondered, wait, does that mean this person is our granddaughter? In the Akatsuki organization, Itachi observed the chat messages on the screen, his pupils constricting. His brother's daughter, could she be my niece? Itachi scrutinized Sarada's avatar closely. Uchiha Itachi asked, Uchiha Sarada, are you truly of the Uchiha clan? Why do you wear glasses? Uchiha Taijima remarked, it's my first time seeing an Uchiha in glasses. Sarada remained silent. Sasuke questioned, are you genuinely my daughter? The system suggested, let us continue watching the video. The footage resumed, revealing Kakashi's frequent absences. Obito sat at his desk, propping his chin on one hand. Gazing out at the rainy night, his brow furrowed. It was said that his father had passed away. Rin reached out, gently touching Obito's shoulder. Her voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Obito was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Kakashi must be devastated. Rin's expression dimmed in response. As the scene darkened, a steady voice of adult Obito narrated. From that moment on, Kakashi accelerated his education, leaving the Ninja Academy. The camera shifted to Kakashi, who sat alone in a park, his gaze hollow as he watched the sun dip below the horizon. Obito, with his hands in his pockets, inadvertently passed by. Catching a glimpse of Kakashi's solitary figure, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Weeks passed, and Obito had yet to see Kakashi again. One day, summoning his courage, he approached two Leaf Village ninjas and quietly inquired, excuse me, are you referring to Kakashi Hatake? Who are you? One responded curiously. I'm a classmate from the Ninja Academy, Obito explained. Were you friends? The Leaf Ninja probed further. Not particularly close, Obito hesitated before answering honestly. He might seem somewhat unapproachable to others, he added, his voice growing softer. The Leaf Ninja frowned slightly. That guy's indeed troublesome. Working with him makes missions exceedingly difficult. Kakashi remarked, I didn't expect this to happen at this time. Kurenai coughed. Now, the question arises, why did Kakashi's father commit suicide? The second Mizukage, Jinjetsu, responded. Excellent question. Laughs. The third Reikage, asked. Hiruzen, Danzo, what are your thoughts? Senju Tobarama inquired. Hiruzen, what is the current situation in the Leaf Village? Senju Hashirama exclaimed. This is infuriating. Hiruzen, where have you gone? Speak up. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. I'm here, teacher. Uchiha Dans retorted. So what if you are? Uchiha Shisui said Itachi. I've entrusted the future to you, and this is what I get to see. Uchiha Izuna shouted, enough. Everyone quiet down. Hans the Salamander remarked. For some reason, I find a sense of joy in seeing the leaf falter. Orochimaru scoffed. TSK, teacher, have you truly fallen so low? Tsunade interjected. Great-grandfather, second grandfather. Let us continue watching the video. The footage continued to play. So, it turns out Kakashi is capable of undertaking missions now. Obito's voice carried a note of melancholy. A month slipped by unnoticed. Soon, Obito was assigned to Minato's team. To catch up with Kakashi, Obito embarked on a relentless training regimen. On a rainy night, Obito leaped from a height, embedding 3 shuriken into a wooden post, then gracefully traversed the droplets on the ground, swiftly forming hand seals. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and expelled a blazing fireball from his mouth. Subsequently, Obito gathered chakra beneath his feet, leaped to the treetops, and began performing sit-ups. Rin, holding an umbrella, stood quietly in the corner, her gaze fixed upon Obito's figure, biting her lip in concern. It was rather late for Obito to be out. Rin could no longer contain herself and stepped out from behind the tree, umbrella in hand. Obito? He looked up, momentarily distracted by the sight of the girl below, failing to concentrate his chakra and inadvertently slipping from the tree. Seeing this, Rin hurriedly dropped her umbrella and rushed to his side. Obito, are you all right? Obito staggered to his feet, rubbing the back of his head, and awkwardly chuckled, haha, I just slipped. I'm fine. With such heavy rain, why are you still training? Rin asked with concern. I just want to catch up to that guy. I must work harder. Obito's eyes glimmered with determination. That guy? Rin was puzzled. Kakashi. Obito clenched his fists, his voice tinged with unwillingness. One day, I will make him acknowledge his defeat. Otherwise, how can I become Hokage? Moreover, he has already begun undertaking missions, so I cannot afford to slacken my efforts, or I will only fall further behind. Obito turned to Rin, a hint of shyness flickering in his eyes. You have ambition. Keep going, Obito. Rin encouraged with a warm smile. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly, and he silently vowed, I will definitely become Hokage and protect you. Kakashi. Obito. Was that what you were thinking back then? Obito. Useless Kakashi. What does it matter if you know? Did you protect Rin? Kakashi. Obito. I'm sorry. I failed to protect her. Rin, enough. Stop arguing. Minato. Obito. Boruto. Young adult. Is this a story from Dada's era? In the time of Boruto's tale, he hid in a cave, evading the pursuit of ninjas, panting heavily. He glanced at the rainy night outside, his expression complicated. Naruto. Boruto. Can I ask about your name? While resting in the cave, Boruto suddenly received a message from his father and was about to reply. Boruto. Well, actually I system. Ahem. You cannot disclose future matters. Boruto. All right then. Naruto. You're actually my dad, right? I miss you so much. Boruto. Sasuke. Minato. Naruto. Due to the interference of a light curtain, the Chunin exams were forced to be postponed. Simultaneously, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha was temporarily halted. Upon returning home, Naruto lay directly on his bed, his gaze fixated on the surname Uzumaki in the chat group. His previous conjecture grew more resolute. His grandfather, the third Hokage, had once said that his parents fell in battle, yet he longed to see them once more. Naruto wiped away his tears, observing Boruto, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. In the chat group, he became even more convinced that Boruto was indeed his son. In Boruto's era, Naruto was handling official duties when he caught sight of his childhood remarks, instantly bewildered. What? How did my son become my father? Minato, little guy, could it be that your biological father is? Hiruzen. Ahem. Let us watch the video first. Third Kazekage. TSK. Konoha is truly hypocritical. As the video continued, time flowed on, and cherry blossoms bloomed once more. Obito ran along the road, panting, oh no, oh no. Suddenly, he halted, dumbfounded. The ninja school was deserted, save for Rin, who was still waiting for him. They had clearly promised not to be late. Just as Obito was lamenting, he stumbled and fell. A vision of Rin pouting in displeasure at his tardiness flashing through his mind. Obito, why are you always late for the entrance ceremony and graduation ceremony? Rin crossed her arms, her face filled with displeasure. The graduation ceremony has already ended. Rin shot Obito an exasperated glance, growing more dissatisfied. But I met an old lady. Obito's voice was low, tinged with a hint of gloom. Obito, you seem to encounter old ladies far too frequently. Rin placed her hands on her hips, suspecting he was making excuses. Recently, Obito had been avoiding Rin's gaze, murmuring, Are you deliberately provoking me? Rin softly reproached, observing Obito's downcast demeanor, and sighed. Never mind. Come with me. Rin took Obito's hand and led him away. As Obito felt Rin's cool hand in his, a wave of dazed emotion washed over him. Kakashi, does Obito have feelings for this girl? Chiyo. Ah, youth is wonderful. It reminds me of the past. Kushina. Hashirama pursued me like that back in the day. But I always turned him down. Hashirama. Dear, saying that makes me feel embarrassed. Mikoto. I envy you all. I was the one who actively pursued Fugaku. Minato. Wait, Fugaku. Did Mikoto pursue you? Fugaku, yes. Sasuke, enough. Be quiet and don't disturb my training. First Mizukage. Uchiha Sasuke, little brat. Who do you think you're to speak so boldly? Sasuke. What does it matter who I am? I must kill that bastard Itachi. Deidara, what did you say? You want to kill Itachi? Haiden. Is this guy out of his mind? Sasuke. What are you two barking about? Deidara. You are the one barking. Within the Akatsuki organization, Deidara glared at Sasuke's avatar in the chat group, feeling inexplicably irritated. You two should keep your mouths shut and not expose the Akatsuki. Scorpion rolled his eyes at the two. Deidara, look at Sasuke. Doesn't he seem like a punching bag? Deidara grasped Scorpion's shoulder, pointing at the screen. Idiot, let go. Scorpion glanced at Deidara, sighing. He still could not comprehend why the leader assigned him such a loquacious partner. The video continued to play. Rin tightly held Obito's hand as they entered a dimly lit room, promptly switching on the lights. Under the soft illumination, Obito gazed at the charming girl before him, unconsciously swallowing. Rin is still so adorable. Ebisu. Wow. At such a young age, engaging in this. In a few years, won't it lead to chaos? Ino, huh? What do you mean? I don't understand. Hizashi. Ahem. Ino, you don't need to know too much about this. Let us continue watching the video. Lin softly read aloud the words on the graduation certificate. Graduation certificate, Uchiha Obito. This certifies that the student has graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy. Obito gazed at the girl with immense gratitude, his lips pressed tightly together, striving to prevent tears from falling. Moreover, Lin glanced at Obito, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Despite the storms, you have excelled in your training and efforts. Upon finishing the last word, she delicately turned the page and handed it to Obito. Here you go. Congratulations on your successful graduation. Lin tilted her head, her smile radiating warmth. Obito looked at Lin, his eyes glistening with moisture, biting his lip as tears finally fell. Lin. He quickly wiped his tears away, solemnly accepting the graduation certificate. Thank you, Lin. Although I couldn't receive it in front of the teachers and classmates, I am even happier to receive it from you. He held the certificate close to his chest, as if it were a treasured possession. Now we are both genin. You must pull yourself together, Lin observed Obito's somewhat clumsy demeanor, her brow slightly furrowing as she gently urged him. Yes, I understand, Obito replied, scratching the back of his head, his gaze never leaving Lin's face. The chat was lively with comments. I really ship these two couples. So, did Obito and Lin ultimately sacrifice themselves? Yes, I was the only one who survived. As the conversation continued, Lin and Obito exchanged thoughts on their upcoming missions, with Lin reassuring Obito about their team assignments. Has the grouping list been announced by the teacher? Obito asked, his tone tinged with anxiety as he contemplated the possibility of not being in the same team as Lin. Yes, it has been announced, Lin replied tenderly, watching Obito with care. Then I will be with Lin. Obito felt his heart leap, his forehead damp with sweat, his words faltering. We are indeed in the same class, Lin said with a soft sigh, lowering her head, casting a shadow over her face that obscured her expression. Obito's heart raced at her demeanor, wondering if they were not in the same class. It is unfortunate, but I must inform you that we are indeed in the same class. Lin suddenly looked up, a smile illuminating her features, revealing that her earlier actions were merely to tease him. That's wonderful. Obito exhaled in relief, patting his chest. Truly, I will continue to look after you. Lin placed her hands on her hips, feigning pride as she gazed at Obito, her eyes filled with affection. And who is the third person? After a brief moment of joy, Obito recalled the question, staring blankly at Lin. That person, Lin replied softly, a blush tinting her cheeks at the mention of Kakashi, resembling a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. Obito was taken aback by Lin's bashfulness, realizing it was not her shyness, but rather her reaction to the mention of Kakashi. As the chat continued, various remarks flew back and forth, illustrating the complexity of emotions surrounding their circumstances. The afternoon wore on. Obito collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lin knelt beside him, equally breathless, while Kakashi barely managed to stand, propping himself on his knees. He then produced a bell from his palm. All of you have passed. Starting tomorrow, you will embark on missions, Minato declared, observing his 3 disciples with satisfaction. Fantastic. I will demonstrate my prowess through practical experience, Obito exclaimed with excitement. The banter continued, with various characters chiming in, reflecting on their pasts and the challenges ahead. Despite the light-hearted exchanges, the undercurrents of nostalgia and loss lingered, reminding them of the weight of their shared history and the paths they would forge together. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan has perished. I must admit, it brings me immense satisfaction, even more so than a climax. Senju Tobarama. Cough. Everyone, please be mindful of your language. There are children present in the group. The images on the screen continue to shift. At this moment, Minato's team anxiously searched for the missing child. Rin unexpectedly encountered Kakashi in an alley. Kakashi, have you found any trace of the child? Rin inquired curiously. Not yet, but if we cannot handle such a trivial matter, How can we be entrusted with more significant tasks? Kakashi shook his head, then shifted the conversation. By the way, where has Obito run off to? Rin replied softly. He is determined to complete this task on his own. I have no idea where he is now. Kakashi, upon hearing this, pondered deeply as he lowered his head. Does he truly wish to surpass me? The scene shifted. Obito was patiently inquiring with the elderly on the street. The warm responses from the old folks filled the audience with a sense of comfort. Little Obito, I just saw that child sunbathing on the roof of the house ahead. Little Obito, the item you seek is actually on the park bench. By the way, I have some delicious treats here. Why not have a taste? After some effort, Obito finally found the child, bearing a plethora of gifts bestowed by the elderly, returning triumphantly. Senju Tobarama. In Obito, I seem to see a reflection of Kakashi. Thumbs up, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This child embodies the will of fire. He is truly a promising talent. Kuratsuchi. And so what? In the end, he still perished. Fourth Reikage. Konoha is always so hypocritical, espousing the will of fire while sacrificing countless lives, leaving only the elite to survive. Anoki, the will of fire? It's more akin to brainwashing. Inazuka Kiba. Let us continue watching the video. The images on the screen continue to flow. Thanks to the assistance of the kind elderly, the search and retrieval tasks were successfully completed. Obito wore a broad smile, radiating joy. And I received so many snacks. Rin gasped, placing her hand over her heart. Gazing at Obito, how impressive. Obito's popularity among the grandmothers is remarkable. It seems his daily efforts have not been in vain. Minato looked upon the boy, donned in protective goggles and grinning foolishly, a warm feeling swelling within him as he softly remarked, to benefit others is to benefit oneself. This time, Obito, your daily persistence has borne fruit. What do you think, Kakashi? Obito smiled and then winked at Kakashi, carrying an air of provocation. Kakashi felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, awkwardly turning away. Indeed, he had lost this round. Hatake Kakashi, Obito is just like that, kind-hearted. Kuratsuchi, what a warm-hearted little boy. No wonder Rin is fond of him. Yamanaka Ino, what are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto, looking at brother Obito, I can't help but feel a warmth in my heart. Minato chuckled softly. Perhaps that is merely your imagination. Uzumaki Naruto, young, let us continue watching the video. Uchiha Shisui, that Obito, I have quite an impression of him. Although he is a bit slow-witted and academically challenged, his heart is genuinely kind. He once helped me. Maru Hashigaki. That little guy helped me too. Alas, age is catching up, and my back easily gets drained. Uzumaki Kushina. Obito is indeed kind. If only you were still here. In the Akatsuki organization, the screen displayed numerous elderly praising Obito. Yet, as he glanced at the messages in the chat group, Obito's gaze gradually turned cold. Indeed, this hypocritical shinobi world should not exist. Rin and everyone else. Wait for me. I shall soon create a beautiful world, even if merely virtual. At least, Minato-sensei and Kushina, you need not live in fear any longer. Perhaps I could also see Naruto. Obito silently contemplated. In the corner, Kagaya Black Zetsu glanced at Obito, adorned in an orange mask, inwardly cursing. Humph, what a fool. The images on the screen continued. Within just one day, all the miscellaneous tasks in the village were completed. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, scrutinizing the reports on the ground, his brow furrowed. Of course, for I am destined to become Hokage. Obito exclaimed excitedly. These tasks are nothing to me. Minato turned to Hiruzen, smiling gently. Hokage-sama, it seems these three are far more capable than we anticipated. Yet a hint of caution lingered in Minato's eyes, for after all, Obito had just declared his ambition to become Hokage. Such words, uttered in the presence of the Hokage, seemed rather inappropriate. Indeed, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, taking a puff from his pipe while glancing at the three. Kakashi's combat experience is already quite extensive. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany him on missions, Hiruzen said with a meaningful tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them were taken aback. Real combat? Obito asked with excitement. Precisely. Someone specifically requested Minato to execute a mission, so he cannot accompany you. Hiruzen nodded, taking another puff from his pipe. Though, it is a mission. is merely a C rank, with relatively low danger. We must not let our guard down. Minato gazed at his three disciples, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Hatake Kakashi. From here on, tragedy is about to unfold. Fourth Raikage. Kakashi, I apologize. I was preoccupied with a task and could not arrive in time. Kuratsuchi. TSK. I believe it's because little Obito just spoke out against the Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is dissatisfied. Thus, he aims to use this mission to send these three kids to their demise. Second Mizukage. That is indeed a possibility. Hanzo of the Salamander. Spread the word. Sarutobi Hiruzen has done this. Inoki. Spread the word. Hiruzen claims to love Danzo. Fourth Kazekage. Spread the word. It was all Danzo's doing. Shimura Danzo. It was clearly Hiruzen's doing in this video. How can I be unjustly implicated? Uchiha Itachi. What the hell, if not you, then who? Kuratsuchi. TSK. Danzo truly enjoys taking the blame. The images on the screen continued. I initially intended for you to remain in the village to handle miscellaneous tasks while Minato undertakes his mission, but now that all the chores are done, Hiruzen looked at the three children, gently rubbing his forehead, appearing somewhat resigned. However, you cannot remain idle. Here is a task for you. Go and execute it. As Rijan puffed on his pipe, his eyes narrowed slightly. Splendid, Obito exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Thus, we can officially partake in a mission. Rin regarded Obito with a gentle smile, covering her mouth in amusement. From tomorrow onward, I entrust you all with this duty, Minato said, casting a warm glance at his three disciples, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, the trio nodded in agreement. The scene shifted. The three walked leisurely along a wooden path. So what do you think, Kakashi? You should thank me. I liberated you from those mundane tasks, Obito declared, hands clasped behind his head, a proud expression upon his face. Kakashi, striding ahead with his hands in his pockets, wore a furrowed brow. Noticing this, Rin, with a hint of concern, urged, Kakashi, don't take it to heart. Obito genuinely cares about you. He mentioned you seem like a different person. Rin watched Kakashi, her worry evident. What are you talking about, Rin? Obito interjected, rushing over, his tone a mix of anxiety and shyness. But what I said is true. You always mention how Kakashi is ahead of you, which is why you train alone to surpass him. Rin countered, her tone firm. The third Raikage remarked, that girl named Rin is still too kind. A shinobi from Sunagakure added, by the way, why did their team suddenly perish on this mission? A shinobi from Awagakure echoed the curiosity. Boruto, a young man, mused, is this the strength of the warriors from my father's era? They seem quite formidable. Kuratsuchi inquired, and who might you be? The images on the screen continued to flow. Rin glared at Obito, who, feeling bashful, explained, I never said I didn't train. You just misunderstood. He fidgeted with his hands. Kakashi halted, casting a meaningful glance at Obito. Ignoring Obito's explanation, Rin stepped between the two, extending her hands to grasp their arms. Come on, let us shake hands and make amends. After all, we are partners in the same team. I refused to shake hands with him. Obito shot a glance at Kakashi, scoffing, and turned away. Kakashi mirrored the sentiment. Observing the tense atmosphere between the two, Rin sighed softly and took the initiative to clasp their hands together. It seems this is the only way. Both men turned in surprise to Rin. Then allow me to facilitate this handshake, she said with a gentle smile. Obito gazed at Rin, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, Rin was undeniably adorable. Hashirama questioned, why do they still initiate war? Did I not distribute the tailed beast to you? The first Mizukage replied, Hashirama, you are still too naive, alas. Kisame remarked, is the legendary god of shinobi so foolish? To address the issue of peace, one should simply unify them. Madara interjected, Hashirama, I told you to unify the ninja world. If only you and I had utilized the Susanoo, we wouldn't be facing so many troubles now. Tobirama concurred, stating, I agree with Madara. Brother, you are simply too naive. Deidara commented, this Hashirama seems like a fool. Is he truly the god of shinobi? Haiden added, didn't Kakuzu kill him once? It's unfortunate that Hashirama fled too quickly. Madara exclaimed, what? You two youngsters, do you even know what you're talking about? Hashirama questioned, is there someone named Kakuzu? I don't recall. Kakuzu, observing the ongoing conversation in the Akatsuki chat group, appeared flustered. Kakuzu, they're being too arrogant. You shouldn't remain so low-key, Deidara urged, pushing Kakuzu slightly, his dissatisfaction apparent. Exactly, Kakuzu. Haiden chimed in. Kakuzu felt a surge of frustration as he watched the two speak, wishing he could silence them. Damn it, can't you two choose the right moment to talk? Kakuzu lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. Is this all my fault? Hashirama asked. Kakuzu, why can't I remember you? Madara taunted. Kakuzu, don't be cowardly. Come out and take your beating. Kakuzu could only respond with silence. Deidara insisted. Kakuzu, this time, don't hold back. Haiden added, indeed, Kakuzu, your strength far surpasses theirs. Kakuzu retorted, shut up. Let us just watch the video. The video continued to unfold. Team 7 commenced their mission outside the village, progressing smoothly as they raced forward. All right, this mission is my chance to shine and become Hokage, Obito exclaimed with enthusiasm. Becoming Hokage is no simple feat, Rin complained, her tone disapproving. Did you not hear what Minato-sensei just said? Kakashi regarded Obito with an expression of disbelief. We want to have a chance to act, and with Minato-sensei present, our interference would only complicate matters. Is the teacher really that formidable? Obito questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Are you not aware of Konoha's yellow flash? Kakashi responded, astonished as he assessed Obito. I've heard of him. He is a powerful ninja known even in other villages, Rin explained softly. Boruto asked, is this yellow flash truly that strong? Minato affirmed, indeed, he is exceptionally strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't bear such a title. Boruto replied, in that case, I quite like the Obito from the video. Hashirama jested, perhaps that Obito once held you as a child. Tobirama retorted, brother, you must be foolish. It was previously established that this Obito died and never witnessed Naruto's birth. Hashirama replied, oh, my apologies. Obito was left speechless. The video continued to play. The situation appeared dire. Minato carefully scanned the surroundings, his eyes filled with vigilance. We are surrounded and in considerable numbers. What is happening here? The danger level has evidently exceeded the mission's classification. Minato pondered deeply, realizing that this mission was a trap far beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. Who could dare to set such a trap within the village? Kuratsuchi commented, no need to speculate. It was Danzo's doing. The fourth Raikage concurred, I agree. It was indeed Danzo. Danzo grumbled. So, it seems I must bear the brunt of all the misdeeds? The fourth Kazekage responded, yes, it is good that you understand. The video continued. If we do not hold the enemy here, we may soon find ourselves overwhelmed. It was unwise to bring them here. Minato gazed into the distance at the three students, his focus fixed on Kakashi, who stood at the center. Only he had the capacity to assist, while the remaining one would require my protection. After a thorough analysis, Minato acted decisively, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Listen to me. Minato swiftly approached the students. What happened, teacher? Obito inquired with curiosity. The enemy is closing in from behind. Minato replied cautiously. Really? Are we going to fight? Obito's excitement was palpable upon hearing the word enemy. Obito, this is no joke. Minato reprimanded sternly. Understood, Obito sighed softly. There are many foes. Obito and I will return to fend off the pursuers, while Kakashi and Rin take this opportunity to complete the mission. Minato commanded with gravity. Remember, escaping is our top priority. Roger that. Follow me, Obito, Minato called, with Obito closely trailing him. Ah, Minato-sensei chose me instead of Kakashi, which implies you still consider me more reliable, Obito thought with delight. Obito, do not engage the enemy head-on. Our task is to act as bait and divert their attention, Minato advised. Got it. At that moment, the air was sliced by several weapons from a distance. Obito swiftly formed hand seals, puffing out his cheeks and gently expelled. Fire style, great fireball technique. The scorching flames instantly charred the shuriken flying towards him, creating a faint sound upon landing. As the flames gradually dissipated, Minato praised. Well done, Uchiha Tetsubiki. Obito's performance is quite commendable, He doesn't seem like the underachiever. Uchiha Inahibiki. Indeed, I don't know why, but there's a sense of familiarity when I look at this Obito. Uchiha Kai. Perhaps this Obito has aided you before. Mist Village CH Neen. Are you calling this an underachiever? Mist Village J Neen. He can effortlessly execute the great fireball technique. How? Is that an underachiever? Stone Village J Neen. Damn. Are the genin from Konoha this strong? The images on the screen continued. My daily training is not in vain. I will take them all down. Obito's heart warmed upon hearing Minato-sensei's praise, and he swiftly charged towards the distant enemies. Don't be reckless. Avoid direct confrontation. Minato urged anxiously as he observed Obito. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed from afar as cold steel collided, producing a shower of sparks. Obito gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the enemy's attacks, which proved exceedingly challenging. Obito! Minato rushed forward, intending to rescue him, but was blocked by 3 adversaries. Stand aside. A frantic Minato unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly dispatching the 3 foes. Mist Village Umbu. Damn, that speed is incredible. I couldn't see a thing. 4th Reikage, as expected of the yellow flash. Vortex Boruto. So this is the prowess of the 4th Hokage. Indeed formidable. Minato. Hello there. You look somewhat familiar. Minato. I understand now. The images on the screen continued. Whoosh. The air was pierced by swift sounds as Obito furrowed his brow, engaging the distant enemy with his kunai. Impressive, he muttered. You think you can defeat me with that little skill? The enemy glared at Obito with a sinister expression. Damn it, I cannot lose here. Obito clenched his teeth. I am destined to become Hokage. I cannot be defeated. With a surge of anger, Obito swung his kunai, piercing through the enemy's chest. I did it. Obito's joy was fleeting as the enemy before him suddenly transformed into smoke. It was merely an illusion. Shadow Clone. Obito's pupils dilated as he felt a chilling breeze from behind. The enemy gripped his blade. A menacing grin plastered on his face as he declared, You're finished. This is bad. Obito anxiously turned around, time seeming to freeze at that moment. Bang! Minato arrived just in time, delivering a kick that sent the enemy soaring into a distant tree. The enemy crashed against the trunk, creating a dent before slowly descending to the ground. Are you all right? Minato's gentle smile was reassuring. Obito felt a surge of relief, yet tension quickly returned. From the distant trees, countless ninjas descended upon them. They were surrounded. This was dire. Minato scanned the surrounding enemies, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead after a preliminary assessment of their strength. Oh no, they're surrounded. What should we do? Uchiha Sasuke. Fool, we still have the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Itachi. My foolish brother. How strong are you now? Uchiha Sasuke. 1 against 7. I've awakened my 2-Tomo Sharingan. Wait for me, I'll kill you soon. Uchiha Madara. Itachi. Have you attained your Manjiki? Uchiha Itachi, yes. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke. Are you sure you have 2-Tomo? Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, what are you implying? Uchiha Madara. This kid is hopeless. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, be quiet for a moment. Let us continue watching the video. The images on the screen remained vivid. They're coming. Kakashi sensed a multitude of enemies charging towards them and quickly glanced at Rin beside him. Rin, you go ahead. I understand. Rin did not hesitate and immediately dashed away into the distance. Whoosh! At that moment, several kunai flew rapidly from the corners. Kakashi reacted swiftly, retreating abruptly and drawing 2 kunai from his pocket, intercepting the incoming weapons one by one. Whoosh! Suddenly, a kunai pierced through Kakashi's shoulder, hurtling towards a ninja in the distance. This is bad. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he swiftly glanced back. At that moment, the ninja on the bridge plummeted rapidly, falling into the chasm below. Rin witnessed this scene, her pupils dilating as she urgently exclaimed, Kakashi, we must save him. We need to return to Minato-sensei immediately. There's still time. No. Completing the mission is a ninja's principle. Kakashi coldly interrupted Rin. Kakashi, Rin gazed at the boy who had grown cold and unfeeling, her pupils tightening. Run. Survival is paramount. As long as we cross the forest, the enemy should not pursue us further. Kakashi cast a glance at Rin behind him. his tone frigid as he spoke. Understood. Rin nodded and promptly led the other ninjas away into the distance. Senju Hashirama. Ninjas should prioritize their comrades, not mere missions. Senju Tobarama. Brother, you remain too naive. Others lack your strength. This is merely your fantasy. Senju Hashirama. Why do you say that? Kuratsuchi. This Senju Hashirama seems rather foolishly innocent. Fourth Kazekage Raza. It's hard to believe this man is the god of ninjas. Pain, merely a relic of a bygone era. Yet he dares call himself the god of ninjas? Senju Hashirama. Hey, Udu, look at these people insulting me. Senju Tobarama. I see it, brother. Uchiha. And what are you, Pain? Pain, someone who could easily eliminate you. Uchiha. Just a grain of sand. Black Zetsu. Ahem. Lord Madara. Let us continue watching the video. The scene on the screen continued. At this moment, Kakashi and Rin arrived at a clearing. It appeared safe. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and spoke coolly. Where's Obito, Kakashi? Rin asked anxiously. He is with the teacher. He will surely be fine, Kakashi replied softly. Thank you. The rescued ninja approached, expressing gratitude to the two. Truly, the team of the Yellow Flash. Thanks to you, we could safely deliver the encrypted message. Kakashi's gaze grew complex in response to the ninja's grateful looks. Alas, it is regrettable. One life has been sacrificed, Kakashi sighed. That was unavoidable. However, their conversation shifted, their eyes turning fierce. The sacrifices shall not be limited to just one. With a sudden thud, two ninjas behind them acted swiftly, impaling the ninja before them into the ground. What? Kakashi and Rin were taken aback, their pupils dilating. The impaled ninja slowly collapsed, heavily hitting the ground. What on earth is happening? Rin looked on in fear. Are you traitors? The impaled ninja raised his head, astonished as he looked at his two comrades behind him. Thanks to your singular focus on completing the mission, our task has become considerably easier. Indeed, with the Yellow Flash so far away, he cannot catch up in time, sneered another ninja. Apologies, but you two shall perish here. With that, they prepared to attack the two. Asuma Tsurutobi. Goodness, we've encountered beasts. Kibagami. I never expected these two to be enemies. Sand Village Chunin. It's hard to say. These two ninjas should be of Chunin level. The atmosphere grew tense. In the distance, two ninjas, weapons in hand, advanced rapidly. Kakashi stepped in front of the girl. Rin, you must go. But Rin looked at Kakashi, hesitating. Do not burden me, Kakashi said coldly. Reluctantly, Rin turned to flee. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, retreating a few steps. Earth style, earth wall. With a resounding boom, a massive earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the two ninjas. They gritted their teeth, quickly leaping over the wall, only to find it empty. TCH, he escaped? At this moment, the wall began to crack, and Kakashi drew his blade, decisively slashing through one of the ninjas. He was hiding within the earth-style jutsu. The ninja was taken aback, but before he could finish his thought, Kakashi charged at him with the blade. Soon, both enemies were dispatched by Kakashi. Rin. Kakashi glanced at her. I will tend to his wounds. Rin nodded. Senju Tobarama. This Kakashi child is quite powerful, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. Second Reikage, truly, the copy ninja Kakashi. He is exhibiting such talent at merely 12 years of age. Third Tsuchikage. Indeed impressive. The geniuses of Konoha are numerous. Kuratsuchi. Yet what use is this genius if we must remember that Danzo lurks within Konoha? Anoki. Thanks to Danzo, the geniuses of Konoha have been stifled in their cradles. Second Reikage, thank you, Danzo. May you have peace throughout your life. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Let us not forget, Danzo's monstrous deeds were enabled by Hiruzen's backing. First Mizukage. Gratitude to Tsurutobi Hiruzen, this young friend. Senju Tobarama. Danzo. Hiruzen. You two are truly infuriating. Shimura Danzo. Teacher, do not misunderstand. My intentions are purely for Konoha. It is all Hiruzen's fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama. Let's continue watching the video. The video continued to unfold. What transpired, Kakashi? Minato arrived swiftly with Obito. Obito, Kakashi regarded him coldly. I will explain shortly. I have a rough idea of what has occurred. Minato looked at Kakashi with curiosity. Just now, when we arrived with the bodyguards, they suddenly attacked this ninja, Kakashi explained. Please, I know my end is near, the fallen ninja murmured, slowly opening his eyes weakly. He struggled to produce a small purple scroll from his chest. Please, open this letter. Kakashi, seeing this, handed the scroll to Minato. By rights, we should not look at its contents. Minato cautiously perused the scroll, asking, is everything all right? Do not worry. Please help me confirm if this letter is authentic. The fallen ninja said weakly. Minato swallowed hard, opening the scroll, and was taken aback by what he saw. Obito leaned in curiously, quickly freezing in place as well. The scroll was completely blank, devoid of any writing. What is the meaning of this? Minato asked, cautiously regarding the fallen ninja. The order I received was to deliver this letter to a superior, either myself or one of my teammates, the fallen ninja explained, his lips cracking. The actual confidential message is in possession of one among us. Why is it like this? Minato looked on, deeply concerned. Because there are reports suggesting a traitor may exist among our ranks, the fallen ninja continued. What happened to the real letter? Rin, treating his wounds, asked anxiously. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I do not understand. Could someone please analyze this? Scorpion, you are quite talkative. Uchiha Sasuke, youth unless something unexpected happens. This should be a trap set by the enemy village. Senju Tobarama, indeed, you are on the same wavelength as me. Uchiha Itachi, let us observe further. The current clues are too scarce. Uchiha Sasuke, watch your mouth, you treacherous beast. Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, is that how you address your mother? Uchiha Sasuke, I apologize, Mom and Dad. Rest assured, I will ensure Itachi pays for his deeds. System, alas, the truth is eternally cloaked in darkness. Uchiha Tetsuru, cloaked, you say? If Uchiha Itachi can redeem himself, I will eat upside down. Uchiha Shisui, if he can redeem himself, I shall consume 3 pounds. So do not dare to compete with me. Kurinai Yuhi, let me capture a screenshot, in case you all change your minds later. The video continues to play. If it were in the hands of a traitor, I would not have suffered this attack. The ninja, lying on the ground, weakly continued. So, soon, Kakashi was taken aback, only to quickly come to a realization. The scene shifted to darkness. If his conjecture were correct, the ninja who fell from the bridge must be clutching an envelope. Is it him? Kakashi pondered, but there is still another person, right? Minato looked at Kakashi with curiosity. He died midway. Kakashi shook his head. Please, make sure to deliver the envelope. The ninja, lying on the ground, weakly uttered, his voice trailing off as he breathed his last. Rin shook her head. It's not possible. At that moment, a rustle from the bushes startled Minato. Not good. Someone is eavesdropping. Minato whispered. Kakashi, are you going to ignore the other person? Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder. I am merely prioritizing the mission and adhering to regulations. Kakashi pushed Obito's hand away, speaking coldly. Regulations? Obito queried, puzzled. Those who disregard regulations are worthless. Kakashi's gaze was icy. But what is the outcome? If you had not abandoned your comrades back then, we would not be in this situation. Obito glared at Kakashi with resentment. Do not blame him like that, Obito. This was an accident, not Kakashi's fault. Minato gently placed a hand on Obito's shoulder. Damn it, I must save him. Obito shook off Minato's hand and strode away. Where are you going? Kakashi asked coldly. Is that even a question? Of course, I'm going to save him. Obito shouted angrily. But he is currently trapped among enemies. Kakashi said coldly. Indeed, it is too dangerous. Minato looked at his disciple, urging him seriously. I do not want to fail my first mission. Obito interrupted their admonitions. This is not failure. It is an accident. Kakashi replied coldly. Kakashi, as an excellent student, your reasoning seems lacking. Obito turned away, his tone frigid. What did you say? Kakashi was taken aback. Consider this. All 4 individuals we were protecting have vanished. Who can prove this is an accident? Obito looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. The client hired us as bodyguards, but concealed the existence of the traitor from the start. If the village feigns ignorance, Minato-sensei will bear the blame. Obito continued. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Now I understand completely. Fourth Raikage A. Coincidentally, I comprehend it as well. Kurinai Yuhi. I one T named the culprit, but everyone knows in their hearts. Anoki. At this time, Minato was still in the voting process to become Hokage. If he ends up with the blame. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, what is going on? Senju Tobarama. Hiruzen. I am truly disappointed in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, I apologize. Shimura Danzo. Teacher, Hiruzen is far too indecisive. I request to assume the role of Hokage for Konoha. Root Jonin. Indeed, Lord Danzo is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Yamanaka Inoichi, second Hokage, sir. Kunai Yuha. Those who support Danzo for Hokage must have something wrong with their heads. Fourth Reikage. Hey, what do you know? They're all Danzo's subordinates. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Now I understand. I fully comprehend. Simply put, this incident in the video is a scheme set by Danzo to frame Minato, tarnishing his political reputation, correct? Anoki. Precisely. Konoha Villager. I can't believe I once admired Danzo, thinking he was a good official, only to find out he is corrupt. Konoha Villager. It seems only Lord Hiruzen is upright. Sir Toby Hiruzen. Ahem. Let us continue watching the video. The video continues to play. Do not worry about me. The mission is complete. Obito. Minato looked at Obito with guilt. I declare in advance, even if the teacher knocks me unconscious and takes me back to the village, I will still seek out the companion that was left behind. Obito declared resolutely, turning to the other team members. I cannot abandon my comrade in their time of need. Obito. The three watched Obito depart, their faces filled with concern. I am truly a loss with you. Minato thought of Obito's safety and followed him. In the depths of the forest, the two were leaping along the branches. It seems I cannot persuade you. I will search where he fell into the river. Minato calmly analyzed the situation. Kakashi will go downstream. The search downstream will be entrusted to Obito. Rin, you will accompany Kakashi. Minato assessed the three team members, calmly assigning tasks. Understood. Rin nodded in agreement. Remember, once you find him, notify me immediately. Minato sternly instructed, watching Obito's silhouette in the distance. Then, the four swiftly dispersed in different directions. The scene shifted. A ninja fell from the cliff, struggling to rise weakly from the water. He leaned against the rocks, abruptly drawing the weapon embedded in his back. Looking up at the sky, countless shadows swept past. He attempted to stand and leave, but his body was extraordinarily feeble. There he is. The enemies spotted him and quickly surrounded him. They hurled shuriken, aiming at him. In this moment of crisis, fire release, great fireball technique. From a distance, Obito rushed forward, swiftly forming hand seals to cast his technique. Flames instantly engulfed the incoming kunai and shuriken, the searing light dancing vividly in the air. Cold weapons fell to the ground in a cascade. Gritting his teeth, Obito fixed his gaze upon the multitude of adversaries perched upon the cliff. There were simply too many. At that moment, over 100 foes had gathered, simultaneously launching explosive-tagged kunai from the heights, creating a spectacle of chaos. As the explosive tags plunged into the river below, they detonated, sending water splashing into the air. Suddenly, several enemies emerged from the river. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Kakashi leaped from the ground, rapidly forming hand seals to unleash his technique. The air filled with the cacophony of thousands of birds as violent bolts of lightning rendered the surrounding enemies momentarily dazed. Are you all right, Obito? Rin inquired with concern from behind him. Uchiha Inaho remarked, I have a favorable impression of this Obito. Indeed, our Uchiha clan needs individuals like him. Uchiha Fugako added, Uchiha Obito is a kind-hearted child. You should all learn from him. Uchiha Teiho conceded, though I am reluctant to admit it. This Obito is truly formidable. Obito, everyone is praising you. Aren't you going to say something? Rin urged. Obito, watching the video, appeared bewildered, unsure of what to say. Should he threaten to eliminate everyone? Or confess to being one of the culprits behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan? This hypocritical ninja world, just wait and see. I will soon initiate the infinite Tsukuyami, creating a world where everyone can live in happiness and harmony. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This child Obito has grown before my very eyes. always so innocent and kind-hearted. It is a pity that such a pure soul was ruthlessly slain by the enemies of Awagakure. Mito Gate in remarked, "The people of Awagakure have slain our ninjas from Konohagakure. Should they not offer some form of compensation?" Agreed. I strongly demand that Awagakure compensate Konohagakure. Kurunai Kobayashi echoed. Onoki scoffed. Humph. If you from Konohagakure could impart more practical knowledge, there wouldn't be so many children sacrificed. Senju Tobarama questioned, "Monkey, what is the meaning of this?" Onoki replied, "Second Hokage, you may not be aware, but the higher-ups of Konohagakure are fearfully avoiding battle. Thus, the regulations of the Ninja Academy were reformed. Once children graduate, they must head to the battlefield." Onoki continued, "The graduation criteria are alarmingly simple. Mastering the body flicker technique allows one to become a genin and head to the front lines. It is truly disheartening that Konohagakure so recklessly sends children to their deaths." Fourth Kazekage Raza interjected, "How amusing, the graveyard of Konohagakure is filled with monuments to heroes. If I learn the body flicker technique and die in battle, does that make me a hero in the village?" Kuratsuchi remarked, "It is merely a means to placate the villagers. The higher-ups in Konohagakure are shamelessly employing this tactic." The villagers of Konohagakure gasped, "Is this true?" A genin from Konohagakure questioned, "Is the third Hokage truly such a person?" The villagers watching the video were left in shock. After all, their impression of the higher-ups in Konohagakure had always been that they upheld the will of fire, willing to sacrifice for the newborns. But what was his content? In a dark alley, Kakashi observed the chat screen with a frosty gaze, letting out a soft sigh, preparing to speak. "Sigh, compared to all this, I would rather face those base elements." Kakashi touched the warm paradise of affection in his arms, his expression still icy. Sarutobi Hiruzen clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. My dear teacher, at that time, Konohagakure was indeed economically strained, especially after the Nine Tails incident. The village had not fully recovered when the Third Great Ninja War struck. To protect the peace of the village, those who bravely sacrificed on the battlefield are heroes of Konohagakure. We will always remember them." Kurunai Kobayashi affirmed, "Indeed, the older generation protects the younger generation. That is the true will of fire." Hatake Kakashi stated, "The Hokage is correct. Where the leaves dance, the will of fire endures. Our older generation willingly sacrifices their lives to protect the new generation." The third Reikage chimed in, "What a performance, Konohagakure, in the Pure Land." Senju Tobarama gazed at the chat screen, his expression somber. Why has the monkey turned into this? Beside him, Hashirama also bore a heavy countenance. "Brother, let us remain calm and continue watching the video," Tobarama urged as he patted Hashirama's shoulder, striving to maintain composure. Those in high positions must possess extraordinary qualities, and Tobarama understood that now was not the time for unrest. They could only observe how Hiruzen would manage the affairs of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, "Everyone, let us continue watching the video." The footage resumed. "Rin, take him away," Kakashi shouted anxiously, drawing the short blade from his back. At that moment, the surrounding ninjas had encircled them. "All right, we retreat for now." Rin assisted the injured ninja. "Wait, the scroll." The injured ninja glanced around, spotting the scroll floating in the swiftly flowing river. Just then, a ninja leaped from the cliff, catching the scroll. "Retreat." Seeing this, the enemy ninjas quickly distanced themselves. "Obito, Rin, protect him." Kakashi coldly urged his teammates as he watched the departing figures. "Kakashi, what about you?" Obito asked anxiously. "Retrieve the scroll." Kakashi replied icily. "Don't take risks. There are too many enemies." Obito warned, "I will prove through action. You save the person, and I will complete the mission." Kakashi shot Obito a glance before vanishing in an instant. "Kakashi," Obito called out, hesitating as he watched Kakashi's retreating figure. "Obito, quickly contact Sensei Minato," Rin urged, supporting the injured ninja. "All right." Obito threw a kunai, its end tied with an explosive tag, which detonated in a thunderous explosion overhead. Minato, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. Obito. Meanwhile, enemy ninjas leapt from branch to branch, but soon halted as they spotted a familiar figure, Kakashi standing on a tree, short blade in hand, facing them alone. "Kid, do you think you could take us on by yourself?" The enemy ninja mocked as they landed. The mission must be completed. Kakashi stated coldly, drawing his blade. Go. With a command, the enemy surged towards Kakashi. The scene shifted. Obito, have you found Kakashi? Minato descended from the sky, asking anxiously. Kakashi charged into the enemy ranks to retrieve the scroll. Obito replied, his worry evident. Kakashi. Minato's forehead glistened with sweat as he hurried towards Kakashi's location. The scene transitioned once more, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The clash of cold weapons echoed continuously. Kakashi, wielding a short blade, swiftly vanquished the enemy ninjas. However, the foes adopted a strategy of attrition, denying Kakashi a moment's respite. Take this, exclaimed an enemy ninja as he formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. But Kakashi swiftly pierced his heart with the blade, denying him any chance to evade. Don't let him escape. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, the impaled ninja pointed towards Kakashi in the distance. Senju Tobirama remarked, this boy named Kakashi is quite remarkable. At merely 12 years old, he can restrain so many ninjas. To have such strength at 12, commented the fourth Kazekage, Raza, is this what they call a genius? Indeed, a worthy rival for my lifetime. Kakashi, prepare yourself. Mato Guy exclaimed. I do not wish to fight today, you fool, Kakashi retorted. A mist ninja observed, I can't shake the feeling that this Mato Guy resembles a fool. Do not speak ill. He is, after all, a J-nin, another mist ninja countered. Are you jesting? Merely excelling in taijutsu and calling oneself a J-nin? A sand ninja scoffed. Why can't one who excels only in taijutsu be a J-nin? Mato Guy defended passionately. Guy, ignore those who lack understanding. Steadfastly pursue your youthful path. Mato Guy declared. Father, I understand now. Let youth blaze brightly, exclaimed Mato Guy. Truly worthy of the title, Teacher Guy. Lee Rock cheered. Could you two be any more serious? You're making me embarrassed. Tenten interjected. You'll get used to it, Niji Hyuga commented. The scene continued to unfold. At that moment, countless ninjas leaped to the treetops, hurling shuriken. The projectiles flew rapidly towards Kakashi, whose pupils constricted in a moment of life and death. Spiral flash. Ultra wheel dance. In an instant, Minato Namikaze arrived, launching shuriken and sending the attacking ninja sprawling. Kakashi looked at the familiar figure before him, his pupils narrowing. Minato shook his head and picked up a fallen scroll, questioning, have you truly adhered to your method? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, subsequently avoiding Minato's gaze. The scene shifted, the sun shining upon the desolate landscape. The mission had finally reached its conclusion. Minato handed the scroll to the ninja, who expressed heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for saving me. The yellow flash of Konoha, until we meet again. Farewell, let us depart, Minato gently addressed his students. The camera transitioned again, revealing Team 7 traversing the treetops. Teacher, is the true mission this formidable? Rin gazed at Minato with concern. Of course, it will not be easy, Minato replied, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. However, the secret scroll has finally arrived. Indeed, Minato affirmed. Mission accomplished, Obito exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps, Kakashi responded coldly. Perhaps? What do you mean? Obito questioned, perplexed. You just mentioned, Kakashi interrupted, recalling the scene. Thank you for saving me, the grateful ninja had said. If the mission were truly complete, he should have presented the secret letter, not his life, Kakashi stated coldly. What do you mean? Obito inquired, even more confused. The scroll in his possession was blank. We were merely a decoy, while the real secret scroll was delivered by another team. This was why they assigned Minato-sensei a C-rank mission, Kakashi elucidated. With a ninja like Minato-sensei escorting us, our mission seemed authentic. Kakashi expressed his disappointment. When did you come to this realization? Obito asked, his pupils constricting. The moment I discovered the first false scroll, I had a premonition. Yet you still fought fiercely for a potentially false scroll? This is a mission. My principles dictate such. Kakashi coldly interrupted. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, remarked, I waited in vain, thinking it was Danzo's doing. Indeed, I initially believed it was Danzo's machination, only to find it was not. I am somewhat disappointed, Tsuchikage Inoki admitted. I share the sentiment. I too was foolishly hopeful, Danzo Shimura retorted. No, do not place all the blame on me. Are you all out of your minds? Uchiha Itachi exclaimed. Danzo, you have the audacity to speak? I am utterly disgusted. Uchiha Inuzuka added. Everyone, please be quiet, Uchiha Kagami interjected. Asuma Sarutobi remarked, difficult to assess. I could not hold back. As soon as Danzo appeared from Konoha, everyone focused their attacks on him. The second Tsuchikage observed. Danzo is a vile creature, and I will accept no rebuttal. Yahiko declared. A beast indeed, Danzo. Nagato echoed. Since everyone is cursing Danzo, I shall join in. Danzo, you are a disgrace. Deidara added. In Konoha, Danzo observed the onslaught of accusations directed at him. His expression one of disbelief. These individuals know nothing. I acted to protect Konoha. Senju Tobarama inquired, Hiruzen, what transpired in Konoha during my absence? Teacher, Konoha is currently faring well, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. Let us continue to watch, Danzo suggested as the video continued to play. That night, a chilling wind swept through. Minato and Obito sat upon a stone, gazing at the luminous moonlight. Obito, I wish to share something with you, Minato said gently, looking at Obito. What is it? Obito replied, momentarily confused. Kakashi's father was a revered genius ninja, known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. White Fang. So that was that person. Obito's pupils constricted as he recalled past events. Yet Kakashi has never mentioned this to me, Obito continued, glancing at the serious expression on Minato's face, hesitating to speak further. He was exceptional, and everyone in the village, including Kakashi, held him in great respect, Minato stated, shaking his head gently. Until that incident occurred. What incident? Obito asked curiously. Perhaps I should not divulge this information without permission, but as Kakashi's teammate, I feel you should be aware, Minato sighed. What exactly happened? Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, took his own life due to the burden of responsibility placed upon him, Minato struggled to convey. Obito was left in shock. 5 years prior, while executing a classified mission. As the team leader, he infiltrated enemy territory and faced 2 choices, complete the mission or save his comrades. Minato gazed at the moonlight, his expression complex. According to village regulations, abandoning a mission was strictly prohibited. However, he chose to prioritize the lives of his comrades over the mission. Consequently, the Land of Fire and his fellow villagers blamed him for the grave losses incurred. Ultimately, even the comrades he had saved began to condemn him. Watergate continued, expressing the profound emotional and psychological wounds inflicted upon him, ultimately leading to his choice of self-destruction. At this point, his expression grew increasingly complex. Since then, Kakashi refrained from mentioning his father and became exceptionally stubborn in adhering to the rules. Watergate lowered his head, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Kakashi. Obito, I hope you can somewhat understand him. Kakashi bears no malice. Obito fell into silence upon hearing this. The question lingered, which holds greater significance, mission or comradeship? Senju Hashirama stated, to forsake a mission in order to protect a comrade is the hallmark of an exceptional ninja. Senju Tobarama countered, brother, nothing is absolute. The Umbu of the Mist Village remarked, his choice to protect a comrade led to mission failure, severely impacting the village's economy. Such behavior is foolish. An elite ninja from the Rock Village commented, it's hard to say, but I support the actions of Konoha's White Fang. Chio scoffed, humph. Konoha's White Fang met his deserved end. Naruto interjected, silence. Senior White Fang sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. You have no right to judge him. Kakashi then called out, Naruto. Chio responded, Do you believe White Fang was justified? He killed my daughter-in-law and son. What right does he have to live freely? Naruto questioned, did that really happen? The 4th Kazekage, Raza, stated, perspectives differ, and so do stances. Senju Hashirama recalled, did I not assign you the tailed beasts? Why then did you initiate war? Uchiha Madara retorted, Hashirama, I have told you before, your ideals are too naive. Peace in the ninja world is unattainable. Boruto asked, is this the tale of that era? Sutsuki Kinshiki scoffed, the ninja world is utterly foolish. Indra suggested, let us continue watching the video. The scene on the video unfolded further. Kakashi stepped onto the water's surface, causing ripples to emanate. At that moment, everyone halted in their tracks. A multitude of bamboo suddenly descended from above, hurtling towards them. Fire style, Great fireball technique. Obito gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals. Immediately, a searing fireball erupted from his mouth, extinguishing the descending traps one by one. The bamboo was charred by the flames, falling onto the water's surface, which began to heat up, releasing steam. At this moment, a ninja concealed in the shadows, wielding a long blade, rushed forth. Kakashi swiftly unsheathed his sword, displaying remarkable agility. Just then, Rin's desperate scream echoed. Both Obito and Kakashi froze, anxiously turning back. An Iwagakure ninja held Rin in one arm, his gaze icy. "This girl is coming with me. Stop right there." Kakashi attempted to advance, but the ninja vanished in a puff of smoke. "You bastard!" Obito urgently pursued. "Obito, don't chase!" Kakashi shouted in panic. Obito gritted his teeth and halted in his tracks. Above, a single bamboo leaf drifted down, landing on the water's surface and creating ripples. "What did you say?" Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. "We must continue with our mission," Kakashi replied, his eyes cold. "Do you even realize what you are saying?" Obito remained perplexed. As a ninja, even if it means sacrificing comrades, one must complete the mission. Kakashi responded icily. "That is the rule. Are you willing to easily abandon your comrades in the name of a mission?" Obito furrowed his brow, striking Kakashi with a punch. Kakashi staggered back, his sleeve caught tightly by Obito. "You truly understand nothing." Obito clenched his fist, then slowly relaxed, shooting Kakashi a glare before turning away. "What fate awaits those who break the rules?" Kakashi coldly watched Obito's retreating figure. "I know what you wish to convey. I believe White Fang is the true hero," Obito said, not looking back, his voice low. Kakashi's pupils constricted. The cold wind swept past, and Kakashi's heart trembled. In the world of shinobi, those who break the rules are deemed worthless. Yet Obito paused, turning to Kakashi with a resolute gaze. Those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than worthless. With that, Obito turned away, while Kakashi mirrored his action, both walking in opposite directions. "Sakura!" exclaimed Haruno Sakura. "Isn't that what Kakashi-sensei told us?" Uchiha Sasuke noted. "So, the dear friend Kakashi-sensei mentioned refers to Obito." Naruto affirmed, "Absolutely. No wonder he is Uncle Obito." Obito interjected. Kakashi asked Obito, "How are you faring in the Pure Land?" Obito replied, "Worthless Kakashi." Kakashi lamented, "Obito, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Rin." Nohara Rin stated Obito. The circumstances were quite exceptional at that time. Uzumaki Kushina interjected, "Let us not dwell on that for now." Uzumaki Kushina continued, "Naruto, my little one, how have you been?" Naruto replied, "I'm doing exceptionally well. Hokage Grandpa gives me pocket money every month." Uzumaki Kushina responded, "That's good to hear. In the Pure Land." Uzumaki Kushina listened to Naruto's words, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that the third Hokage was indeed taking good care of Naruto. The video continued to play. Found it, Obito stood atop a tree, gazing down at a cave, feeling a sense of relief. However, in that instant, he sensed a chilling breeze at his back, causing his pupils to constrict. With a swift motion, a glimmering blade darted past from behind. Kakashi had repelled the ninja, attempting to ambush Obito. The struck ninja inhaled deeply, retreating several steps to leap onto a distant tree. "Kakashi, you!" Obito looked at Kakashi, words unspoken. With silver hair and a chakra blade glowing with white light. The Iwagakure ninja questioned, "Could it be that you are the son of Konoha's White Fang?" Kakashi tightened his grip on the blade, responding coldly, "This is my father's legacy." "Ah, I see. So you're White Fang's son. Then you're of no concern," the Iwagakure ninja declared, forming hand seals and subsequently vanished into thin air. "Where'd he go?" Obito swallowed hard. "Obito, be careful. He may be circling around you." Kakashi suddenly snapped to attention, charging forward, but in his effort to protect Obito, his left eye was slashed. With a soft gasp, blood gushed forth. "My eye!" Kakashi cried, covering his injured left eye as he collapsed to the ground. "Kakashi!" Obi-Wan rushed over anxiously to assist Kakashi, whose eyes were reddened with emotion. "As a ninja, you mustn't weep. I am not dead yet," Kakashi remarked coldly, letting his hand fall, revealing his palm drenched in blood. "Do not let your guard down." Kakashi glared at Obito. "I always boast, but rely on others to save me." However, Obito wiped his eyes, recalling the grandiose words he had spoken to Kakashi before departing. Those who do not cherish their comrades are inferior to trash. He resolved not to let those words remain mere rhetoric. Rising to his feet, he cast a frigid gaze around. At that moment, a chilling wind howled from behind. As a concealed ninja, armed with a kunai, swiftly lunged towards Obito's head, shouting "Die!" Just as the crisis unfolded, a resounding thud echoed. Obi-Wan firmly grasped the kunai and countered decisively, his pupils rapidly spinning into the double Tomo Sharingan. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. No way, did I just see that? This child awakened his eyes for the first time and achieved the double Tomo immediately? Uchiha Tanegashima exclaimed. Incredible. This child is practically invincible. Uchiha Inahoko chimed in, giving a thumbs up. To awaken the Sharingan with double Tomo right away, this child's talent is astounding. Uchiha Izuna remarked. Is it considered genius to awaken the Sharingan with double Tomo on the first try? Asked a member of the Umbu from the Mist Village. That's not genius, it's monstrous. Uchiha Shisui interjected. I never expected Obito to be this formidable, Lin commented. Obito, Kakashi called out. Excuse me, I only awakened a single Tomo on my first try. Does that make me a genius? Uchiha Sasuke inquired. Awakening your eyes is trivial. What matters is the growth that follows. How old are you this year? Indra asked. 12. Sasuke replied. Ah, Indra acknowledged. There's ample room for improvement, Ashura added, giving a thumbs up. Huh? Sasuke reacted with confusion. It's not bad. I think I only had the kaleidoscope when I was 12, Uchiha Shisui commented. Sasuke, don't worry. Just work hard in the future. What is your current strength? Uchiha Madara asked. Thank you, Lord Madara. I suppose I am a Chunin now, Sasuke answered. A 12-year-old Chunin? Madara queried. Yes, I think that's acceptable, Sasuke replied. Good grief. You've only reached Chunin status at this age? Madara exclaimed. Huh? Sasuke was taken aback. I never expected members of the Uchiha clan could be such fools. Uchiha Kagami scoffed. The scene in the video continued. Why? You shouldn't be able to see me. The Iwagakure ninja, who had been struck, stared in disbelief at Obito, whose form gradually became visible. Obito, you... Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. Obito stood before him, gripping his kunai tightly, having pierced the Iwagakure ninja's abdomen. What is the nature of your eyes? The Iwagakure ninja's forehead glistened with cold sweat. After uttering his last words, he collapsed with a thud. At that moment, Obito's gaze was a crimson hue, akin to blood. Breathing heavily as he gazed upon the fallen enemy's corpse, Kakashi stared at Obito in astonishment. Obito, your eyes? Indeed, it seems to be the Sharingan. I can perceive the flow of chakra and its movements, Obito replied incredulously as he examined his palms. Suddenly, Kakashi clutched his injured eye tightly, letting out a muffled groan. Are you all right, Kakashi? Obito rushed to support him. I'm fine. It seems my left eye is lost. Kakashi shook his head, retrieving a bandage from his pack. I have this bandage that Rin gave me. It will suffice for emergency treatment. We must hurry to save Rin. Kakashi urged Obito. Right? The pair hastily attended to their wounds. In the surrounding forest, the sounds of birds chirping echoed, and the air was eerily cold. The scene shifted to a cave. A ninja from the enemy country tightly grasped Rin's hair, muttering, unexpectedly resilient. Suddenly, footsteps at the cave's entrance interrupted his thoughts. Observing the two boys who entered, the Iwagakure Jonin frowned. Just a bunch of useless brats. Obito cautiously observed Rin, noting, Rin's chakra flow is chaotic and differs from ours. She must have fallen under a genjutsu. They seem eager to extract information. This is not an ordinary child, Kakashi remarked coldly. I've crossed paths with him once. He moves swiftly, so be cautious. Kakashi warned again. Understood. At that moment, the enemy ninja suddenly vanished from sight. The two boys simultaneously grasped their blades and charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All three vanished in an instant. There's no way I can lose. I'll eat if I win. Haiden declared. Right? Haiden's not wrong. Deidara added. Can you two idiots be quiet? Sasori snapped. The video continued to unfold. A blur passed through the air, and the sounds of steel clashing echoed relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Obito and Kakashi gripped their blades tightly, striking at the enemy. Yet, the adversaries were not to be trifled with. They consistently anticipated their moves and evaded, swiftly countering with their kunai. With a resounding crash, Obito intercepted the incoming attacks with his kunai, creating a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, Kakashi ducked as a flying dagger whizzed past, several strands of his white hair drifting to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi continued to engage the enemy. Bang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions as Kakashi and Obito charged forward, but each time they were on the verge of landing a hit, the enemy would vanish like a phantom. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind swept by, and Obito focused intently as the enemy prepared to strike him with a sword. He suddenly bent low, allowing Kakashi to dart past him. To his surprise, the enemy smirked, revealing a deliberate opening. Obito's pupils constricted as he decisively extended his hands to block the enemy's head. Kakashi then descended from above, swinging his blade down towards the enemy's head before firmly placing a foot on the enemy's shoulder. With a thud, the enemy collapsed, eyes rolling back in defeat. At this moment, Kakashi and Obito swiftly rushed to Rin's side. She was bound to a wooden post, her consciousness hazy. Release. Kakashi performed a hand seal. Shortly, Rin awoke. Kakashi, Obito, she gasped, surprised to see the two boys before her. We came to rescue you, Rin. You're safe now. Obito panted. All right, let us retreat for now. Kakashi released Rin from her restraints. She staggered to her feet, realization dawning upon her. It was indeed a commendable collaboration. The enemy, who had fallen to the ground, slowly began to rise. However, you are ultimately just children. Now, you find yourselves under the enemy's control. At this moment, the Jonin from Iwagakure slowly formed hand seals, declaring Earth-style, rock collapse. The enemy suddenly slammed their palm onto the ground, causing a transformation within the cave. A multitude of stones plummeted from above, and the ground began to tremble. Not good. Run towards the exit, Kakashi exclaimed, his pupils contracting at the sight. The three dashed towards the exit, the glimmer of white light gradually diminishing. Smoke enveloped their surroundings, obscuring their vision of one another. From above, a small stone fell, striking Kakashi on the head. Kakashi! Rin cried anxiously, turning to see him on the ground. Obito rushed over, lifting Kakashi into his arms, but upon looking up, he saw the stones descending rapidly. With no other choice, Obito hastily tossed Kakashi aside. With a resounding crash, the entire cave was buried under the cascading stones. Although it was a rare source of intelligence, there was nothing more to be done. A smirk played upon the enemy's lips. Senju Tobirama remarked, Obito is truly remarkable. He is willing to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, this embodies the true will of fire. You all should learn from Obito. Nara Shikamaru commented, Obito, the hero, should forever be remembered by the village hidden in the leaves. A civilian from Konoha mused, it seems there are normal individuals even within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi stated, Obito is indeed a model for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui remarked, I have always believed that Obito is filial. He will surely achieve greatness. What a pity. Uchiha Sasuke declared, Obito, I must learn more from you. Rest assured, I will kill Itachi and avenge our clan. In the cave, Obito stared at the messages in the chat group, feeling perplexed. If the video continued playing, wouldn't his and Madara's plans be exposed? Uchiha Obito messaged Madara. What should we do next? Madara replied, doesn't Nagato possess the Rinnegan? Hurry and have Black Zetsu control him to revive me. Obito's eyes flashed with coldness upon reading Madara's message. Revive you? How naive. Obito was unwilling to resurrect Madara, especially since a curse mark was inscribed upon his chest. With a mere thought from Madara, he could be controlled at will. He had no desire to become a puppet. It seemed the plan needed to be expedited. Obito exited the cave, gazing at the ominous clouds above, his expression icy. In the Pure Land, Madara observed Obito, puzzled by the lack of a response, yet he did not probe further. Perhaps Obito was preoccupied with executing their plan. The thought of his imminent revival made Madara unable to suppress a soft hum. Kakashi asked, Obito, why are you silent? Rin echoed, exactly. Uchiha Obito responded, useless Kakashi. What more can I say? Minato Namikaze suggested, let us continue watching the video for now. Senju Tobirama interjected, something feels off. Senju Hashirama questioned. Oh, come on. Are you overthinking this? Senju Tobarama insisted. My instincts tell me that this Obito might still be alive. Uchiha Itachi retorted. If you detest our Uchiha clan, just say it plainly. There's no need for sarcasm. Uchiha Shisui added, Tobarama, you've really lost it, thumbs up. The video continued to unfold. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing that Kakashi and Rin had escaped unharmed. Are you alright, Rin? Kakashi? A weak voice emerged from the crevice of the stones. Kakashi, groggy, opened his eyes and, upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils dilated in shock. Obito! Rin gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with fear. Kakashi struggled to his feet and approached Obito, attempting to push the massive stone pinning him down. However, the boulder was too heavy, and Kakashi could not budge it. Stop it, Kakashi! I can't hold on any longer, Obito weakly uttered. The right side of my body is practically crushed. I can't even feel it. Obito gazed at Kakashi, who was desperately trying to push the stone, and added with self-deprecation, Damn it. Kakashi clenched his fists in anger, striking the stone in frustration. Why is this happening? Rin looked at the weakened Obito, her eyes reddening with tears. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from Obito's lips. Uchiha Shisui remarked, Tobarama, what is this? Minato Namikaze lamented. If I had been there, this wouldn't have happened. Senju Tobarama insisted. Something is amiss. This Obito might still be alive. Uchiha Shisui exclaimed, What nonsense! The Obito in the video is pinned down by stones. If he survives this, I'll eat my words. Uchiha Itachi added, If Obito is still alive, I'll eat my words too. The unfolding scene continued. Damn it, damn it. Kakashi clenched his fists in rage, yet they fell helplessly to the ground. If I had listened to you from the start and saved Rin with you, this wouldn't have happened. Kakashi wept bitterly. At that moment, Rin approached, her face etched with worry as she looked at Obito. What captain? What jonin? Kakashi muttered mournfully. By the way, I forgot, Obito's weak voice emerged from the rock crevice. Both paused, their pupils narrowing slightly. I'm the only one who didn't give you a gift to celebrate your promotion to jonin, Kakashi. A faint, weak smile crept across Obito's face. What should I give you? I've thought it over carefully, and now I've made my decision. Obito weakly stated. Kneeling on the ground, Kakashi gazed at him in despair. What? Don't look at me like that. It's futile. I intend to give you my Sharingan. The gaze of Obito gradually dulled. Upon hearing these words, Rin and Kakashi were plunged into shock. At that moment, the scene split in two, showcasing the faces of Kakashi and Obito. Regardless of what the villagers may say, you are an exceptionally skilled jonin. This is my sentiment. Please accept this gift. Obito weakly uttered. Rin, with the medical ninjutsu, transplant my Sharingan along with the optic nerve into Kakashi's left eye, Obito instructed, gazing at the tearful Rin. Kakashi, come over here. We shall commence shortly. Rin wiped her tears, her nose slightly reddened, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. I am nearing death, yet I can become your eyes. To behold the world that lies ahead, Obito strained to convey, addressing Kakashi before him. Uchiha Sasuke remarked, So this is how Kakashi-sensei acquired his Sharingan. Haruno Sakura lamented, Oh, this is so moving. Uzumaki Naruto commented, Uncle Obito is truly warm-hearted, caring for his friends even at the brink of death. Senju Tobarama interjected, No. Based on my years of experience, Obito is undoubtedly still alive. He may very well be plotting something. Senju Hashirama questioned, What makes you think so? Tobarama asserted, Simply because he belongs to the malevolent Uchiha clan, my instincts are infallible. Uchiha Itachi retorted, Your baseless claims are tiresome. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own demise. Uchiha Izuna chimed in, Excellent. It appears we have a savior in the form of the Egyptian pharaoh. Uchiha Fugaku reprimanded, Second Hokage, as a public figure. It is rather inappropriate to insult the martyrs of my clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred. Indeed, Sensei, you might be mistaken. Tobarama insisted. My analysis cannot be erroneous. Uzumaki Mito sighed. Tobarama, your stubbornness is overwhelming. Uchiha Taijima suggested. In that case, let us continue watching. If Obito truly dies, I hope a certain white-haired individual will apologize to the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama scoffed. My son does not make mistakes. The wicked Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna declared. The cunning Senju clan. This is all you will amount to in your lifetime. The video continued to play. At this moment, a jonin from Iwagakure was seated, replenishing his water supply. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the ruins behind him, sending plumes of smoke into the air. The enemy ninja froze, then turned to gaze at the billowing smoke. From within, a young boy emerged slowly, his countenance shadowed by an unspoken fury. What a nuisance. I never expected you to still be alive, the enemy ninja taunted, his gaze fixated on Kakashi's left eye, which was streaming with tears. But you remain just a child. Why are you crying, ninja? The enemy ninja scanned the area, ensuring no ambush lay in wait, before looking back at Kakashi. Come on, crybaby, let us settle this. The jonin from Iwagakure regarded Kakashi with disdain. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Kakashi's disheveled hair fluttered in the wind. He struggled to open his eyes, and his left eye rapidly transformed into the shape of two tomo. The enemy was taken aback, their pupils constricting as they scrutinized Kakashi with newfound seriousness. Kakashi stood elevated, staring down at his adversary. That boy seems different from before, the enemy thought, gritting their teeth in anxiety. At that moment, the camera shifted. Within the ruins, the near-death Obito displayed his frail form, with Rin crouching beside him. Kakashi, I entrust Rin to you, Obito uttered, his eyes tightly shut. Understood, Kakashi replied. He slowly extended his hand, unsheathing the short blade from his back with a sharp click. Gripping the hilt tightly, Kakashi glared furiously at the distant enemy, then vanished from sight. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, remarked, impressive. His speed has increased significantly. Terumi may mused, is this what genius looks like? Adapting to the Sharingan in such a short span. The fourth Raikage, questioned, does this Sharingan not have a limit? The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, responded, is there no limit? Perhaps not, considering Kakashi lacks Uchiha blood. The video continued its relentless display. In an instant, Kakashi leaped from the heights. At this moment, the young boy clutched his short blade, diving towards the enemy. The enemy raised their blades in defense, blocking the strike. With a resounding crack, Kakashi's short blade shattered, and the enemy's expression turned taunting. Kakashi glared coldly at him, landing swiftly and forming hand seals with remarkable speed. The enemy suddenly drew a blade from their sleeve, but in a split second, Kakashi unleashed Raikiri. Meanwhile, the short blade that had snapped was plummeting from the sky. Kakashi was betting that this strike would pierce the enemy's chest. The enemy gritted their teeth, staring at the approaching Raikiri, equally wagering everything on this moment. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade plunged into the ground. The scene shifted, revealing Rin gripping Obito's hand, her face etched with anxiety as she gazed upward. Soon, footsteps echoed from the stones. It was the enemy. Rin's heart raced, clutching Obito's hand tightly. Do not panic, Rin, Obito urged weakly, eyes still closed. Just then, Kakashi's silhouette appeared behind the enemy. With a thud, the enemy collapsed to the ground. Kakashi, equally drained, knelt on the earth. Thank goodness Kakashi emerged victorious, Kato Dan remarked. In light of this, it seems a misfortune turned into a blessing, Tsunade noted. Uchiha Izuna speculated. I suppose Obito is about to meet his end. Uchiha Madara cough. Uchiha Obito remained silent. Uchiha Izuna questioned, Brother, what troubles you? Is your throat uncomfortable? The Umbu of Kirigakure expressed. Why do I have an ominous premonition about what is to come? Uchiha Itachi remarked, something feels amiss. Uchiha Sasuke vowed, Itachi, I will surely kill you. Uchiha Itachi retorted, my foolish brother, you are still unworthy of such a feat. Uchiha Sasuke shouted, be silent. I have already attained the two tomo. Uchiha Sarada pondered, is this how father was in his youth? The video continued its relentless display. Kakashi, take Rin and flee this place. Obito's voice gradually faded, becoming increasingly indistinct. The enemy reinforcements are about to arrive. Kakashi's gaze dimmed. Obito. Rin clutched Obito's hand tightly, her face filled with reluctance. Hurry. With the last vestige of strength, Obito broke free from Rin's grasp. Kakashi swiftly reached out, pulling Rin to safety. However, he was instantly taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. He realized that a multitude of enemies were closing in around them. At that moment, countless ninjas from Iwagakure rapidly formed hand seals. Doton, Retsudo Tenkan. They slammed their hands against the ground, causing the earth to shatter violently. Rin, hold on to me, Kakashi urged anxiously. Rin cast a reluctant glance at Obito before ultimately clasping Kakashi's hand. A tremendous explosion echoed as rocks began to cascade down, swiftly burying Obito. Obito! Rin gazed worriedly at the rubble that concealed him. After finally mending her relationship with Kakashi, she regretted not confessing her feelings to him. Obito felt the chilling air around him and chuckled bitterly to himself, as his body was gradually engulfed by the earth. It was as if he were being consumed by the very shell of a tailed beast. I wish I could be with everyone again. The screen suddenly went black. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fierce explosions resounded. Smoke filled the air above the forest. Kakashi struggled to escape with Rin, eventually landing on a tree stump. Rin looked up at the sky, her pupils contracting. Unbeknownst to them, numerous ninjas had surrounded them from a higher vantage point. Kakashi breathed heavily, his anger boiling over. Damn it! He glanced back at Rin, inhaled deeply, and began to form hand seals. Obito, this is the jutsu you helped me perfect. A sound like thousands of birds chirping filled the air as Raikiri rapidly coalesced in Kakashi's hand. Oh, even in this state, you still have the will to fight? One Iwagakure ninja mocked Kakashi. No wonder you could infiltrate enemy lines. You're remarkably resilient, another ninja remarked. Rin, I'll hold him off. Kakashi steadied himself, gripping Raikiri in his right hand and a kunai in his left, scanning the surrounding enemies with vigilance. The first Tsuchikage. Can he truly break through this encirclement? It's unlikely, Inoki replied. But if it's Kakashi, he should be fine, Shikaku asserted. Indeed, Kakashi will undoubtedly prevail, Guy declared. Rest assured, we will emerge victorious, Kakashi vowed. The visuals continued to unfold. But Rin's expression was filled with concern as she gazed at the boy standing before her. Obito entrusted me with this. So even at the cost of my life, I will protect you. Kakashi's eyes remained cold as he stared into the distance at the approaching enemies. Kakashi, Rin hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Obito cares deeply for you and values your life. Kakashi remained silent. Tears welled in Rin's eyes as she looked at the boy before her. Then Kakashi, before Rin could finish, Kakashi interrupted her. I once wanted to abandon you, he stated coldly, his gaze shifting to the descending foes, his expression turning frigid. Run, Rin. The screen went dark and the scene shifted. Am I dead? Kakashi weakly opened his eyes, greeted by the pristine moonlight above. Where is this? He wondered, stunned. Ah, you're awake. A gentle voice resonated. It was Minato. Sensei, why? Kakashi began but faltered. Because the technique on this kunai is my space-time ninjutsu. We performed a time-space jump, Minato explained, producing a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god mark. And the enemies? Kakashi's pupils narrowed. I have dealt with them all, Minato replied with a shake of his head. Rin, where is Rin? Kakashi questioned anxiously. Minato gestured towards a distant figure, and they both fell silent. I'm sorry for not arriving sooner, Kakashi. I have learned everything from Rin, Minato said, his expression filled with regret. At that moment, Rin stood afar, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the full moon, a gentle breeze tousling her hair. What thoughts occupied Rin's mind remained a mystery. The video soon concluded, followed by an aged narration. The Third Great Ninja War, having spanned many years, saw countless unsung heroes sacrifice their lives, while many others emerged as legends. The bridge was destroyed by explosives, and Kakashi stood at the forefront. His expression complex. One was inscribed on the memorial stone, while another, later known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, became widely recognized even in foreign lands. The camera shifted continuously until it finally rested on a gravestone adorned with a bouquet of exquisite flowers. Strange, is it possible that Obito truly perished? Hashirama questioned. Oh, I think you're overthinking it, Tobirama replied. Indeed, brother, You should apologize to Obito at once, Izuna chimed in. No need, Obito interjected. Cough, cough, Madara coughed, seemingly unwell. What's wrong? Are you really that weak, Madara? Deidara teased. What do you mean weak? To me, you're hardly more than half as formidable as Kakuzu, Haiden exclaimed. In the Akatsuki, Kakuzu glared at Haiden and Deidara, his temper flaring as he listened to their banter, wishing to silence them immediately. Have you lost your minds? That is the Reaper of the ninja world. He charges headfirst into battle. By the way, who exactly is this Kakuzu? Does such a character truly exist in the ninja world? The fourth Kazekage queried. He actually defeated the god of shinobi? To me, the god of shinobi is nothing special, the fourth Raikage scoffed. You're all too young to comprehend the weight of the Reaper of the ninja world and the first Hokage, Inoki remarked. TSK, the older one gets. The more one values their life. Inoki, it appears you're no exception, Hanzo teased. No matter what, I'm still better than you coward, Inoki retorted. At one, Kuratsuchi chimed in. Wait, it seems the video isn't finished yet, Minato observed, as the visuals continued. In the dimly lit scene, numerous white Zetsu corpses were visible, while an elderly man sat slumped in a chair, appearing on the verge of death. The camera shifted once more, revealing Obito lying in a bed, his right arm completely severed, replaced with white Zetsu cells. He slowly raised his head, contemplating the two distinctly formed beings before him. How do you feel? Zetsu inquired curiously. Terrible, of course, Obito replied, straining to support himself on one arm as he struggled to rise from the bed. How long have I been here? It feels like an eternity. He gazed at the two figures, realizing they were more accurately described as monsters than humans. Don't worry, you won't have to pay rent. Beside him, Ju mockingly remarked, We were born from the golem. We do not require food, nor do we incur dining expenses. And we certainly do not need to visit the restroom. Afe interjected, his voice raspy and unsettling. However, that does not mean you can equate me with you all. I only have this peculiar thing affixed to my right side. Obito grimaced as he touched his wound on the right side and disdainfully replied, Thanks to it, you are able to survive without sustenance. You should be grateful. Ju grinned with mockery. Indeed, I have no intention of comparing myself with you. You are an emotionless artificial body, while we are synthetic humans. Afe pointed to his head, declaring, I possess emotions. Moreover, I possess a better sense of humor, a richer vocabulary, and a sharper intellect than you, Afe boasted, striking various poses, his words utterly vexatious. Enough. Can you not silence yourselves? Tell me, in what way are you superior to me? Obito angrily retorted. The two exchanged glances before turning to Obito, stating, We are currently monitoring you. Third Raikage, these two resemble jesters. Senju Tobarama, that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that Obito is still alive. Senju Hashirama, it seems so. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, are you truly alive? In a chaotic room within Konoha, Kakashi fixated on the messages in the chat group, his pupils dilating as he excitedly pounded on the keyboard, entirely disregarding the profound implications of Obito's survival. Minato Namikaze, Obito, do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't it be a good thing that Obito is alive? Minato Namikaze, my thoughts are in disarray. I will continue observing for now. Kahakume, I have a feeling that Konoha will soon face rogue ninjas again. Nagato, this hypocritical ninja world is inherently like this. Deidara, damn, why is the person above so annoying? Conan, Deidara, be quiet. Uchiha Itachi, let us continue watching video. The footage continued to roll. You two, speaking in unison, truly infuriates me. Obito rolled his eyes in exasperation. The reason we are here to assist with your rehabilitation is due to the adult's orders to ensure you are restored to a state where you can be commanded by him. Ju said mockingly. Obito, with a resigned expression, gazed towards the elderly figure seated in the distance. To think they would send these two mere puppets to supervise me while he slumbers. He scoffed at the unmoving elder. The surroundings were dim and filled with crevices. Clearly not a suitable place for a human. Everything exuded an aura of eeriness and dread. Senju Hashirama. This elderly figure seems somewhat familiar. Senju Tobarama. Could it be the malevolent Uchiha? Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama. Are you out of your mind? Stop with the constant accusations of evil Uchiha. Senju Tobarama. Humph. My instincts are never wrong. The video persisted. I must escape this place and find Rin and Kakashi. Obito resolved, staring intently at his palm. Where is the exit? He glared at the puppets before him. There is no exit. It has been sealed. The adult commanded us to bring you here and blocked the door with a massive boulder. Afei explained with a smirk. Blocked it completely? Obito's gaze fixated on the boulder sealing the exit, his pupils narrowing. By the way, you kept calling out for Rin in your sleep. Were you hoping to retrieve a bell? Zhu inquired, curiosity piqued. At that moment, Obito's face flushed, cold sweat beading on his forehead, revealing his utter embarrassment. Occasionally, I might have mentioned something about idiots and Kakashi. Zhu muttered to himself. Right, I have said that before. Afei nodded in agreement. What does idiot Kakashi mean? Zhu asked, perplexed. I don't know. Why not ask him directly? Afei gestured towards the better Obito. Hearing this, Obito's face turned an even deeper shade of embarrassment. Did I really say such things? As the two continued their strange banter, it became less of a conversation and more of an odd exchange of sounds, creating an unsettling atmosphere. May I pose a question? Afei raised his hand, feigning innocence as he looked at Obito. Feel free to ask, Obito replied, intrigued by Afei's curiosity. I mean, what does it feel like to need to relieve oneself? Could you provide an analogy? Afei leaned closer, his expression brimming with curiosity. Obito was momentarily stunned by the question. Isn't that Kakashi's issue? Why are you so fixated on this? Is it truly worth getting worked up over? Perhaps I should inquire about Rin and the idiot Kakashi later, Zhu observed, exasperated by Obito's predicament. Especially you, with that circular head. I find you quite irritating. By the way, where have all the other white fellows gone? Obito asked, gazing at Zhu with curiosity. Everyone has gone outside to gather information. Zhu scratched his head and replied teasingly. You can go outside? Obito's pupils constricted again. Because we can move through the earth. Afei jested. Senju Tobarama. Humph. I have deciphered the truth. There is but one reality. If all goes as I suspect, this elder must be Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Madara. Oh, come now, you must be jesting. I distinctly recall piercing Madara's chest. He cannot still be alive. Senju Tobarama. Brother, you are far too naive. Madara must still be alive. I suspect he has employed some form of illusion to deceive you. Anoki. What the hell? Uchiha Madara is still alive. In a Wagakure, Anoki, watching the video, could not help but curse. Kahakume. Isn't it just that Uchiha Madara is alive? Anoki, is it really necessary to be so agitated? Anoki, you are far too young to comprehend the significance of Uchiha Madara. First Reikage, let us continue watching the video. The footage continued to play. What manner of absurdity has confined me in this place? Listening to your nonsensical chatter. Obito lay on the bed, letting out a soft sigh. I apologize. I should not have mentioned your need to relieve yourself. Zhu offered a bow. That isn't what I meant, Obito interjected. It is the things Madara spoke of. What does he mean by cutting off the causal relationship? Madara is far too pedantic. He should not communicate with children in that manner. Afei waved his hand mockingly, succinctly suggesting the idea of abandoning the burdens of reality and escaping into a dream filled with happiness. A dream? Obito was further perplexed. In a dream, everything could bend to one's will. Even the resurrection of the deceased was feasible, Afei jested. Indeed, it involves conjuring a vast dreamscape through illusionary techniques, compelling everyone to enter that realm, or perhaps forcing would be a more appropriate term, and it would entail adopting various bizarre postures for a lifetime. The corners of Obito's eyes twitched slightly as he sighed and collapsed onto the bed. Utterly foolish, I cannot comprehend. With Madara possessing such formidable power, anything is achievable. Yet, he is currently too weak to act, thus necessitating some preparations, Zetsu remarked teasingly. Is that so? I have no interest in such matters, Obito replied, casting a glance at Uchiha Madara, who was slumped in a chair, his expression speechless. On another note, Obito asserted with determination, I must go outside. He looked at the two with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, with one hand, he painstakingly shifted himself down from the bed. I want to be by Rin and Kakashi's side. What? Afei gazed at Obito in confusion. I must restore this body as mobility. Obito stood up, moving slowly away. At that moment, he resembled a person with a disability, using the wall for support, each step a Herculean effort, drenched in cold sweat. Images of his time in Team Minato flooded his mind, with only Rin willing to smile at him. Therefore, he was determined to escape at all costs. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Obito trembled, about to fall. When Zetsu rushed over to catch him, Obito was taken aback, gasping for breath, silently gazing at Zetsu. Yet thoughts of the past continued to echo in his mind. In a room, the walls adorned with Rin's photographs, Hashirama exclaimed, "Madara, what are your true intentions?" To which Madara replied with a scoff, "I have told you, but you would not understand." Tobirama interjected, "As I warned, these malevolent Uchiha cannot be trusted." Izuna defended, "Brother must have his reasons. I believe in him unequivocally." Taijima boasted, "My son, Uchiha Madara, possesses the qualities of a great leader." The fourth Kazekage, Raza, commented, "Wait, I fail to grasp what Madara's plan entails." Minato questioned Obito, "Are you still following Madara's plan?" Rin urged, "Obito, please come back. Madara is deceiving you." Kakashi added solemnly, "Obito, I am truly sorry." Obito retorted, "It's too late for your words." The video continued to play, memories of his childhood flooding his mind, the passage of time unnoticed. Each day he struggled to rise and walk, his frail body slowly growing a new arm. However, he appeared emaciated, compared to the instability of earlier days. He could now walk independently. "Huzzah!" White Zetsu exclaimed, rejoicing at Obito's progress, his heart warmed by the sight. Soon, memories returned. Obito, cradling a picture frame, was about to kiss the image of Rin when he suddenly froze. Finally, he looked up sharply to find Kakashi staring back at him with lifeless eyes. "Huh, I couldn't hold it in when I saw this." Kurenai chuckled. "Wow, this Obito is rather creepy," Sakura remarked. "Kakashi, what a bore. Why are you spying on Obito?" Ino added. "Kakashi-sensei looks rather dull," Hinata observed. Kakashi interrupted. "That's not the point. Obito, are you still alive? May I see you?" "Obito, speak to me," Kakashi urged. Raza commented, "Stop fawning. This Obito is undoubtedly a scoundrel." Suigetsu quipped, "Isn't Kakashi a guy? Could be they're both gay?" Karen speculated. Obito was left bewildered. The video continued. Obito controlled his imperfect arm with precision. He executed several flips, catching wooden objects tossed into the air. Clearly, he had mastered this new body. Childhood memories surged within him, fueling his rehabilitative efforts. Soon, he could walk unaided and even scale walls. Amidst the warm fragments of memory, Obito fell into a trap set by the enemy, blood seeping from his palm. Fearing Rin's concern, he hid his injury behind his back, yet she noticed. "Don't pretend you're fine when you're hurt," she scolded, her gaze disapproving. "I've been watching you all along." Startled awake, Obito clenched his fists. "I've adapted. I will soon see you both, Rin and Kakashi." Hearing the sound of the wall cracking, he stood up, elated. "I just went outside. The situation with Rin and that fool Kakashi is dire." Zetsu exclaimed anxiously. "What has happened?" Obito furrowed his brow. "They're surrounded by Mist Village ninjas." Zetsu shouted urgently. Obito leaped from his bed, unable to control his strength, shattering the bed beneath him. He dashed toward the wall, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the wall fractured like a spider's web, while Obito's arm seemed to liquefy and fall away. Clutching his injured arm, he gasped for breath. "Your current body cannot shatter rock," Zetsu remarked, descending from above. "I must save Rin and Kakashi." Obito gritted his teeth. "Let me borrow your body." Observing the scene, Zetsu transformed swiftly into liquid, enveloping Obito. "Aren't you one of Madara's subordinates? Is this acceptable?" Obito asked, concern etched on his face. "Aren't you trying to rescue Rin and Kakashi?" Zetsu shook his head. Obito tightened his fist and nodded. "Thank you." At that moment, a chilling wind howled through the cave. Obito swung his fist, his heart pounding like thunder, striking the wall with force. The wall shattered, and with a thunderous boom, countless small stones tumbled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Utilizing the power of the magic statue while remaining connected, a remarkable feat indeed. Zetsu observed Obito's actions through the wall, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Kabuto remarked, "I see, things are becoming interesting." Tobirama declared, "Evil Uchiha Madara, you have set this trap to deceive this young man." Uchiha Izuna, the cunning Senju clan. My brother's actions reflect intellect. Could you devise such a scheme? Senju Hashirama, let us not quarrel. Let us continue to watch the video. Madara, why do you treat me thus? Uchiha Madara, did you consider these matters when you stabbed me in the back? Do you comprehend the anguish I endured? Kahaku, Uchiha Sarada, Karatsuchi, what is going on here? Chiyo, I have long heard of the extraordinary relationship between the first Hokage and the Shura of the ninja world. I initially found it hard to believe. Naruto Uzumaki, what does that mean? I don't understand at all. Kushina Uzumaki, cough, little one. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Senju Tobirama, brother, what outrageous words are you all uttering? Senju Hashirama, Madara, I apologize. I truly did not consider it back then. Uchiha Madara, what use is your apology now? It is far too late. Kushina, what is your relationship with one another? Senju Tobirama, sister-in-law, please do not be angry. They merely have misunderstandings. Senju Butsuma, Tobirama, what exactly is the relationship between your elder brother and Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobirama, let us continue to watch the video for now. The footage continues to play. I am quite impressive, am I not? Zetsu remarked, watching as Obito effortlessly shattered the wall. Very well. Obito looked up at the gaping hole, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, perched on a chair and on the brink of death, slowly lifted his head. Are you leaving? Obito did not respond to Madara, but instead forcefully pulled the line embedded in his head. With a soft pop, the tendrils that coiled around Obito's face unfurled, revealing his handsome visage. You saved me, and I am grateful, but I must depart. I have no choice. Obito declared resolutely. You are too hasty. Thanking me now may be premature, Madara remarked, gazing meaningfully at Obito's back. I do not believe I shall return. Obito turned to face Madara, coldly stating, in any case, I have already expressed my gratitude. I am leaving. You will undoubtedly return, at which point I shall accept your true thanks. Madara coldly regarded Obito, an ominous aura emanating from his aging visage. Hey, white guy, where are Rin and Kakashi? Take me to them at once. Obito shouted anxiously. The one attached to you is my clone. Within a certain distance, we can communicate telepathically, and there are other clones spread underground exchanging information, Zetsu quipped. I shall guide you with this. Zetsu manipulated the body affixed to Obito, pointing to his head. Circle? Obito asked, confused. Regardless, let's head outside first. Please. Obito swiftly dashed towards the exit. At this moment, the rocky walls revealed a plethora of scrolls and artifacts belonging to the Uchiha clan. Obito surveyed his surroundings, finding no suitable weapons, and casually donned a black cloak as he hastened into the dark night. Uchiha Taijima, I feel compelled to comment on the abundance of weapons in this cave. You do not take a single one, but merely change your skin. Konoha Ninja, looking good is a lifelong endeavor. The video continued to play. At this moment, Obito obscured his head with a dark hood and ran without pause. What is the situation with Rin and Kakashi now? Obito inquired, worry etched on his face. According to my companions, the situation is quite dire. They mentioned experimental subject from the Mist Village, though I do not fully comprehend. Zetsu replied in a peculiar tone. Experimental subjects? Obito was taken aback, swiftly leaping toward the cliff. In any case, Rin and Kakashi are surrounded by dozens of formidable Jonin and Umbu members. Zetsu answered nonchalantly. Obito leapt from treetop to treetop, propelling himself forward. What is Sensei Minato doing? Who is that? Zetsu inquired. I ask you, what is the yellow flash doing? Obito urged, increasingly anxious. It seems he is undertaking another mission, Zetsu replied with a teasing tone. At that moment, Obito's expression turned furious as memories of what he entrusted to Kakashi flooded his mind. Kakashi, you promised me. Obito recalled Rin's figure. Rin, with her hands clasped behind her back, offered him a sweet smile. Kakashi, you must do everything in your power to protect Rin. Obito quickened his pace. The scenery blurred past him as he hurried forward. I shall arrive soon. I must catch up, Obito thought, growing increasingly anxious. Obito, I suspect a battle is imminent. Before that, I have something to say. Zetsu interrupted Obito's thoughts at an inopportune moment. What do you wish to say? Obito asked, irritation evident in his voice. Your combat capabilities do not surpass mine. Now, my vast form is attached to your battered body, safeguarding you, Zetsu said meaningfully, as if he had more to convey. What exactly do you intend to express? Obito gritted his teeth. I believe it will be better for me to act in your stead during the fight, Zetsu whispered. Madara has also stated that only with complete Sharingan can true power be unleashed. Having Kakashi, who possesses a paired Sharingan with me, on the battlefield ensures that, with our cooperation, we shall undoubtedly prevail over you. Obito continued to sprint. Kakashi and I will certainly protect Rin. Indeed, you now bear the artificial body of Hashirama. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers may yield unprecedented strength, Zetsu taunted. At that moment, Obito leapt to the treetops. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, landing upon his head. Obito halted, bewildered. Why is it suddenly raining? Uchiha Sarada. Under normal circumstances, it should not be raining. Senju Tobarama. This is the work of a jutsu from the Mist Village ninja. Fourth Kazekage Raza. How can you be so certain? Senju Tobarama. No one knows water release better than I. Kahaku. I refuse to accept that. My mastery of water release should surpass yours. Senju Tobarama. Humph. Who is this little girl? Senju Hashirama. Tobarama. This is not the time for debate. What shall we do next? Senju Tobarama. If all goes according to plan, Madara should be dead by now. Senju Hashirama. What do you mean? Senju Tobarama. It is merely a guess, but Madara undoubtedly has contingencies. He must possess other means to resurrect himself from the Pure Land. However, Senju Hashirama. However, what? Senju Tobarama. Obito is no simple character. He is unlikely to easily trust Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. Madara, please do not heed the malicious words of the deceitful Senju. I am unwaveringly loyal to you and would never betray you. Uchiha Madara. Although Tobarama lacks prowess, his eloquence is quite impressive. Uchiha Izuna. Indeed, my brother possesses remarkable foresight. How could he possibly fall prey to another ambush? Senju Hashirama. Why do you use the term another? Uchiha Izuna. Do you take my brother for a fool? He was ambushed once. Would he be foolish enough to allow it to happen again? If he were to be so easily deceived again, I would eat dirt. Kurizetsu. Exactly, Madara. You are unrivaled in this world, and I shall entertain no dissent. Kawaki. This Uchiha Madara is somewhat. Vortex Boruto. What did you say, Kawaki? Vortex Naruto. Young indeed, Madara has not been deceived, and I can vouch for that. Kurizetsu. See, I told you so, Madara. You are indeed the greatest. Uchiha Obito. Madara, you are incredible. Uchiha Madara. Yes, you two keep up the good work. During the Boruto era, Naruto observed the conversations in the chat group, almost bursting into laughter. Haha, Sasuke, look at what these people are saying. He laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, envisioning if this system allowed for future revelations. The hilarity would be boundless. Sasuke, standing nearby, looked at him with disdain. Uchiha Sasuke, young you are such a child dragging behind. Note, the characters from Boruto era are merely observers and cannot participate in answering questions or divulging future information. The video continues to unfold. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated through the distant woods, sending countless droplets cascading into the forest. Initially mistaken for rain, it was Obito, crouched atop a tree, intently focused on the distance, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Over there, Zetsu pointed. Let us go. Obito nodded. At that moment, the evening glow in the sky was gradually obscured by dark clouds, and time seemed to race by. Obito, filled with urgency, swiftly maneuvered through the branches. The distance seemed blurred. In anguish, Obito covered his eyes as a new vision emerged in his mind. A young girl, blood streaming from her mouth, gazing at him in despair. What is happening? Obito shook his head frantically, hastening his pace. The scenery continued to recede, rain mingling with the drops cascading down Obito's face. With a sudden thrust, he parted the grass, and what lay before him was a sight of utter despair. Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, pierced Rin's chest. Kakashi. Rin looked at the boy before her with hopelessness. This scene was transmitted to Obito's mind through Kakashi's Sharingan. Both boys were engulfed in torment, their faces converging. The surroundings transformed abruptly. Rin coughed violently, blood spilling forth as she staggered back. Kakashi instinctively reached out to support her, but shook his head in agony, resolutely withdrawing Raikiri. Blood gushed forth, and Kakashi's mind throbbed painfully, the air resonating with an eerie silence. Everything turned surreal. With a thud, the girl collapsed, and Kakashi stumbled backward. Obito, witnessing the entire ordeal from afar, felt Kakashi's gaze penetrate his consciousness. Drip, drip, drip. Unbeknownst to him, torrential rain began to fall. The distant light swallowed by the encroaching darkness, enveloping the surroundings in gloom. Curse it, he has succeeded. A mist village Jonin shouted anxiously. We worked hard to achieve this. Another Jonin gritted his teeth. Obito lowered his head, breathing heavily. He could not fathom this reality. He refused to accept it. Why had it come to this? In such a dire moment. Where was you? Teacher Minato. Rin. Obito slowly raised his head, the swirling liquid obscuring his face. His right eye spun rapidly, mirroring Kakashi's left. The tomo swirled, forming intricate patterns. Boom! Obito's right eye was bloodshot, and Kakashi collapsed from the overwhelming chakra. Obito gazed upward at the overcast sky, the relentless rain soaking him, as if mocking his ignorance and misfortune. The youth screamed with all his heart, as if declaring his arrival and his thirst for vengeance to the world. Oh! The Umbu and Jonin of the Mist Village were drawn to his cry. Obito staggered, branches sprouting from his back. Who goes there? An Umbu questioned, eyes narrowed with caution. Reinforcements? Fool! It's just him. The surrounding Umbu drew their weapons. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I am quite curious whether this boy, Obito, can truly defeat those Umbu. Fourth Reikage. That remains to be seen. After all, Obito is merely a Chunin. Vortex Rin, Obito run. Don't worry about me. Uchiha Izuna. Humph, you short-sighted fools. Just as Obito awakens the Manjiki Sharingan, you shall witness the true power of our Uchiha clan. Anoki, I am intrigued. What capabilities does Obito's Manjiki Sharingan possess? The video continues to play. At that moment, several Umbu swiftly drew shuriken from their pockets and hurled them toward Obito. Obito stood frozen in place. I do not acknowledge this, Obito murmured, disappointment lacing his tone. Bang! 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 The shuriken, which should have struck Obito, inexplicably passed through his form, embedding themselves in the trees behind him. Everyone was left in shock. The masked boy staggered a few steps. What just happened? The Mist Village Umbu's pupils dilated in shock. How did he evade that? The nearby Umbu wore expressions of bewilderment. I will not admit it. Obito roared skyward, the rain drenching his figure. Bang! Obito stomped the ground, sending a surge of mud into the air as the distant storm transformed into a whirlwind drawn to him. The surroundings rapidly retreated. Obito charged forward, filled with fury. Do not underestimate the village hidden in the mist. In the distance, an Umbu drew his blade, attempting to strike Obito. Obito countered with his arm, striking the Umbu's abdomen. With a squelch, his arm morphed as wooden tendrils pierced through the Umbu's body. The trees twisted and grew wildly, emerging from within him, penetrating the bodies of the surrounding Jonin. Splatter. Blood sprayed across Obito's face. He stepped back, retrieving a root from his pocket, looking down at the Jonin from a superior vantage point. The Jonin of the Mist Village recoiled like spiders. Terror etched on their faces as they gazed at the approaching Obito. Gripping the root with one hand, Obito was poised to strike when three piercing sounds echoed from above. Three Umbu, blades in hand, were ready to plunge them into Obito die. As the pupil of Obito's right eye rapidly spun, a resounding crash echoed as three razor-sharp blades pierced through his body, striking the ground beneath a Jonin. The Jonin cried out in anguish. How could they have missed? The Umbu's pupils constricted sharply. Before they could react, Obito sprang into action, swiftly rotating his body and snapping their necks with a decisive motion. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as comrades fell one after another in the distance. What sort of peculiar technique was that? The Umbu's eyes widened in disbelief. We must at least retrieve that woman and bring her back to the Hidden Mist village. Another Nin shouted anxiously. We cannot allow the enemy to claim her lifeless body. Hearing their cries, Obito spotted several ninjas rushing toward Rin's corpse. With his legs bent, the youth vanished like an arrow loosed from a bow. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist attempted to strike him down with their blades, but all their attacks met empty air. Is this man truly untouchable? Obito broke through the encirclement, snapping off a branch from a nearby tree and hurling it at the distant ninjas. The branch struck true, sending the Nin careening backward to the ground. With swift hand seals, Obito commanded the trees to grow wildly within the Nin's body. Suddenly unleashing the wood release technique, he caught the attention of those around him. Obito, I finally understand why Lord Madara chose you. The terrified expression of the Nin receded in Obito's sight. Bang! Obito shattered the Nin's waist, pinning him mercilessly to the ground. Senju Tobirama remarked, "Is this the power of Obito's Sharingan?" Akatsuki's Kuratsuchi asked, "Why has this Obito suddenly become so formidable?" A Nin from the Hidden Mist chimed in. "Indeed, I'm curious too. I lay on the ground, only to be stabbed to death by my 3 teammates." Senju Tobirama explained, "The Uchiha clan is known as the clan of love. Their emotional turmoil can awaken their Sharingan through the manifestation of Dark Chakra. The abilities of the Sharingan correspond to their innermost feelings. This Obito likely awakened the power of intangibility due to his unwillingness to face reality." Orochimaru interjected, "That seems somewhat unreasonable. If it were merely intangibility, it wouldn't accurately reflect his mental state at that moment." Senju Tobirama conceded, "You are correct. Therefore, I speculate that his ability may involve 2 separate spaces, allowing him to retain his physical form in one while achieving intangibility in the other." Namake's Minato remarked, "I see now. Obito wished to escape reality, which led to the awakening of this Sharingan ability." Fourth Raikage exclaimed, "I don't quite follow." So, in simpler terms, Obito can effortlessly shift himself to another dimension? Senju Tobirama confirmed, "Precisely." Uchiha Izuna scoffed. "Humph, the cunning Senju clan spins yet another tale. Who knows the Uchiha better, you or I? I can't discern any special ability in Obito." Senju Tobirama retorted, "The foolish Uchiha is indeed like that." Uchiha Madara interjected, "Oh, ignore this fool. Let us continue watching the video." Uchiha Izuna replied, "Very well, brother." The images on the screen continued to unfold. With a sickening crack, Obito directly twisted the Nin's spine, the sound chilling to the bone. Grabbing hold of his head, Obito shattered the mask, revealing a face filled with panic and terror. Consumed by rage, Obito's breathing grew increasingly labored. He hoisted the Nin's head aloft and forcefully slammed it into the ground, his fists raining blows upon the Nin's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing Obito crimson. The surrounding ninjas from the Hidden Mist stood in stunned silence, witnessing the gruesome scene. Rain poured relentlessly from above. Who on earth is this man? One ninja thought, eyes wide with fear as they gazed at Obito. Slowly, Obito turned his head, his hollow eyes brimming with despair. Those he fixated upon instinctively recoiled, an icy dread washing over them. In the distance, the youth rose to his feet. The Umbu around him retreated several steps once more. With a sudden burst, trees erupted from Obito's shoulder, piercing through all nearby ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, the rain-soaked night gradually transformed into a vivid crimson hue, lending the scene an eerie and surreal quality. The air was filled with anguished cries, wails, and pleas for mercy. Massive branches ensnared all the corpses, staining the ground with blood. I understand now. Obito's gaze turned frenzied as he shook his head, his breathing increasingly erratic. He stared into the blood pooling on the ground, his reflection staring back. I comprehend it now. Obito's mask slipped away, revealing a visage contorted in agony. This is hell. The surroundings were drenched in a sea of blood, instilling terror. The first Sachikage remarked, "Is it necessary to be this dramatic? That boy seems scarcely 12 years old." The third Kazekage commented, "To reach such heights at the age of 12 is truly a prodigious talent." A J. Nin from Sunagakure added, "Who is it that claimed Obito was the weak link?" A CH Nin from Awagakure retorted, "Those who asserted that Obito was the weak link have been thoroughly proven wrong." 10 mused. "For some reason, it's quite terrifying to watch." Noki commented, "Speaking of which, is this would release technique Obito's, or does it belong to the first Hokage?" Senju Hashirama replied, "Uchiha Obito, your thoughts are too radical. The world is not solely darkness, young man." Uchiha Obito declared, "My mind is made up. I apologize, but the causal ties of this world shall be severed by me." Nohara Rin cried, "Obito!" Namake's Minato urged, "Obito, you have strayed from the path." Hatake Kakashi pleaded, "Uchiha Obito, this is my fault. I failed to protect Rin. Please return. I am willing to bear your burdens." Kakashi continued, "Whatever punishment you wish to bestow upon me, I shall accept. I implore you." Uchiha Obito replied, "I am truly sorry, but I can no longer turn back." Senju Tobarama scoffed, "Humph, the wicked Uchiha brat deserves to be sent to work in the cotton fields." The video continued to play. Obito stood amidst the pool of blood, surrounded by corpses. The rain continued to fall from above, mingling with blood, rendering it impossible to distinguish between rain and crimson liquid. Obito trudged forward, lost in silence. The longer he lived, the more he felt that reality was filled solely with anguish, pain, and solitude. The voice of Uchiha Madara echoed within his mind. Once, Obito believed Madara to be a relic of the past, an old man. He now realized that his perspective had been correct all along. Why must the world be rife with suffering? Why must the weak be oppressed? Is this not unjust? Why? Injustice and grievance surged within Obito's heart. The aged voice of Madara echoed in his mind. Listen carefully. All things are thus. Where there is light, there must be shadow. This is the law of cause and effect, inseparable. As Obito walked, he beheld Kakashi lying on the ground, his gaze once again falling into silence. By conventional reasoning, he said, lips tightly pressed together, his face shrouded in shadow as he stepped over Kakashi's body and continued onward. This was the act of abandoning the troubles of reality, fleeing into a dream of happiness. The voice of Black Zetsu resounded in his mind. The youth finally reached the side of Rin's lifeless form. A gaping wound marred her chest, a stark emptiness. Clenching his teeth, Obito trembled as he reached out to touch her, only for his arm to pass through her body. Failing to make contact with her skin, terror gripped him as he withdrew his hand, his expression contorted like that of a child. He had thought himself capable of enduring all, yet he found himself mistaken. Obito stretched out his hand once more, this time finally making contact with Rin's neck. Because this is a dream, everything can be as one wishes, Madara's voice echoed. Obito wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Even bringing the dead back to life can be accomplished, he choked out, clutching Rin tightly, burying his pain deep within. I shall create a world where only victors, peace, and love exist, Obito whispered, cradling Rin's head, his face lowered beside hers. Rin, I wish to forge a world in which you exist. At this moment, Obito's reputation remained relatively untarnished, for he had not slain any from the Leaf Village. Tenten remarked, it is hard to imagine the depth of Obito's pain at this time. Ino observed, seeing Obito powerless before his beloved truly tugs at my heart. Kakashi spoke softly, Obito, I am sorry. Obito retorted, Kakashi, your apologies are of no consequence now. Tobarama urged, Obito, listen to my counsel. Madara is certainly deceiving you. He is not a good person. Madara scoffed. The cunning Senju clan is weaving lies once more. Hashirama interjected, Madara. Kurenai protested. I vehemently oppose this. The Leaf Village has slain numerous elite ninjas from the Mist Village. Compensation must be rendered. Chio concurred. I support the demands of the Mist Village. The fourth Reikage huffed. Humph. The Mist Village only exploits the sacrifices of others, feasting on the blood of innocents. Anoki declared, I shall remain neutral. Hanzo of the Salamander insisted, I demand reparations from the Leaf Village for the land of rain. Hashirama questioned. I do not comprehend. Though all have suffered loss, why do we only consider ourselves? Madara retorted, Humph, Hashirama, you are far too naive. I have previously stated, only by unifying the shinobi world can true peace be attained. Itachi remarked, such is the nature of war, lamentable. Sasuke shot back, lamentable, you say? Itachi, wait for me. I shall avenge our clan. Itachi replied, my foolish little brother, your strength is still far too weak. Flee, escape to a place where I cannot see you. The video continued to unfold. Night had fallen, and the cold wind blew incessantly. Obito clutched Rin's corpse tightly, slowly turning his head to gaze at Kakashi, who lay in a pool of blood. I shall sever the ties of cause and effect in this world. Obito's gaze grew ever colder. The scene shifted to a dark cave. This is the purpose of my return, Obito declared, fixing his icy stare upon Madara and Black Zetsu, who sat in a wheelchair. Madara regarded the youth before him with a cold snort, displaying a hint of arrogance. No one else saw, did they? Only I saw, Obito affirmed. He eliminated all enemies. Thus there are no issues. Zetsu responded mockingly. He simply did not wish to harm Kakashi. Yet Kakashi saw nothing. When reinforcement from the Leaf arrived, Kakashi was still shouting, who took out the enemy? Zetsu continued, to jest. Madara looked up at Obito with a meaningful gaze, disappointment lacing his tone. Are you reluctant to strike down a former comrade? No, I simply no longer care. Whether that guy is alive or not is of no concern to me, Obito shrugged. Madara scrutinized Obito closely, and the air fell silent. In a world I'm about to create, there will be Kakashi and there will be Rin. Obito leaned against his right eye, fixated on Uchiha Madara. Tell me, how can I create the world of my dreams, Madara? Obito's gaze remained cold. No need for apologies. Come forth, Madara said with a hint of smile. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. At this moment, Obito began to walk slowly into the distance, his black robe fluttering gently in the breeze. Look into my eyes, Madara cast an illusion upon Obito. With a sudden bang, Obito regained his senses, finding himself in a realm of white. This is my illusion space. Though it is still blank, I can project my will to create and control everything, as long as I connect to the golem and harness its power, Madara explained softly to Obito. Tobirama interjected. I see. So you intend to employ this method to initiate an illusion? How naive. Can your chakra sustain such an endeavor? Izuna scoffed. Humph. White-haired Senju, cease your clamor. You are merely envious of my elder brother. Madara remarked. Izuna, I have already blacklisted this Tobirama fellow. You should do the same. Izuna responded, understood. Tobirama muttered. Mito exclaimed, Madara, regardless of the method, it is impossible for this to be realized. Covering the entire shinobi world would demand an excessive amount of chakra. Boruto, as a youth, suggested, there is still a solution. Simply become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Tobirama agreed. Indeed, that is precisely what I was about to say. Tsunade proposed. If that is the case, we should gather the tailed beasts from each village, monitor them strictly, and the shinobi world would attain peace, would it not? Inoki scoffed. You speak so lightly. Where we gather the tailed beasts. What basis do we have for mutual trust? Let us not forget, we are all enemies. Tsunade retorted. Obito asserted, I will sever the ties of the shinobi world, plunging all into an illusion. Kagaya warned, your ideas are far too naive. I will not allow you to succeed. A Leaf Village civilian exclaimed. What the hell, the Sage of Six Paths? A Sand Village genin gasped. What the hell? Fairy tales really do exist? Uchiha Tenka remarked in surprise. The video continued to unfold. Regardless of size, it could be accomplished. Madara slowly raised his palm, his aged visage instantly transforming into one of striking youthfulness. Just like this, he stated. Obito stood in astonishment. To create the most ideal world with this illusion, and then cast it upon all of humanity, bringing them within, Madara continued to elucidate. By substituting the moon for this eye, expanding the scale of the tree, the world of dreams shall become reality. You speak with such exaggeration that I find it difficult to comprehend, said Obito, shaking his head. To explain? One must start with the Sage of Six Paths and the Ten Tails, Madara remarked softly. Isn't the Ten Tails a creature of myth? Obito inquired, gazing at the wall that had appeared out of thin air, adorned with obscure and intricate patterns. Myths have their factual basis. The tailed beasts around the world were formed from the divided power of the Ten Tails by the Sage of Six Paths, Madara replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Is there evidence to support such a claim? Obito asked, momentarily taken aback. In the mountains, Ino mused, I never imagined Uchiha Madara was so handsome in his youth. As Madara's aged visage transformed back to his youthful appearance, the group in the chat expressed their astonishment. Indeed, quite dashing, Ten commented. One moment he was an old man. The next he seems like a completely different person, Sakura added. Listening to an elder's tale was quite dull, but now I find myself inexplicably engrossed, Mei remarked. Time is unrelenting. In my youth, I too was quite the charmer, Raza, the fourth Kazekage sighed. Oh please, spare us the boasting, replied Inoki, the second Suchikage. Can Madara's plan truly be realized? The workload seems insurmountable, the third Raikage pondered. In theory, it should be feasible, but the prerequisite is a sufficient chakra supply. Sarada stated. Have you eaten, my dear? Makoto asked. Yes, Grandma. I have eaten, Sarada responded. That's good to hear. How is Sasuke doing on your end? Makoto inquired. I haven't seen much of Dad, Sarada replied. What's going on here? Fugaka questioned. What has happened to Uchiha Sasuke, young? Itachi asked. I'm on a confidential mission and cannot return to the village. My apologies, Sarada, Sasuke replied. It's fine. I've grown accustomed to it, Sarada said. Makoto responded. The video continued to play. Of course there is, Madara answered Obito's question, then tore off his sleeve, revealing a robust chest beneath, but that was not the focal point. A human face adorned his chest. I transplanted it onto the wound. At first, there was no peculiar change until my final moments. Madara lifted his gaze toward Obito, gesturing for him to observe the wall behind them. At that moment, new images illuminated the wall. The scene depicted an elderly man excitedly touching his eyes, his violet irises exuding an overwhelming pressure. The Rinnegan awakened, and simultaneously, a certain seal was released, allowing me to summon the shell of the Ten Tails from a sealing stone. Madara continued to elucidate. The shell of the Ten Tails? Obito echoed, bewildered. I refer to it as the Outer Path Golem. And that sealing stone is what people call the moon, Madara clarified, shaking his head. Afterward, I immediately used the golem as a catalyst to cultivate the cells of Hashirama. The images on the wall shifted continuously, showcasing countless corpses of white Zetsu. Without the powers of Uchiha and Senju, one cannot awaken the Rinnegan, let alone control the Outer Path Golem. Your right half has merged with Hashirama's cells. Even without awakening the Rinnegan, you should be able to manipulate the golem. Madara spoke softly to Obito. I don't quite understand. Could someone explain? Raza asked. To put it simply, Madara bit off a piece of my brother before he died, thus acquiring the Senju cells, Tobirama explained. Madara subsequently employed a forbidden technique of the Uchiha, creating a false death phenomenon. In reality, his true body was concealed in a cave, clinging to life. During this time, he has been recuperating. His prolonged survival likely hinges on Hashirama's cells, Tobirama elaborated. I see. Inoki acknowledged. But how did you deduce all this? Raza queried. No one understands the Uchiha better than I. Tobirama asserted. The cunning Senju is just rambling. Izuna scoffed. These are the conclusions I have drawn, Tobirama reiterated. No wonder you are the second Hokage. I too aspire to become Hokage one day, Sarada declared. Tobirama responded. What did I just hear? Tobirama exclaimed. Sarada Uchiha. What are you saying, young one? Tobirama asked. Tobirama, do you have an issue with my daughter? Sasuke, the young Uchiha, interjected. Let us continue watching the video, Tobirama suggested. The video continued to unfold. Drip, drip, drip. The heavy rain poured down from the heavens. Did you see the eyes of that red-haired man? Jay, mockingly pointed towards Nagato in the distance. Is that the Rinnegan of Madara? Obito asked, donning his hood, his expression cold as he gazed towards Nagato. Those are truly Madara's eyes, secretly transplanted when he was but a child, Jay teased. Nagato is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Besides Madara, he is the only one capable of summoning the Outer Path Golem, Kurizetsu explained in a low, raspy voice. First, according to Madara's plan, we must subdue Nagato. Obito began to walk slowly towards the distance. What do you intend to do? Jeibai inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I'm merely stating the truth, Obito replied coldly. Shouldn't we devise a strategy? Jeibai asked anxiously. No need, Obito asserted, the holes in his mask revealing eyes that spun rapidly. Is it true that Nagato's eyes were transplanted from Madara? Jiraiya questioned. No, that's impossible, Nagato responded. Nagato! Konan spoke, concern etched on her face as she observed Nagato's fluctuating emotions. Konan, allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Nagato sighed heavily, shaking his head. The imagery continued to flow within the video. In the pitch-black cave, Madara said, Obito, I shall impart to you the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, the Six Paths technique and the Yin-Yang release. Madara fixed his gaze on Obito, then pointed to the nearby white Zetsu. Instantly, the left half of white Zetsu transformed into pitch darkness. I have infused my will into it. You may consider half of it as myself, albeit in a degraded form, Madara explained softly. These creations born from Yin-Yang release can be regarded as your pieces on the chessboard. With a single hand sign, Madara unleashed a torrent of roots from the walls. The dark staff represented the embodiment of consciousness, a tool to wield the Six Paths technique. He casually injected the spinal fluid from his back into his body, as memories within his mind began to fade. Obito, hooded, slowly walked into the distance. At this moment, the scene shifted, revealing Uchiha Madara, panting heavily, trembling as he sat in a chair. The camera interlaced between the present and memories. Go, before my rebirth, Madara spoke in a low, hoarse voice. The scene changed again, and Obito approached Nagato and his companions. Who are you? Nagato immediately became alert, scrutinizing the figure before him. Obito lifted his hood, his right eye flickering with the brilliance of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, he proclaimed, impersonating Madara's name, his voice deep and gravelly. Madara? Nagato was taken aback. Obito narrowed his eyes, assessing the three before him. Daring to claim the name Uchiha Madara, are you a criminal or a madman? Yahiko remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is your purpose in approaching us? Nagato demanded, his expression guarded. The Rinnegan, Obito replied coldly. Nagato was momentarily stunned. Guiding the one who awakens the Rinnegan onto the correct path has been our organization's mission since time immemorial. Obito fixed his gaze upon Nagato, his tone frigid. Do you understand my eyes? Nagato looked at Obito in shock. You are the reincarnation of the sage of the Six Paths, who yearns for a stable world. Obito continued to explain to Nagato and his companions. Great ninja villages bask in the sunlight, while small nations languish in the shadows. It is for this reason that you awakened the Rinnegan at this time. Obito gazed at Nagato, his tone intensifying. Deidara, that Yahiko guy looks a lot like our leader. Sasori, Deidara, shut up. Jiraiya, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, this guy is deceiving you. Konan, Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko, Jiraiya-sensei, I'm sorry, but I am no longer of this world. Jiraiya, you, Nagato Uzumaki. Let's keep watching the video. I didn't expect this masked man to be Obito. Kazekage. So Obito, under the guise of Madara's name, is wreaking havoc in the ninja world? Tobarama Senju. Humph. The wicked Uchiha have always been this way. The video continued to unfold. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there are victors, there must also be vanquished. Obito spoke with a cold gaze. The self-serving will to protect peace will incite war. To safeguard love, hatred will inevitably arise. This is an inseparable causal relationship. Obito, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, exerted a formidable presence upon the three. Logically, we could also create a world with only victors, only peace, only love. With our assistance, you shall discover the means to forge such a world. Obito extended his hand, gazing at the astonished Nagato in the distance. The moment you unlock the true power of the Rinnegan, you will instantly realize your vision of the world. He offered his hand. Such a thing is impossible. Do you intend to use us? Just as Nagato was still contemplating, Yahiko stepped forward. positioning himself protectively in front of Nagato, his expression grave as he regarded Obito. "Your words are too beautiful," Yahiko remarked, his gaze laden with significance. Tobarama Senju. Indeed, it seems this child possesses some rationality. Boruto Uzumaki. Young, there is much you do not yet know. The video continued. Only by understanding the pain of others, allowing the perpetrator to shed the same tears, can we draw closer to the true world. Yahiko scrutinized Obito, his expression serious. Shedding the same tears, is that revenge? Obito chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. No, not at all. I mean mutual understanding. Yahiko retorted, his gaze icy. You might as well abandon such dreams. They do not exist in this world. Obito spoke with palpable menace. Drip, drip, drip. The raindrops from above struck the stones, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Yet in this moment, it felt particularly heavy. Let us go, Konin, Nagato. We cannot trust them, Yahiko declared, stepping out of the cave as the rain soaked his garments. Do not approach us again, Yahiko stated, turning his back to Obito, his tone frosty. Konin followed closely behind. As Nagato passed by Obito, he heard the words and paused momentarily. I wait for you here at this time every day. One day, you will understand. Obito turned to Nagato, his gaze laden with meaning. Without hesitation, Nagato followed Yahiko's lead. Upon witnessing this, Obito retracted his gaze. Konin, this Obito is quite the actor. It's a pity he doesn't pursue a career in theater. Deidara. Wait, I have a question. Orochimaru. You, the traitor, shut your mouth. Deidara. Old man. Why do you care? That Yahiko looks a lot like our leader. Sasori. Idiot. Konin. Deidara. Can you be quiet? Data. Fourth Reikage. I am increasingly looking forward to the unfolding story. What will this Obito do next under Madara's name? Tobarama Senju. I suspect this Obito will soon invade Konoha. Kushina Uzumaki. Second Hokage. I feel that is unlikely. After all, Obito merely watched as Kakashi lay there without harming him. Kakashi Hatake. Yes, I think the same. Obito. Naruto Uzumaki. For some reason, I feel a warmth in my heart when I look at this Obito. Obito Uchiha. The video continued to play. At this moment, Yahiko led Nagato and Konin, embodying their beliefs, safeguarding countless ordinary lives. Similarly, the Akatsuki organization gradually expanded in scale. As the night breeze blew continuously, countless like-minded individuals gathered, treading upon the gentle streams. Yahiko, Nagato called softly, gazing at the companion leading the way in the distance. What is it? Let us come up with a name. Our numbers have increased, and it will eventually be useful. Nagato glanced at his teammates behind him. A name, you say? Yahiko looked toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn gradually ascended, morning sunlight bathing the faces of all. How about Akatsuki? This nation has long suffered from the ravages of war, perpetually weeping. Therefore, we shall become the dawn that changes this nation, no, changes the world. Yahiko declared, gazing at the rising sun. Akatsuki? Nagato murmured softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. What a lovely name. Konin beamed with joy. Thus, Akatsuki was established. Another member cheered in delight, and the crowd chanted slogans enthusiastically. As time passed, Akatsuki's influence grew significantly. Shimura Danzo scoffed, a bunch of naive fools. Do you truly believe you can change this world? Yahiko replied, I have always believed. Danzo retorted, naive. Kisame Hashigaki interjected, TSK, TSK. Everyone finds amusement in this video. But only a corner dog would lash out. I won't say who. Fourth Kazakage Raza added, Danzo, he called you a dog. Won't you retaliate? Danzo responded, my sole focus is on Konoha. You may insult me as you wish. Other slanders are of no concern to me. Inoki remarked, if anyone else had said that, I might have admired them, but coming from you, it feels disingenuous. Third Reikage AI chimed in, add one. A Konoha Chunin mused. I always thought Lord Danzo was a good person, but I never expected this. Another Konoha Genin echoed, add one. I share that sentiment. The video continued to unfold. Soon, disheartening news reached Akatsuki. By the way, Nagato, where's Konin? Yahiko inquired with curiosity. She stepped out a moment ago, Nagato sighed. What for? I'm not sure, Nagato shrugged. Before long, A paper butterfly fluttered in. It delicately descended to the ground. What is this? Yahiko exclaimed, bewildered. Is it from Conan? Nagato hesitated. Yahiko picked up the note and unfolded it. To the esteemed Conan, from the moment I first laid eyes on you. Is this a love letter? Nagato was taken aback. Please tell me your answer. I'll be waiting for you on the back terrace. Yahiko read further, his brows knitting tighter. Could it be that Conan truly want to find him? Yahiko's pupils constricted slightly. I don't know. Nagato shook his head. At that moment, Yahiko swallowed hard, his body trembling with anxiety. Yahiko, weren't you supposed to be doing something? Nagato observed his nervous friend and sighed, attempting to ease the tension. Right. I forgot I need to use the restroom. Yahiko laughed awkwardly and hurriedly dashed away. Nagato quietly watched Yahiko's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Tsunade commented, "Oh, so Yahiko has feelings for Conan." Mito Uzumaki reminisced. Seeing young couples in love always reminds me of my youth. Kakashi Hatake pondered, by the way, son, what should we name our grandchildren? Kakashi replied, Dad, I'm still single. Really? You're over 30 and still single. Ahem, Jiraiya-sensei is still single too. Jiraiya interjected. I'm pursuing art. You wouldn't understand. Tsunade chuckled. The books you've written are only read by single people. What? Tsunade, I have a premonition that in 20 years, married men will be studying my books. Sasuke Uchiha remarked, who would be foolish enough to read your books after getting married? You should say they're reading it to improve their relationship with their daughters. Kakashi added, this storyline is absurd. I can imagine a fool in 20 years using Make-Out Paradise to teach married men how to bond with their daughters. Young Naruto Uzumaki remained silent. Strange, son. Why do you always just say a period? Makoto Uchiha asked. It's nothing, Mom, Sasuke replied. Show us a picture of our granddaughter, Fugako Uchiha urged. I'll send it to you privately, Sasuke responded. The video continued. Yahiko hid behind a wall, glaring at a man high above, gritting his teeth. That guy not only runs fast, but strikes quickly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. With the increase of companions, so too came the rise of rivals. Yahiko swallowed hard, feeling the tension mount. That's right, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Yahiko turned stiffly, surprised to see Nagato smiling at him. Do you like Conan? Nagato asked, a smile dancing on his lips. Idiot, that's not the case at all, Yahiko retorted, stepping back defensively. But I think Conan likes you, Nagato replied. Shaking his head, the amusement in his eyes growing. Let's not discuss that for now. That guy has already left, Yahiko said, shaking his head, glancing towards Conan's direction. Feeling a sense of relief. Don't hide, Conan called softly from a shadowy alleyway. The two were momentarily stunned, then quickly retreated to conceal themselves. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan sighed helplessly. How did you respond? Yahiko leaned against a steel pipe, his expression complex as he asked. I told him that until Akatsuki's dream is realized, there is no time for romance, Conan replied with a slight smile. Isn't that right? Conan, Yahiko's gaze fell. Yahiko, practice with me, Conan said, looking fondly at Yahiko. Still hiding. Sure. Yahiko emerged from the corner, his eyes filled with joy. Soon, the two began their sparring match. Nagato stood in the corner, watching them with a smile in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. Hinata Hanabi remarked, I have a feeling there will be trouble ahead. Niji Hyuga added, speaking of which, where is Obito gone? The video continued, showcasing the warm moments shared between Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. The viewers watched in stunned silence. The scene shifted, bringing the timeline back to the present. At this moment, a torrential downpour fell from the sky. With so many commissions, can we really complete them all? A small organization member worriedly asked, clutching a note. Of course we will, Yahiko responded, steady and serious. Helping those in need is our mission as Akatsuki. A nearby member sighed. At this point, I really wish we had an organization as large as Hanzo's. After all, Hanzo has always fought for peace in this world. One day, Akatsuki will also be known alongside Hanzo. Yahiko spoke with unwavering determination. The scene shifted once more, revealing Hanzo, who, upon receiving a report from a subordinate, learned of the existence of the Akatsuki organization within the village. Consequently, he resolved to eradicate Akatsuki. The camera transitioned again, showcasing the relentless rain falling from the sky. Obito, cloaked in his hood, gazed silently into the distance. Hinata Hanabi remarked, "Isn't Obito cold like this?" Hinata Hayashi replied, "You wouldn't understand. Looking cool is a lifelong endeavor." Kakashi Hatake inquired, "Obito, are you faring well?" To which Uchiha Obito retorted, "Humph, useless Kakashi, your concern is unnecessary." Senju Hashirama suggested, "Let us continue watching." The footage persisted. Time passed, and the reputation of the Akatsuki gradually grew. Yahiko, witnessing the devastation surrounding the villages, felt his spirit dim. Why does this world suffer from incessant warfare? Through the investigations of the three, they uncovered that the puppeteer behind it all was none other than the people of Iwagakure. "We must go. We need to confront Iwagakure at once," Yahiko declared, his gaze icy. However, they soon found themselves trapped in a dead end, surrounded by Iwagakure ninjas. So many ambushes. Yahiko dodged an attack from one ninja. "Stop! Are you ninjas from Iwagakure?" Yahiko shouted, defending against the onslaught of attackers. "We are Akatsuki, ninjas from Amigakure, here to negotiate." Yet, regardless of Yahiko's pleas, the assault persisted. "What now, Yahiko?" Konan asked, her expression filled with uncertainty. "Our aim is merely dialogue. Do not kill." No sooner had Yahiko spoken than a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Instinctively, he retaliated, piercing the chest of a ninja. At that moment, a chilling wind swept behind him. Konan reacted swiftly, blocking an attack aimed at both of them. However, the force was overwhelming, causing both Yahiko and Konan to tumble to the ground. "Yahiko! Konan!" Nagato shouted, spotting his fallen friends from afar, his pupils narrowing, breath quickening. Memories of their childhood together flooded his mind, eerily reminiscent of the present. His parents had perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas while trying to protect him. The gruesome scene surged back, and, as a child, he had been powerless to intervene. "Nagato, run!" His mother had weakly called before her demise. "Hurry, Nagato!" His father had urged, also pierced by a Konoha ninja's blade. Trembling, Nagato shed tears, howling in rage. The current scene mirrored the past. Suddenly, the ground seemed to shatter under an immense force. Several ninjas attempting to ambush Nagato were sent flying by a monstrous entity. At that moment, the earth cracked open, billowing smoke. Countless Iwagakure ninjas were engulfed by the impact. "Nagato, stop!" Yahiko rushed over, restraining him. "Please, calm down, Nagato." Yahiko desperately pushed Nagato to the ground. "Yahiko," Nagato uttered weakly before closing his eyes. With a thunderous sound, the colossal, grotesque creature dissipated into smoke. "We must retreat." Yahiko glanced at Konan, helping Nagato to his feet as they vanished in an instant. After the three departed, a figure descended to the ground. Was it the power of the Rinnegan? Danzo observed the numerous casualties among his subordinates, his pupils contracting slightly. Such terrifying power. As the smoke cleared, the disguised Iwagakure ninjas revealed their true identities as Konoha ninjas. What now? Since Akatsuki has mobilized, other forces masquerading as foreign ninjas could also be in jeopardy. For the future of Konoha, we cannot afford to halt negotiations with Iwagakure. This prompted actions to obstruct the talks, but unexpectedly, they discovered the power of the Rinnegan, which could perhaps be utilized. Danzo stroked his chin, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. How dare Konoha impersonate Iwagakure, sowing discord among our allies? Does Konoha intend to offer an explanation? Yahiko accused, "Danzo, this is all you're doing, isn't it?" Nagato, the vessel of the Rinnegan, asserted, "Shimura Danzo, it was indeed you who masqueraded as Iwagakure and killed my comrades." Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, "Danzo, why have you done this?" Senju Hashirama lamented, "Akatsuki originally had good intentions. If their influence continues to grow, perhaps the ninja world might avoid war." Senju Tobarama added, "Danzo, I am profoundly disappointed in you." "Master, you're mistaken. I fear that Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, may eventually pose a threat to Konoha. For the safety of Konoha, I must eliminate all dangers. I am the root buried deep within Konoha." Tobarama exclaimed, watching Danzo's actions on the video. Tobarama could no longer contain his disdain. He never imagined he would take such a fool as his disciple in his youth. Koharu Yuditane remarked, "I couldn't help but think that Danzo desires the Rinnegan for himself." Hanzo exclaimed, "Danzo's character is indeed questionable." Zabuza Momochi scoffed, I never expected such corruption to exist in a major nation like Konoha. Tobirama insisted, let us continue watching. I am eager to see what Danzo will do next. Furthermore, regarding the Uchiha clan's extermination, Hiruzen, how do you plan to account for that? Hiruzen replied, Master, I truly did my best. You can surmise the conditions Konoha faced at that time. Tobirama retorted, did I not grant the Uchiha clan authority over the security department? Hiruzen stammered, but Senju Hashirama interjected, let us continue watching. We must give the Uchiha clan an explanation. The footage continued to play. Collect all the bodies here. Leave no evidence of Konoha. A cold glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. Understood. The ninjas at Konoha's route nodded in response. At this moment, Obito stood atop a tree, observing everything below with a quiet intensity. So does Danzo, Black Zetsu rasped. Konoha is scheming in the shadows, White Zetsu teased. Meanwhile, Obito's gaze remained icy as he watched the scene unfold, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. The camera shifted again, revealing Nagato lying in bed, still unconscious. Nagato! Yahiko looked on, worry etched across his face. Yahiko, that move from earlier. Konan expressed her concern. To execute such a technique must surely be due to his Rinnegan. With a profound sigh, Yahiko's tone was somber. It was then that Konan inquired, what is it? I sensed it. The same sensation as before, Yahiko replied, recalling a childhood memory when he and Konan were nearly slain by a ninja. Nagato, in that moment, unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, contorting the ninja's torso. The murderous intent was chilling, the power otherworldly. Nagato mustn't wield it again, Yahiko expressed. His gaze filled with worry as he looked upon the weakened Nagato. I fear it may consume him. Konan, standing beside him, nodded, her eyes wary. The scene transitioned, showing Konan fetching water, as was her custom. However, as she prepared to cleanse Nagato's body, she discovered the bed was empty. With a sharp click, Konan flung open the door. Konan, where's Yahiko? A familiar voice inquired. He's gone to gather provisions, Konan responded, turning to face Nagato with evident delight. What troubles you? Nagato queried, his eyes closed. I fear my own power. Konan settled beside Nagato, gazing at him with tenderness. Nagato, she murmured. Jiraiya-sensei was present last time. I believe he taught me ninjutsu, so I could learn to control this power. But now that he's gone, Nagato trailed off, shaking his head. Jiraiya-sensei may be absent, but you still have us, Konan gently countered, placing her hand upon Nagato's arm. We will assist you in mastering your power, always. Nagato's complexion flushed as he beheld the fair and gentle maiden before him. Konan, he whispered. He instinctively grasped her hand, his heart quickening. The scene shifted once more, revealing Yahiko, concealed behind a tree, fishing. He gazed skyward with a complex expression. The rain persisted, relentless. Yahiko stood alone atop a building, allowing the rain to drench him. Take care, Yahiko, Konan said, approaching him with concern. Do not escort me. Attend to Nagato's healing, Yahiko replied, his gaze fixed upon Konan. Bestow all your care upon him. He is the core of Akatsuki. Yahiko's expression was intricate. Rain plastered his hair, giving him a disheveled appearance. He will transform this nation, transform the world. As will you, Konan interjected. People gather because they admire you, Nagato among them. Nagato shall become the bridge to peace, and my duty is to be the pillar that supports that bridge. Yahiko declared, shaking his head, his tone grave. Yahiko, Konan began, but hesitated. This nation continues to weep, Yahiko lamented, opening his arms and gazing upward, rain cascading down his face. It endures suffering. Once I loathed this weeping nation, but now I sincerely wish to save it. It is too much like the tearful self I once was. I cannot ignore it. Yahiko offered a self-deprecating smile. Subsequently, Yahiko leaped from the building. The bridge to peace should be him. It should be his will. Nagato approached, bearing his injuries. We believe in Yahiko. Let's depart, comrades. Yes. The members of Akatsuki ascended, resolved to confront Hanzo. Tans, overhearing his subordinate's report, smirked inwardly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. By the time we discovered it, it was irreparable. Although our peace negotiations with the Land of Earth had not yet concluded, we delivered them here, due to their relation to Hanzo Dano. Tan stood outside the door, allowing the rain to soak him, while Hanzo within remained immaculate. Tan's, Kaka, have you seen the perpetrators? Hanzo inquired, narrowing his eyes. Likely Akatsuki. Tan's responded, his gaze frigid. Akatsuki? I do this to safeguard Konoha, Tan's retorted. How could you possibly comprehend? Safeguarding Konoha at the expense of harming other vulnerable nations? Nagato countered. Are you presuming to instruct me? Tan scoffed. Yet, Akatsuki is... Hanzo began, but Tan's interrupted him. It is an organization advocating peace, which has recently gained influence in Amage Cure, Tan's declared, cutting off Hanzo. Indeed, I had heard it was an organization with ideals akin to my own, but Sensuo Hanzo began, only to be interrupted once more. Hanzo Dano, you are far too lenient with them, Tan's remarked, smirking inwardly. Why? It is commendable to uphold ideals, but it is also your weakness, Tan's continued. Because you aspire to such heights, you are overly tolerant of those who share your aspirations. Such leniency becomes a vulnerability, ultimately leading to your downfall and this tragedy. Tan's indicated the fallen individuals behind Hanzo. No matter how lofty your ideals, the same approach cannot be applied to everyone. Even those who initially seem to pursue ideals similar to yours may eventually succumb to avarice and power, becoming consumed by greed. Beneath Akatsuki's sanctimonious facade, you will find nothing more than a band of vermin attempting to subvert the village. Hanzo Dano, if this continues, the village will be taken from us, Danzo stated coldly. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hanzo gradually fell into contemplation. The rain continued to fall from the high skies, and as time passed, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, a vortex twisted and two silhouettes emerged. Is that Danzo from a leaf? Obito said icily. An intriguing character has begun to make his move, Obito remarked. Indeed, the direction of the clouds has grown increasingly ominous, White Zetsu teased. There is no peace in this world. That is the harsh reality. Obito shook his head and moved forward. Just like this raging river, no matter how one attempts to halt it, reality will consume everything and ruthlessly overturn them. Obito slowly advanced towards the camera, his right Sharingan eye appearing particularly crimson. To escape such suffering, there is but one way. The infinite Tsukuyomi. The Eye of the Moon plan. The moonlight in the high skies shone exceptionally bright. Conan, what does the Eye of the Moon plan signify? Orochimaru, Things are starting to get interesting. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru, what are your thoughts on this matter? Orochimaru, it matters little to us, but I am rather eager to see Obito's performance. Hashirama, Uchiha Obito, you little brat, if you dare harm the Leaf Village, I shall not spare you. Tobarama, calm yourself. Obito is fundamentally kind-hearted. I doubt he will turn against his own village. Uchiha Taijima, indeed, after all, Kakashi fell before him, yet Obito did not strike. He is even less likely to harm his own village. Minato, precisely. Uchiha Obito, the video continues. Within the dimly lit building, two figures leaned against the railing, gazing out into the rain-soaked night, lost in thought. Everyone felt utterly fatigued from the battle. Nagato sighed softly. Yes, even if we achieve victory, Akatsuki will gain nothing tangible. We possess only ideals, yet this year's exhaustion may gradually erode them. Yahiko looked up at the sky, his expression complex. Are you suggesting that everyone will forget why they fight? Nagato inquired curiously. Nagato, how about you become the leader of Akatsuki? Yahiko looked at the young man before him, his gaze growing even more complicated. I'm unfit to be a leader. Yahiko stared at his own palm, lost in contemplation. That was the first time I harmed another. That feeling still lingers in my hands, and even the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Yahiko's hand began to tremble, shadows enveloping his face. Yahiko, Nagato said with concern. But you are different, Nagato. You possess the Rinnegan, a symbol of heroism, and will become the psychological support for many. Yahiko looked up, gazing into Nagato's eyes with a complex expression. Yahiko, do you intend to wield my Rinnegan? Nagato furrowed his brow. I fear possessing such eyes. I have suffered for it. Nagato shook his head. I understand, but Conan will always be by your side to help you control this power. Yahiko smiled bitterly. The two exchanged glances, falling into silence. Brother, something serious has happened. A team member rushed over anxiously. What is it? Yahiko asked cautiously. A messenger from Hanzo has arrived. The two were taken aback, then exchanged a glance. The scene shifted. In a dark room, all members of Akatsuki looked sternly at the messenger sent by Hanzo. Are you the leader of Akatsuki, Lord Yahiko? The messenger inquired curiously. Indeed, I am Hanzo's deputy, and I have heard of your deeds. I understand that you do not advocate violence and strive for peaceful resolutions. This is precisely the philosophy of Akatsuki, Yahiko asserted firmly. Shimura Danzo. A bunch of naive kids. Yahiko, could you kindly keep your mouth shut? Nagato. Yahiko, I've already blocked this Danzo. Yahiko. All right, I'll heed your words. Jiraiya. Yahiko. Is this the beginning of tragedy for Akatsuki? Yahiko. Yes, Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya. I am sorry. I was not there at that time. Yahiko. Teacher, it is not your fault. Uzumaki Boruto. Young man Danzo cannot be trusted. Uchiha Hikari. May I ask something from above? Have we met somewhere before? Uzumaki Boruto. Young man, you have mistaken me. I have no recollection of you. The video continues. Lord Hanzo entrusted me with a handwritten letter. Please accept it. Hanzo's subordinate took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Yahiko. Yahiko slowly opened the envelope and read its contents, his pupils narrowing in shock. At this moment, all members of Akatsuki were also stunned. Is this true? Someone asked. He wishes to meet you in person. Hanzo has acknowledged Akatsuki. Hanzo's subordinate smiled slightly. The members of Akatsuki rejoiced in their hearts. They had been recognized by their idol. This meant that the scale of Akatsuki would further expand. Soon, this nation would welcome peace. The ninja world would no longer erupt into war. The scene shifted to the heavy rain pouring from the sky. As all members of Akatsuki stood on the river's surface, Hanzo hopes that in the future, the Rain Village will be entrusted to you for peace negotiations among the three nations. The negotiation task among the three nations is fantastic. The voices of the crowd resonated in the imagery. Hanzo slowly approached, gazing at Yahiko with a complex expression. The two locked eyes, allowing the rain to drench them. Soon, they raised their hands in unison, gripping each other tightly, and began to converse. The image gradually faded, returning to the humble room. All members of the organization celebrated joyfully. For this moment, how many have made sacrifices, and now they have finally not let them down? Yahiko looked up at the sky, allowing the rain to cascade down upon him, his heart filled with excitement. Yahiko, your understanding of other suffering has moved Hanzo. Look, Nagato pointed at the members of the organization. Everyone cheered with joy. Akatsuki has regained its ideals. There is no need for any symbols. Everyone is willing to fervently follow your vision. Nagato extended his pure white arms, gazing at Yahiko before him. Nagato, we did not err. The two clasped hands tightly. Konan, what a pity, for soon tragedy will unfold. Anoki, a pointed criticism of that beast Danzo. I shall begin by stating that some may find the discussion veering off topic, yet the lotus leaf holds a different perspective. This segment of the narrative is indeed crucial. It is precisely due to the failure of the Akatsuki organization, coupled with the covert machinations of Danzo, that Obito ultimately succumbs to darkness, culminating in his invasion of the Hidden Leaf Village. This narrative arc serves primarily to enrich the character of Obito. Boruto Uzumaki. So, everyone struggled so much during my father's era? Sarada Uchiha. It seems that peace is truly a hard-won treasure. Himawari Uzumaki. It does appear to be the case. Boruto Uzumaki. Huh? Himawari, are you in the chat too? Naruto Uzumaki young? Kushina Uzumaki. This Himawari looks quite adorable. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, young, my brother. May I inquire how you are faring? Naruto Uzumaki. Young quite well, and I must express my gratitude to Grandpa Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto. During the time of Boruto's story, Naruto sits in his office, perusing messages from the chat group, a warm sensation swelling within him. He understands that his father is silently concerned for him, yet he cannot reveal his identity just yet. After all, as the host of the Nine Tails, he ought to be imprisoned, perhaps even handed over to Danzo. However, Grandpa Third has shielded him well. If given the chance, he longs to see Grandpa Third again. Naruto smiles gently, gazing out at the vibrant Hidden Leaf village, his heart brimming with emotion. The conspiracy theories within this book are moderate. All the blame falls upon Danzo. The video continues to play. The meeting with Hanzo is scheduled for tomorrow, and it will be Nagato and I who attend, Yahiko states. Observing his concerned younger brother, a wave of warmth fills his heart. Is that all right? Brother, we should all go together. The others express their apprehension. Fear not. If we all attend, we might frighten Lord Hanzo, Yahiko quips. That's true. The worries of the group dissipate instantly. By the way, where has Conan gone? Yahiko suddenly recalls, asking out of curiosity. She should be patrolling the 7th district. She'll return by tomorrow morning. Nagato sighs, gently. A smile in his eyes as he looks at his friend. Is that so? It's rare to encounter such good fortune today. In any case, the Akatsuki has taken a significant first step. Let us all forget our tasks and enjoy some relaxation. Yahiko joyfully declares to the group. The scene shifts as the rain pours heavily from the sky, seemingly narrating endless sorrow. The atmosphere is shrouded in gray. Within a towering structure, everyone is on high alert. Surely, the Akatsuki has not detected us? Hanzo gazes at Danzo with concern. Of course not, Danzo replies, sipping his hot tea, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes before vanishing. The Umbu of the Mist Village. So these two are indeed beasts. Kuratsuchi. I truly do not understand why there's so much deceit in this world. Obito Uchiha. I have long stated that this world is beyond redemption. Only the Eye of the Moon plan can save it. Madara Uchiha. Indeed, only the Eye of the Moon plan can rescue this world. Hashirama Senju. Madara, Obito, your perspective is flawed. This world harbors not only conspiracies, but also beauty. Izuna Uchiha. Then how do you explain the extinction of the Uchiha clan? Tobarama Senju. Monkey, after all this time for reflection, how do you intend to respond? Hiruzen Sarutobi. All the legacies of the Uchiha will be entrusted to Sasuke. Tobarama Senju. To the Uchiha clan, I sincerely apologize. I failed to properly educate my disciple. Shin Uchiha. Our clan sought to integrate into the Hidden Leaf village, yet we were met with rejection. Inazuka Kiba. We harbor no resentment towards Hiruzen, only towards that traitor Itachi. He is the one who slaughtered us. Sasuke Uchiha. Young, you are still unaware of the truth. Itachi's reason for the massacre were due to system. The future cannot be revealed. The video continues to play. Once that brat Yahiko is dead, the Akatsuki will naturally disband. How was the situation on your end? Danzo coldly inquires, ignoring Hanzo's comments. Rest assured, Hanzo nods. The scene shifts. At this moment, Conan is on patrol. Suddenly, she discovers a ninja collapsed on the ground. As she rushes to assist, she realizes the individual has already perished. The corpse suddenly swells, dissipating into black smoke. Conan leaps high, instinctively covering her mouth and nose. What is this? Soon, she feels her limbs grow weak, her vision blurring, and collapses. When she looks up, she sees two figures standing before her. They should have already captured the hostages. The Rain Village ninja gazes fiercely at the fallen Conan. Yahiko, Lord Hanzo, I once held great respect for you. Hanzo the Salamander. Your ideals are far too utopian. They're simply unattainable. Pain, have you forgotten how you met your demise? Hanzo the Salamander. Damn it, had it not been for your ambush. Deidara. I remember it clearly. You saw our leader and retreated in fear, begging for mercy. Haiden, a coward like you wouldn't even be worthy of sacrifice to the Lord of Evil. The video continues to play. By eliminating these threats to the village, the Rain Village shall belong to you. Danzo rises, a shadow crossing his gaze. The scene shifts to the Akatsuki's base. The members are drunkenly sprawled across the floor. Nagato, feeling a sense of unease, walks to the window, gazing out at the rainy night, having finally reached this juncture. Nagato, a sudden unfamiliar voice calls from behind, prompting him to become alert. Turning around, he sees a figure adorned with a white mask approaching. Who are you? A monumental shift in reality is imminent. We must part ways with Yahiko and the others immediately and act alongside me. Obito looks at Nagato, his voice deep and hoarse. Or else what will happen to you? Nagato's eyes narrow in caution, ready to strike at any moment. What Yahiko speaks of is merely an ideal. Understanding another's suffering matters not, for they will not regard yours. The world is not inclined to do so, Obito states coldly. This is the reality. You, with the Rinnegan, should comprehend this. Toby cast a cold gaze upon Nagato. Regardless of what you say, I shall steadfastly uphold Yahiko's ideals, Nagato retorted after a brief moment of surprise. Toby slowly advanced towards Nagato, exuding an intense aura of pressure. Must one endure suffering to truly grasp the essence of reality? Observing Toby's approach, Nagato took a step back. Even with the Rinnegan, you remain but a mere mortal in this regard, he asserted. Toby's form passed through Nagato. Very well, let your suffering illuminate the truth, he declared, as his figure began to distort within the whirlpool of his right eye, swiftly being absorbed and vanishing from sight. Nagato gasped for breath, Toby's words echoing in his mind. Yahiko, a tragedy approaches, yet I remain resolute in my beliefs. Senju Tobarama, Danzo, I shall seek retribution upon my resurrection. The video continued to play. There you are. Yahiko approached Nagato, concern etched on his face. Yahiko, Nagato nodded. Who was here just now? Yahiko inquired, worry evident in his expression. No one. We must depart. We cannot delay our meeting with Hanzo, Yahiko sighed. Indeed. Let us hurry. Nagato's gaze turned resolute. At the Akatsuki's base, a summoning beast approached the group, bearing a scroll, and bit the hand of a sleeping comrade, rousing him abruptly. What are you doing? I was asleep, JZ complained, then retrieved the scroll from its back. Upon reading its contents, he was taken aback. Hey, where are Yahiko and Nagato? His sudden exclamation startled the other slumbering members. They must have set off. Today is the day we meet Hanzo, a burly member responded. Wake everyone up. We must catch up to them. What is going on? Explain later. The scene shifted, revealing Akatsuki members braving the downpour as they pressed forward. What on earth is happening? A member near the borders of the land of fire reported. The Umbu of Konoha are converging on Hanzo. JZ elucidated, panic evident in his eyes. The Umbu of Konoha? Why are they heading to Hanzo? The stout member asked. Astonished. I'm not sure, but doesn't it seem rather coincidental? Moreover, Hanzo's promises are too alluring. JZ shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distance. Therefore, the meeting with Hanzo today. A loud splash echoed as their hurried steps broke the surface of the water. In any case, we must relay this news to the others swiftly. As they continued onward, a swirling distortion suddenly appeared in the air ahead, causing them to halt. Toby and Kagaya emerged from the vortex. Unfortunately, I cannot permit you to advance, Toby coldly addressed the group. Who are you? An Akatsuki member cautiously inquired. I am Uchiha Obito, Toby replied, adopting the name with an icy demeanor. Are you sent by Hanzo? The Akatsuki members frowned, drawing their weapons. I am not aligned with Hanzo, but I cannot allow you to disrupt the situation. Toby stated coldly, I must make Nagato see the truth. Though the circumstances are unclear. We have no time. We must eliminate him. The group charged forward with their blades drawn. I entrust the miscellaneous soldiers to you, Toby said frostily. You certainly know how to delegate, Kagaya remarked as she advanced, summoning a multitude of white Zetsu from the ground. The white Zetsu engaged in battle with the Akatsuki members. You underestimated my feat, JZ. You shall not fare well. JZ leapt from the treetops, drawing his long sword and swiftly hurling it towards Toby from above. Yet, his body passed through Toby without inflicting any harm. What just happened? JZ was momentarily stunned, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest. JZ, a bald-headed member, shouted in alarm at the sight of his comrade being pierced. Why are you doing this? JZ gasped, struggling against the pain while gazing at the masked figure before him. To compel Nagato to truly awaken his Rinnegan, Toby answered coldly. What do you mean? This cursed world knows not true peace. They must abandon their current ideals and embark towards a new world, Toby sneered. Foolish delusions. JZ grasped Toby's arm, exclaiming, Great Buddha, kill me too. The member known as Great Buddha inhaled deeply, gripping his hammer tightly before charging forward. Until we meet again in that world. Great Buddha gathered water droplets rapidly from his hammer and hurled them towards Toby. The surrounding water, mixed with rain, was obliterated by the force of the strike. Toby's eyes widened as he observed the rushing water, his pupils slightly distorting. Soon, both he and Jay-Z found themselves ensnared within a water prison. Is this the water prison technique? Such trivial skills cannot harm me. Toby glanced at the jutsu with icy indifference. This isn't right. I've never seen such water release techniques before, Tobirama remarked. Enough. Are you the water shadow? Or am I? Madarumi retorted. Who is this little girl? My mastery of water release far surpasses yours. Tobirama scoffed. But aren't you the Hokage? Mei countered. Being Hokage doesn't mean I must only use fire. Look at my brother. He doesn't either. Hashirama chuckled. Haha, fire release seems rather ineffective, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed. The video continued to unfold. This is no ordinary water prison. Jay-Z observed Toby's confinement, swiftly forming hand seals. He exhaled a vast cloud of white smoke. Toby watched quietly as the smoke enveloped his limbs. Is this cement? Toby's pupils constricted. I am a war orphan. Akatsuki was the first glimmer of hope in my tumultuous life. Jay-Z weakly declared, but seeing Toby's evident panic. A smile crept onto his lips. I cannot allow someone like you to take it away. With a narrowed gaze, Obito launched a seemingly self-destructive assault. Soon, a swirling distortion erupted from his right eye, mingled with the essence of cement and river water. Yet, as the phrase suggests, we exist in disparate dimensions. Obito's figure gradually faded into nothingness. Conan was left in a daze, her pupils constricting in disbelief. How could this be? The cement swiftly enveloped the water sphere, shattering upon impact with the ground. Conan, your death will not be in vain, the great Buddha sighed, observing the unfolding scene. Almost immediately, a similar swirling distortion emanated from behind him. The great Buddha's pupils dilated in alarm. A sharp pain coursed through him as his parched skin began to shed, igniting a fiery sting. A figure clad in a white mask appeared overhead, emitting a peculiar tone. The great Buddha's hand slipped, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground, his gaze sinking into despair. This masked figure was nothing short of a monster. At that moment, Obito ascended into the sky, reclaiming control over his body. I apologize, but you shall all be ensnared here, he declared, extending his hands as branches sprouted from his arms, wildly stretching and piercing the members of the Akatsuki surrounding him. The sound of snapping spines echoed throughout. The screen faded to black, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and corpses. Are you all right? Kurizetsu inquired hoarsely, observing the panting Obito. Let us depart, Obito replied, shaking his head as his body transformed into a swirling distortion, gradually dissipating. Let us witness Nagato's fate together. Kurizetsu's form gently descended to the ground. Minato Namikaze, Obito, you have strayed onto the wrong path. Rin Nohara, Obito, I beg you, please cease this madness. Kakashi Hatake, Obito. Kushina Uzumaki, Obito, you are so foolish. Madara is clearly manipulating you. Obito Uchiha, Minato-sensei, Lin, Sister Kushina, there is no turning back for me. This video will unveil my further actions. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to create a new world devoid of suffering. Obito Uchiha, trust me. Soon I shall sever all ties of causality in this world. Naruto Uzumaki, that sounds incredibly grand. Konoha Jonin, who would have thought that the once weakest link has now attained the strength of a Kage? Konoha Chunin, I feel the same. Some may find it necessary to clarify that in the original narrative, Obito's descent into darkness stemmed from witnessing the incessant wars plaguing the ninja world, compelling him to seek change. To this end, he opted to implement Madara's Moon Eye plan. However, it is Obito who initiates the Moon Eye plan, not Uchiha Madara, as Obito remains uncertain of Madara's potential ulterior motives. Might Guy, that sounds impressive, but I shall not allow you to succeed. To that end, I have decided to run an additional 100 laps around Konoha, Rock Lee, as expected of Guy-sensei. Kiri Jonin, you two are fools. Obito possesses Kage-level strength. No matter how much you train, can you truly defeat him? Kisame Hoshigaki, I've heard rumors of a ninja from Konoha specializing in taijutsu. To protect his comrades during a retreat, employed a forbidden technique against the 7 ninja swordsmen, injuring them. I wonder if this is true. My guy, it is undoubtedly true. The one who injured the 7 ninja swordsmen is my father. My die. Haha, indeed, that was me. Guy, let us sweat together in the vigor of youth. I am also training in the Pure Land. My guy. Father, you are truly remarkable. Kiryumbu. Wow. Is a taijutsu ninja truly that powerful? Kurenai, you fool. That is because he is trained in the 8 gates. Uchiha Madara. Guy, how many gates of the 8 gates can you open now? I look forward to battling you. My guy. Humph. My opponent is Kakashi. Uchiha Madara. Tisich, do you not know my renown? Kakashi Hatake. Ahem. Let us finish watching the video. The scene on the video continued. Rain poured relentlessly from the skies above. At that moment, a corner of space began to warp, forming a vortex. Obito and Kurizetsu stood high above, apathetically observing the turmoil below. Nagato and Yahiko found themselves surrounded, trapped in a deep pit under dire circumstances. Above them, Hanzo the Salamander held Konan hostage. Danzo's gaze was equally frigid as he fixated on Nagato's Rinnegan, a flicker of exhilaration surging within him. Yahiko, I want you, the leader, to perish here. Dare to resist, and this woman shall lose her life. Hanzo tugged at Konan's hair, a kunai poised threateningly at her neck. Konan furrowed her brows in distress. Yahiko, witnessing this, felt his heart race with anxiety. Satisfied by Yahiko's expression, Hanzo carelessly tossed down a kunai. Red-haired one. Use this kunai to kill Yahiko, Hanzo stated impassively. As long as you act, I shall spare you. Stop, Nagato. Do not concern yourself with me. You all must flee. Konan cried out urgently. Nagato. Yahiko closed his eyes, gazing at Nagato with a complex expression. Kill me. Nagato, witnessing this scene, gasped for breath. Nagato. Yahiko called out loudly. Do not. Konan gazed down in despair. Hurry and act. Do you not care for this woman's life? Hanzo urged. Nagato took a deep breath, trembling as he raised the kunai, panting heavily, resembling a frail elder on the brink of death. The weapon, usually light as a feather, felt as heavy as a mountain in this moment. Nagato looked up towards the sky, his pupils constricting, his face a mask of despair. Konan! Yahiko! Just as he turned, Yahiko lunged forward. With a sickening sound, the kunai pierced Yahiko's abdomen. Nagato staggered back, terror etched on his face, as if witnessing the unspeakable. High above, Obito was equally stunned, memories flooding back of Kakashi piercing Rin's chest with Raikiri. Thump! Thump! Nagato's heart raced violently. You and Konan must survive, no matter what. Yahiko murmured weakly, his gaze fading. Because you're the savior of this world. If it were you. Before Yahiko could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Yahiko! In a state of despair, Konan gazed at Yahiko, who lay on the ground, his face etched with agony. Nagato stood frozen, his eyes scanning the crowd surrounding him. The expressions of those people were vividly imprinted in his mind. Mockery, derision, disdain, pity. Whispers and laughter reached his ears, a cacophony of scorn directed at him. The rain fell heavily from the heavens, as if mocking Nagato and the tribulations of his fate. In his youth, he had witnessed his parents suffer at the hands of Konoha ninjas, feeling powerless to protect them. Now, despite possessing strength, he had failed to safeguard those he wished to protect. The words of Uzumaki Himawari echoed in his mind. This scene feels utterly hopeless. Why? Why? Konan's heart-wrenching cries reverberated in the air, while Hanzo's mocking gaze sent chills down his spine. All of this echoed relentlessly in Nagato's mind. Suddenly, several shuriken sliced through the deluge, hurtling from above. Nagato's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his hand, but the projectiles were repelled by an unseen force. Is everything deflected? The Rain Village ninja's eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? Nagato bent his legs and leapt into the air. Observing this, Hanzo swiftly distanced himself, slamming his hand onto the ground. Meanwhile, the area surrounding Konan was already laden with traps. The ground erupted with explosive tags, and Nagato instinctively shielded Konan with his body. Yet the tags adhered to his legs. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion, engulfing the scene in smoke. Had he succeeded? Hanzo gazed into the distance, his tone cautious. As the smoke began to dissipate, Nagato loosened the bindings around Konan, revealing that his legs had been consumed by flames, leaving only stark white bones. A grisly sight. Nagato, Konan crouched nearby, worry etched across her face. Nagato glanced at her, urging, "Konan, hold Yahiko and do not run." "Impressive, boy." "To escape my fire technique," Hanzo remarked coldly, stepping through the smoke to regard the injured Nagato. The rain continued to pour from above. Nagato's pupils narrowed. A murderous glare fixed upon Hanzo. "You are certainly not an ordinary person," Hanzo pondered, contemplating Nagato's eyes. "Everyone move." The Konoha Umbu leapt into the air, charging towards Nagato. The rain curtain was torn asunder by their blades. Surrounded by enemies, Nagato struck the ground with one hand, summoning the outer path's Deva statue. The earth split open, and a colossal hand emerged, sending the surrounding Umbu flying. The Deva statue raised its arms, letting out a thunderous roar towards the sky. From a distance, Obito and Kagaya observed with interest. "It has appeared," Kagaya remarked with a smirk. He summoned the shell of the 10 tails. Obito's expression became cautious. "What is that?" Hanzo stood frozen, staring blankly at the gigantic creature. "Nagato cannot use this." Konan's worry for Nagato intensified. Yet at that moment, Nagato was deaf to her words, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as if venting his fury to the heavens. The Deva statue unleashed a torrent of iron rods, piercing Nagato's back to siphon his chakra. "I have never seen such a thing. Let us continue to observe," stated Hashirama. The footage continued to play. The Deva statue absorbed Nagato's chakra, gathering immense energy within its maw. Soon, it expelled a massive white dragon-shaped energy. This dragon soared into the air, sweeping away the Rain Village ninjas. In no time, the spirits of those caught in its grasp began to dissipate. Encountering the thing means certain death. A Rain Village ninja gasped in horror. Seeing this, the crowd began to flee. Nagato let out a heart-wrenching shout, commanding the massive white dragon. From a corner, Hanzo observed, his expression growing colder. The dragon approached him, and Hanzo quietly remarked, "It seems you are the one pulling the strings, possessing the Rinnegan. I am truly astonished." The chakra-formed dragon ascended, gazing down at Hanzo. Nagato, Konan supported Yahiko, her face filled with concern as she watched Nagato. Hearing her worry, Nagato summoned all his strength, gritting his teeth. At that moment, the dragon roared in the sky and charged towards Hanzo. Body flicker technique. Hanzo remained unfazed, raising one hand to evade effortlessly. With a resounding crash, the dragon's head struck the ground, causing an explosion that sent debris flying. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the air, while the relentless rain continued to pour, mingling with the smoke. As the smoke began to clear, the enormous crater revealed no one within. With a final crack, the black rods embedded in Nagato's back snapped due to the loss of chakra. The Deva statue dissipated into smoke. The haze lingered, and Nagato, weakened, managed a faint smile as he gazed into the distance. High above, Obito watched Nagato with a complex expression. "Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, I will ensure you reunite in the world of dreams. I promise." Obito's gaze remained cold as he regarded everything below. The scene shifted as a door swung open. "I was right, wasn't I?" Obito glared frostily at Nagato, who sat in a chair. "I finally understand. The self-serving will to maintain peace will spark war. To protect love, hatred will also arise. In this cursed world, true peace does not exist," Nagato stated weakly. Upon hearing Nagato's response, Obito nodded, indeed. At that moment, a vortex began to absorb Obito's body, while Kagaya sank into the ground. The two gradually faded away. The sound of footsteps approached. Emerging from the distant light was a new figure, Pain. "You will always be the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko." Nagato regarded the puppet he had created, his gaze complex. Jiraiya remarked, "I never anticipated such events. I am truly sorry." Konan responded, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is not your fault." Koharu added, "It's all the fault of the Konoha villagers, causing a shadow-level powerhouse to rise." Kuratsuchi stated, "Akatsuki initially had noble intentions, but unfortunately encountered Danzo." Anoki commented, "We must also discuss that beast, Hanzo. It's of no concern. He is already dead," Nagato replied. "Had you not ambushed me back then," Hanzo retorted. "Obito, Can the Eye of the Moon plan truly achieve peace in the ninja world? Minato questioned. Uchiha Obito, I am uncertain. Yet ensnaring everyone in an illusion is preferable to the current state of affairs. Nohara Rin, Obito, look at me. The ninja world harbors not only cruelty, but also immense beauty. Hatake Kakashi, indeed, Obito. Uchiha Obito, your words are futile. I have resolved my path. Within the cave, Obito gazes at the messages in the chat group, a flicker of warmth surging within him, only to be swiftly concealed. Oof. The plan of the Eye of the Moon shall soon come to fruition. Uchiha Madara, hurry and revive me, Nagato. A notification chimes, signaling a private message from Madara. Obito regards it with disdain. Uchiha Madara, you would do well to remain in the Pure Land. Obito strides coldly out of the cave. System. The upcoming narrative will be intensely thrilling. Prepare yourselves. Fourth Kazekage Raza. What is happening? What kind of thrill are we talking about? Third Kazekage Fool. Could you refrain from speaking and tarnishing the image of Sunagakure? Kuratsuchi. Surely the forthcoming events cannot involve the destruction of Konoha? Sarutobi Izeshi, impossible. This child, Obito, is one I have watched grow. He could never harm the village of Konoha. Nara Shikamaru. Indeed, I have also witnessed his growth. Kuratsuchi, spare us your flattery. The footage continues to play. At this moment, the music shifts to a melancholic tune, unveiling scenes of devastation. Countless villages have sacrificed vast numbers of lives, corpses strewn about, while dogs scavenge the remains of the unfortunate. Due to the incessant wars in the ninja world, famines have erupted, leading to widespread starvation and death. Obito, adorned with the white Zetsu mask, quietly observes it all. Indeed, this world is beyond salvation. Only the Eye of the Moon plan can rescue everyone. As time swiftly passes, Obito's mask gradually transforms into a tiger stripe pattern. He is fully adapted to the white Zetsu cells. Over the years, he has traveled with black Zetsu, witnessing the cruelty of humanity. The so-called ninjas are merely tools for killing. Uzumaki Naruto, how can this be? Shouldn't teen ninjas exist to protect others? Kisame Hashigaki, kid, you are too naive. Ninjas are merely instruments of death. No amount of embellishment can alter that truth. Uzumaki Naruto, but Senju Hashirama, I had allocated tailed beasts to you. You promised to cease hostilities, so why has it come to this? First Hokage's shadows. Senju Tobarama, brother, you are too optimistic. To achieve peace in the ninja world, unification is essential. Uchiha Madara, even unification will lead to division. Senju Whitehair, do you not grasp this? Senju Tobarama, wicked Uchiha Madara. Kuratsuchi, can the ninja world truly usher in an era of peace? Uzumaki Boruto, yes, it is peaceful now. There will be no more wars in the ninja world. Onoki, how is that possible? Uzumaki Boruto, truly, Grandpa, I am not deceiving you. You are still alive in my time. Fourth Kazekage Raza, Onoki has lived this long? Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Boruto, young one, you remain too naive. I suspect your era is upheld by two formidable warriors. Hence, there's no war. Uzumaki Boruto, no. There's only one strong warrior, Uncle Sasuke. As for my father, his position as Hokage was bought. Sarutobi Hizashi. Senju Tsunade. Senju Tobarama. Can a Hokage be purchased? Young one, do you comprehend your words? Uzumaki Boruto. I speak no falsehood. My father is system. Ahem. Disclosure of future events is prohibited. Otherwise, a warning will be issued. Uzumaki Boruto. All right then. In the Pure Land. Adudu. Do you believe this boy's words? Has Konoha become so corrupt? Senju Hashirama gazes anxiously at the chat group. Tobarama pats Hashirama's shoulder and sighs softly. Brother, I suspect it is his father. Perpetually occupied with work, leaving him neglected, thus fostering his rebelliousness. He feels discontent, believing his father's position as Hokage was purchased. Ah, so that is the case. Hashirama breathes a sigh of relief. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Boruto. In your era, did I become the strongest? Uzumaki Boruto. Yes, Master Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Then it stands to reason that I must have slain Itachi. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, did you see? Your fate was to be slain by me. Senju Tobarama. Let us continue watching the video. The footage persists. Congratulations. The doctor looks at the report in his hands, joy illuminating his face as he gazes at Kushina. Huh? Kushina is taken aback. The expected delivery date is October 10th. The doctor nods. Is this real? Uzumaki Kushina's face lights up with excitement. The scene shifts to a cozy little home. At this moment, Namake's Minato is cooking, and upon hearing Kushina's words, he freezes. A baby? I'm going to be a mother. Uzumaki Kushina nods enthusiastically. I'm going to be a father? Minato is still in shock. I'm going to be a mother. I'm going to be a father. Indeed, both were expressions of exhilaration. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. How did this video take such a sudden turn? Sarutobi Hizashi. Minato. Namake's Minato. First Hokage-sama. The individuals appearing in the video are my wife and me. Senju Hashirama. Is that so? Then you must be living quite happily now. Namake's Minato. Yes, to protect the village, I was killed by the Nine Tails, and my wife met the same fate. Senju Hashirama. Namake's Minato. Is there an issue? First Hokage-sama. Senju Hashirama. No. Can the Nine Tails truly kill? Namake's Minato. Fourth Kazekage Raza. The Nine Tails is, after all, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. Onoki. You do not comprehend the weight of the ninja god's significance. Senju Tobarama. Enough, brother. Not everyone possesses your strength. Senju Hashirama. Is that so? I find the Nine Tails to be quite manageable. I could easily overpower it with just 2 hands. Kurama. The video continues to unfold. Kakashi, set aside your current task. I have a special assignment for you. Minato gently addresses Kakashi, who stands before him, masked and exuding an icy demeanor. What is it? Kakashi inquires. This is confidential. Kushina is pregnant, Minato says with a smile in his eyes, continuing, congratulations. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. However, as a female Jinchuriki, the chakra used for sealing during pregnancy would transfer to the fetus, thereby weakening the seal of the tailed beast. Thus, I implored you, Watergate, to subtly convey this to Kakashi. I understand. Kakashi nodded. The subsequent scenes shifted rapidly. Kakashi, clad in his umbu attire, concealed himself in a corner, vigilantly ensuring Kushina's safety. Days passed, and the belly of Uzumaki Kushina grew ever larger. Kakashi perched atop a rooftop, observing the interaction between his teacher Watergate and sister Kushina as the chill in his heart gradually dissipated. Thank you for protecting Kushina. Watergate expressed his gratitude to Kakashi, then briefly recounted the events leading up to this moment, indicating that specialized umbu would be assigned to safeguard Kushina. I suppose I should continue with my tasks. Kakashi hesitated. There's no need to rush. You may rest for a while, Watergate said gently, regarding Kakashi with warmth. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, Kakashi, I never imagined you were always protecting me. To which Kakashi replied, Sister Kushina, I'm merely. No need to say anything further, Kakashi. Thank you. Uzumaki Boruto interjected, wait. I have a question. What is it? Watergate inquired. It's nothing. It just feels inappropriate to speak it aloud. Fourth Reikage, remarked. Could it be that there are spies in Konoha leaking the information about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Indeed. How else would Obito know where Kushina was giving birth? There must be a mole. Koharu added. Kakashi interjected. That's impossible. The Umbu's defenses in Konoha are stringent. Then how does Obito know? Inoki questioned. Let us continue watching, Watergate said. I hope you're not the perpetrator behind the Nine Tails catastrophe. Do you understand? Uchiha Obito responded, Watergate-sensei. The footage continued. In the distant sky, a pale dawn gradually descended, the evening glow reflecting on the Uchiha clan's mountains. Kakashi knelt before Rin's grave, gently wiping the tombstone, and then placed vibrant flowers at its base. I'm sorry for not visiting for so long. I swear, it was never my intention to forget you. There is something I wish to share, but for now, it remains a secret. Kakashi gazed at Rin's tombstone, his expression filled with complexity. Watergate's child is soon to be born. This generation will live in everlasting peace. If only we had been born later, Kakashi's eyes moistened as he sighed softly. I suppose I should inform Obito as well. I'm leaving now, Rin, Kakashi said tenderly before walking away. In the thicket, Obito donned his hood, his gaze icy as he observed the scene from afar. He approached Rin's grave, plucking the flowers from its front and scattering them into the air. What meaning does possessing this power hold if I cannot protect those I should? He lamented. Sore, Vatergata sensei. Fourth Kazakage Gaara remarked. So, Kakashi is indeed this traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed this. Kakashi responded silently. Let us continue watching, Hashirama urged. The scene shifted, the moon illuminating Konoha village with its bright radiance. The villagers were engaged in laughter and leisure on the streets. Suddenly, Kakashi froze, his eyes narrowing. A chilling presence permeated the air. The powerful ninjas within Konoha sensed something amiss, pausing their activities to gaze skyward at the full moon. The scene shifted once more, revealing Itachi holding his younger brother Sasuke. Both ensnared in a moment of surprise. Sasuke began to whimper in his swaddling. Itachi quickly soothed him. Do not cry, Sasuke. No matter what happens in the future, your brother will protect you. The scene transitioned again, revealing a dim alley where Obito, cloaked, stepped forward, striking the ground with one hand. Boom! Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Konoha, a fierce shockwave, sending civilians flying. Is this truly the mightiest of the nine-tailed beasts? Killer Bee mused, intrigued. Fourth Raikage scoffed. Humph. I wish to witness what the Nine Tails is truly capable of. In a Wagakure, Killer Bee fixated on the video. Excitement coursing through him as he hummed a rap rhythm. B, could you quiet down for a moment? Your incessant rapping is unbearable. Be careful lest your brother come to reprimand you. Gyuki complained. Little 8, my brother simply lacks appreciation. He is a fool. Killer Bee waved dismissively. By the way, Little 8, who is stronger, you or the Nine Tails? If I must compare, the Nine Tails is undoubtedly far more formidable. Gyuki reflected before answering. Incredible, even stronger than you. Little 8, Killer Bee exclaimed, disregarding the disdainful glances from surrounding villagers. Next will be the confrontation between Obito and Watergate, with the remaining events swiftly traversing through the detailed depiction of Obito's exploits during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Until the Sage of Six Paths mode, Uzumaki Baruto, as a young man, remarked, to be honest, the Nine Tails has too many vulnerabilities. It's rather easy to handle. A shinobi from Kirigakure commented, it seems the one above possesses elite-level strength. The artistic style suggests complexity. Koharu observed, he is quite handsome. The footage continued. The dense smoke in the sky gradually cleared, revealing crimson eyes. The villagers, witnessing this, felt their pupils constrict, immediately recalling the Nine Tails. Alarmed cries erupted throughout the streets. Nine Tails, rise! Obito commanded coldly. Soon, the Nine Tails' pupils transformed into the shape of 3 Tomo. It had succumbed entirely to Obito's control, mindlessly assaulting Konoha. Boom! 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 Surrounding structures crumbled instantly. The massive form of the Nine Tails, with its razor-sharp claws, plunged Konoha into chaos, resulting in countless casualties, with many civilians buried beneath the rubble. Soon, the Umbu located Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He swiftly donned his battle attire, leading the Umbu to confront the Nine Tails. To protect the new generation of Konoha, Hiruzen issued a perplexing command. The village's youth were to evacuate the civilians, while the elders would follow him to confront the Nine Tails at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Meanwhile, the other Umbu members were tasked with notifying the Uchiha clan, as they too were part of Konoha. However, the ensuing scene caused the villagers of Konoha to gasp in shock once more. The Uchiha clan had yet to appear on the battlefield. What at this moment was the Uchiha clan doing? It's strange. Why has the Uchiha clan vanished collectively? Moonlight Gale pondered. As the crimson sun sets, the video indeed reveals no trace of the Uchiha clan. Tobirama Senju asks Fugaku Uchiha, what circumstances did you encounter? Lord Second Hokage, Fugaku replies, our Uchiha clan intended to assist Kanehagakure, yet we were thwarted by Elder Danzo. In our helplessness, we could only pacify the civilians. Danzo Shimura, you are truly foolish. Tobirama exclaims, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan could control the Nine Tails. Why did you impede their efforts? Sensei, Danzo retorts, do not forget that the Uchiha clan can control the Nine Tails in another manner. At that moment, the situation was dire, and the Sharingan reappearing in the eyes of the beast, made it difficult to dismiss suspicions of the Uchiha's involvement. Madara Uchiha scoffs. The people of Konoha refused to accept us Uchiha. What were your thoughts when I urged you to leave the village with me? Madara-sama, Shisui Uchiha interjects. In the Pure Land, all Uchiha clan members gaze at the messages in the chat group, their hearts heavy with guilt. It becomes clear that they had misunderstood Madara. They lament their folly, having believed Tobirama's lies. I am sorry, Madara. I never anticipated that the Uchiha would meet such a fate, Hashirama Senju confesses. Your apology is not accepted, Madara replies coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, monkey, I command you to strip Danzo of all his powers immediately. You shall remain the Hokage of Konoha. Is that acceptable? Hiruzen nods. I understand, sensei. But do you truly wish to allow this man to continue as Hokage? Hashirama questions. Yes, with this chat group. As long as Hiruzen obeys my commands, there will be no issue. Now, let us continue watching the video. Hiruzen expresses gratitude for his teacher's trust. The video continues. Night falls, and the cold wind slices through the air like a blade against the faces of the onlookers. In stark contrast, a cozy cottage offers warmth against the harsh chill. Minato tightly embraces his wife, gently laying her upon the soft bed. Minato, why? Kushina Uzumaki gazes anxiously at her husband. Do not ask. Stay by Naruto's side, Minato replies, his expression complex as he observes Kushina clutching Naruto tightly, his brow furrowed. As a husband, he longs to escape this perilous village with his family. Yet he is the Hokage of Konoha. Naruto. Kushina presses her face against Naruto's, tears streaming down her cheeks. Minato, witnessing this scene, grits his teeth, his eyes dimmed, fists clenched. With a loud bang, he angrily swings open the wardrobe. Minato, thank you. Be careful on your journey. Kushina anticipates Minato's intentions upon hearing the wardrobes creaking. I'll be back soon. Minato swiftly dons his cloak. For the sake of the Hokage's name, I cannot afford to lose this match. I have family too. Naruto Uzumaki realizes. I apologize, Naruto. I have kept this from you for so long. Hiruzen expresses regret. Yes. Third Grandpa. Thank you, Naruto responds. Lord Third, how is Naruto faring? Minato inquires as the video reveals Naruto's identity, and he decides to no longer conceal the truth. I am truly sorry, Minato. I failed to care for Naruto properly. The economic situation in Konoha was perilous at that time, Hiruzen admits. What do you mean by that? Kushina asks, bewildered. So, Naruto is actually the son of the fourth Hokage and not a demon fox, a villager remarks. Naruto, I am sorry. Another villager apologizes. Lord Third Hokage, what is going on? Minato demands. Minato, I am genuinely sorry, Hiruzen reiterates. Monkey, it seems you have committed quite a few errors, Tobirama observes. I apologize. Sensei Hiruzen responds. Hiruzen, what exactly transpired? Please explain. Hashirama insists. In the Pure Land, Hashirama stares intently at the chat screen, his brow furrowed. For some reason, he feels an ominous sense about the unfolding events. Adudu, what are your thoughts on Hiruzen? He has been Hokage for too long and has grown indecisive. However, this is somewhat understandable. Brother, Tobirama pats Hashirama's shoulder. Why do you say that? Hashirama inquires. I believe that at the time, Konoha was reeling from the Nine Tails incident, and the economy was on the brink of collapse. The village suffered heavy casualties among its warriors, and the new generation had yet to mature. Furthermore, with Danzo causing chaos, Tobirama sighs, shaking his head. Do you consider him a good person? Not really. As a leader of the village, he is too indecisive. If he had been more resolute and dealt with Danzo, sooner Tobirama's eyes narrow, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Brother, this chat group possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. If you ever obtain a resurrection coin, revive me first, and I shall govern the village. I understand. Hashirama nods solemnly. The video continues. On Hokage Rock, a figure suddenly appears. Minato gazes cautiously at the massive Nine Tails in the distance. The evening breeze tousles his handsome features, the golden locks partially obscuring his eyes, adding an air of coldness to his demeanor. The Nine Tails snarls, its gaze fixed upon Minato atop Hokage Rock. Have you noticed me? Minato's eyes grow wary. At that moment, the Nine-Tails opens its massive maw, beginning to gather tail beast bomb. You shall not destroy this place. Minato swiftly forms hand seals. Just as the tailed beast bomb is about to strike Hokage Rock, it suddenly halts, a sealing technique manifesting in midair. The bomb is absorbed into the sealing technique as Minato raises his hands, wielding a kunai. The scene shifts. A violent explosion occurs on a distant hill, and the shock wave rapidly engulfs Konoha. Minato's long hair billows in the wind as he quickly assesses the explosion's magnitude, deciding to relocate. The fourth Hokage is so handsome, Ino Yamanaka exclaims. Daughter, could you be more circumspect in your remarks? Hayashi Hyuga replies. Is this truly the fourth Hokage of Konoha? He is undeniably handsome, Karatsuchi remarks. What use is being handsome if he dies young? Anoki retorts. He is as handsome as I was in my youth. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, admits with a thumbs up. The second Tsuchikage, you weren't exactly handsome in your youth. The scene persisted. At that moment, the ninjas of Konoha recognized Minato Namikaze's space-time ninjutsu and were inwardly delighted. The camera shifted. Minato, gazing at the distant nine-tailed beast, resolved to immediately report its power to the third Hokage. Just as he was contemplating this, a gust of cold wind suddenly assailed him from behind. Minato's pupils constricted sharply, and his body reacted instinctively. A kunai swiftly aimed at the head of the cloaked figure. However, the attack passed right through the figure, causing no damage. Obito had seized the opportune moment of his intangibility to grasp Minato's outstretched arm. Your adversary is I. And this is where it ends. Kamui. Obito's pupils contracted as he stared directly at Minato. A wave of spatial distortion emanated from Obito's right eye. Minato's body began to warp, on the verge of being drawn into the Kamui dimension, when suddenly, a crack resounded. Minato vanished from his location, leaving behind only a corner of his cloak in the air. Obito missed his mark, grinding his teeth. He teleported away? How swift. Next time, I must defeat you as quickly as possible. Ideally, the instant I make contact. Obito extended a single hand, forming a hand seal. The scene transitioned once more. Minato, utilizing the flying thunder god technique's mark, teleported to the location where Kushina was giving birth, a place he had previously marked, never expecting it would serve a purpose at this moment. Staggering, Minato collapsed to the ground upon arriving. He struggled to his feet, analyzing Obito's abilities, knowing he had no time to hesitate. What ninjutsu did that fellow employ? Suddenly, a swirling vortex materialized before Minato, for which emerged a cloaked figure wearing a mask with tiger stripes and the Mangeki Sharingan in his right eye. Minato's heart tightened. This individual can also use space-time ninjutsu? He must have been able to instantly transport Kushina because of this ability. Minato slowly rose, his thoughts racing. This person knows where Kushina is giving birth, which means there's a traitor within Konoha. But who could this traitor be? A ninja who can freely enter and exit Konoha's barriers to my knowledge. There is only one person. Minato scrutinized Obito, his mind working. You are Uchiha Madara, aren't you? Minato regarded Obito with caution. Obito's expression behind the mask faltered, clearly displeased by Minato's conjecture. He subconsciously removed his hood, hoping his teacher Minato might recognize him. No, that's impossible. Uchiha Madara died long ago. Minato shook his head, stalling for time. Hearing Minato's response, Obito's mood darkened somewhat. Who knows? Whether he's truly dead is uncertain. Faced with Obito's jest, Minato fell silent once more. His mind was rife with doubts, but the urgency of the situation left him no room for contemplation. No error, Rin. Obito, you've gone too far. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, you're truly in the wrong this time. You killed Minato-sensei. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito, do you have anything to say? Uchiha Obito, I'm sorry, Kushina-san. I'm a scoundrel. Namikaze Minato, Obito, it's not too late to apologize. This chat group has resurrection coins. Try to see if you can get one. If you can revive Kushina, I can forgive you. Uchiha Obito, my mind is made up. I am Soru, Minato-sensei. Uchiha Obito, you see, only the Eye of the Moon plan can achieve peace in this shinobi world. It is filled with greed. Black Zetsu. Madara-sama is absolutely right. Senju Tobarama, the wicked Uchiha Madara, spouting nonsense again. Senju Hashirama, let's continue watching. Madara, I apologize for the mistakes I made against you before. Uchiha Madara, it's too late. The scene on the video continued. Obito slowly retrieved chains from his sleeve, his gaze fixed on Minato with icy resolve. In any case, this fellow is no ordinary opponent. Minato drew a kunai from his pouch, his mind racing. In the brief seconds of their exchange, he had already analyzed some of Obito's abilities. Although he couldn't be entirely certain, he had to settle things here. As for the Nine Tails, I'll have to ask the third Hokage to stall. At that moment, Obito, gazing at his teacher Minato warily, felt a pang of sorrow. But more than anything, he yearned to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, this shinobi world was beyond redemption. By initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, even if he killed Kushine-san and Minato-sensei here, they would be resurrected and reunited in the afterlife. However, facing Minato's gaze, Obito couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. After all, this was someone he knew well. Obito tightly gripped the steel chain handcuffs on his arm, shaking his hand in an attempt to conceal his inner turmoil. The moonlight in the high sky was bright and clear, the clouds seemingly parted by an invisible hand, casting light upon the two figures. A cold wind swept past. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two moved simultaneously, the distant scenery rapidly receding in their eyes. Minato, wielding a kunai in one hand, attempted to stab Obito in the abdomen. But as before, the attack passed through, causing no harm. Their bodies began to overlap, phasing through each other, as if possessing the ability to walk through walls. But they did not pass through the wall, their lower bodies remaining on opposite sides of each other. At that moment, Obito seized the opportunity of Kimui's intangibility, swiftly tightening the chains. The chains bound Minato's abdomen, and Minato's pupils constricted as he promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the chain's grasp. Seeing that the chains had failed to bind Minato's physical form, Obito's expression stiffened. As expected, this is Minato-sensei. Normal attacks are ineffective against him. It seems I'll have to resort to my trump card. Obito, gazing at Minato in the distance, his mind swirling, analyzed which ninjutsu he should employ in their next exchange. Would release? Not suitable. Minato-sensei possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, after all. Senju Tobarama, Obito's practical experience is lacking. Senju Hashirama, indeed, Obito clearly has multiple advantages. If he just drags it out, he's guaranteed to win. Madarumi, if we calculate the time, how old should Obito be now? Fourth Kazekage Raza, not sure, but he should be over 20 years old. Hatake Kakashi, I was only 14 years old at that time. Chio, first Tsuchikage. Second Mizukage H. Zuki Jinjutsu. Did I see that right? 14 years old and taking on the Hokage? The viewers in the chat group were all shocked. 14 years old and taking on the Hokage. This couldn't be described as mere genius. Senju Hashirama. Holy crap, Obito's talent is even stronger than mine. Uchiha Madara. Humph, I knew it. My judgment was correct all along. Black Zetsu. As expected of Madara-sama. The visuals of the video continue to unfold. The physique of that individual seems impervious to my physical attacks. His form materializes only during an assault. In other words, we can only aim to strike each other at the precise moment of confrontation. Watergate's mind raced like lightning as he cast a cold glance towards Toby in the distance. Toby seemed eager, his gaze fixed intently upon Watergate. With resolve, Watergate clenched his fist and drew forth a kunai, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. The outcome would hinge on whose attack speed was superior. Determined, Watergate surged forward towards Toby. Observing this, Toby also charged ahead, marking the commencement of their second bout. From their previous encounter, Toby had discerned Watergate's weakness. As long as he avoided Watergate's strikes, he would remain unharmed. The advantage lies with me, Toby thought with a cold smirk, watching as Watergate launched a kunai. Toby, not one to underestimate, decisively activated his Kamui, causing time to slow at that moment. He quietly calculated the duration of Kamui, raising his right hand in an attempt to touch Watergate's head. Watergate was equally calculating the timing. In this instant, both were gambling. After the kunai passed through Toby's head, he exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, a loud bang resonated, and a gust of wind swept through. In the pitch-black night, a brilliant blue light shone vividly. It was Watergate's Rasengan. Toby, unfazed, was about to make contact with Watergate's head when he dispelled his Kamui. "I have one," Toby thought with a sinister grin. Suddenly, the figure of Watergate vanished before him, causing Toby's heart to race. The scene shifted as Watergate, utilizing the flying thunder god mark he had thrown, teleported above Toby. At that moment, a symphony of music filled the air, with drums and strings intertwining, igniting the passions of the viewers. Watergate appeared above Toby, decisively twisting his body and concentrating all his strength to deliver a fierce blow with the Rasengan to Toby's back. Could he have switched places with the earlier kunai? Toby felt a sharp pain radiate from his back, his pupils dilating in shock. The ground began to fracture beneath him. This was the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Watergate's golden hair whipped in the cold wind as he spoke with remarkable composure. With a resounding crash, the earth ruptured extensively, resembling a spider's web. Watergate shattered Toby's defense and swiftly inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal upon Toby's back. The audience watching the video fell into astonishment. Senju Tobarama remarked, "This young man, Watergate, possesses remarkable combat talent." Uzumaki Baruto exclaimed, "So this is how the Flying Thunder God can be utilized. The fourth Hokage is truly impressive." Senju Hashirama added, "Goodness, this is astounding. Watergate's looks are on par with mine." Uzumaki Mito chimed in, "What do you even rank in looks?" Kuratsuchi commented, "I have long heard of the fourth Hokage's astonishing speed. Witnessing it firsthand today, it truly lives up to its reputation." The Konoha Umbu remarked, "The fourth's speed is so rapid that it's nearly impossible to perceive." The Mist Umbu countered, "While you all praise Watergate, allow me to commend Toby. At just 14 years of age, can contend with a Hokage for such an extended period." Iwagakure-S. Jonin noted, "This child Toby is truly formidable. He is bound to become a powerhouse in the future." Kawaki mused, "Is this how ninjas of the old era fought? Completely relying on their skills without any modern enhancements?" Uchiha Madara questioned, "What is this enhancement you speak of?" Kawaki replied, "Humph, mere relics of a bygone era. You need not concern yourself with such matters." The video continued to play, filled with smoke and a blurred figure of Toby emerging. At that moment, the music echoed on, and through the haze, Toby appeared, disheveled, quickly leaping onto a rock while clutching his injured arm, gazing towards Watergate. In an instant, his arm began to disintegrate like liquid, a result of the white Zetsu cell transplantation. In a similar scene, Watergate staggered a few steps before regaining his footing, his golden locks dancing in the wind. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Toby. "I never anticipated your cunning. Is this what they call being elusive? Truly, one must not be careless." Toby looked at Watergate, and before he could utter a word, a searing pain struck his abdomen. Watergate had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear before Toby. Toby's pupils constricted in shock. So this is the Flying Thunder God technique. In response to Watergate's cold gaze, Toby realized, "I see now. You marked me." At that moment, Watergate pressed on Toby's abdomen, twisting his wrist, and a black sealing technique manifested. "Are you intending to separate me from the Nine Tails?" Toby's eyes widened in realization. "Once that happens, the Nine Tails shall no longer belong to you." Watergate replied coldly. As the scene faded to black, the screen went dark. "Are you satisfied with this scoring segment? If not, I can remove it later." System, ding dong. It is now time for the Q&A session. Please rate Toby's performance in the video, with a perfect score of 10 points and a passing score of 6. Scores of 1 to 3 correspond to a standard Jonin level. Scores of 4 to 6 indicate a peak level of shadow grade strength. Scores of 6 to 7 denote a super shadow level prowess. Scores of 8 to 9 signify transcending humanity and stepping into the realm of the Six Paths. Scores of 10 to 15 represent a Super Six Paths level. We will reward raters based on the fairness of their scores and also tally the rewards for the characters in the video. Kuratsuchi remarked, "So, as long as we provide reasonable scores, we can earn rewards?" Senju Tobarama responded, "It certainly appears to be the case." Uchiha Taijima stated, "If the maximum score is 10, I will give 9 points. After all, Toby is merely 14 years old at this time and lacks extensive battle experience. Uchiha Tetsuru added, "This fellow is undeniably strong. I can only say that I, too, will give him 9 points." At that moment, an average score appeared beneath Toby's avatar in the chat. With 2 people giving 9 points, Toby's current score stood at 9. Senju Hashirama commented, "Well, to be honest, Toby revealed too many flaws at this stage. I would give him a score of 5, indicating he is at shadow level." The 4th Reikage A stated, "That is true. Toby's Kimui ability is indeed powerful. I could give him a score of 7. Without any intelligence advantage, it would be quite challenging to deal with him." Senju Tobarama declared, "I give him 0 points. I refuse to comment on the wicked Uchiha system. Please refrain from arbitrary scoring. Otherwise, there will be penalties." Senju Tobarama relented. "Fine, I will give him 6 points." Noki stated, "I give him 6 points as well." After all, Toby's battle experience at this stage is quite lacking. He might fare well against Jonin, but against a competent shadow-level opponent, his Kamui's information would be exposed after a few exchanges. Once the intelligence is leaked, Obito's advantages will vanish entirely. Karabi. I find it quite impressive. I would rate it an 8. As the ninja world collectively cast their scores, Obito's average fluctuated. Soon, the average score reached a remarkable height of 5.7, a standard peak for a Kage level system, as Obito is the first character to be rated. The average score may appear slightly lower. However, considering his performance in the video, an additional Kamui I will be awarded to Obito. Additionally, Minato Namikaze is granted 1 chance for resurrection, restoring him to his peak combat power. Anoki, what? The yellow flash of Konoha has been revived? The 4th Kazekage, Raza, system. May I be evaluated next? System. We are still tallying Obito's scores. After that, other characters will be randomly selected. Boruto Uzumaki. Why do I have a feeling that I will be next? Naruto Uzumaki. Young, evaluate you? You skip class to play games every day. What is there to evaluate? You little brat. All you do is skip school. Boruto Uzumaki. Humph, at least I am better than you, idiot. Is this Susanoo? Obito gazed at his palms, astonishment flickering in his eyes. A colossal black Susanoo enveloped him completely. Within Konoha, at this moment, Minato had just been revived and swiftly found Naruto. "Naruto, Dad missed you so much. How have you been?" Minato joyfully embraced Naruto, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. "Do you know how much I've suffered, you foolish father?" Naruto sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he had just struck his father. Of course, had it been his mother who had been revived, he would never have done such a thing. Tobarama's Senju, Monkey, relinquished the Hokage position to the 4th. Hiruzen Sarutobi. "All right, Sensei, I understand." Danzo Shimura. "Sensei, Minato is still too young. His gentle nature makes him ill-suited to be Hokage. Let me take on the role." Tobarama Senju. "Get lost. I do not wish to see you." Hashirama Senju. "Calm down. Let us continue watching the video." The footage continued, with Obito's control lost. The Ninetales' pupils returned to their normal color. Soon, Hiruzen led Konoha's Umbu to confront the Ninetales. "Minato, where are you now?" Hiruzen began to worry for Minato's safety. After all, he had watched him grow up and regarded him as a grandson. The scene shifted to Obito, standing high above, blood dripping from his arm. "Truly worthy of the 4th Hokage. I never expected you could injure me and separate the Ninetales. However, the Ninetales will eventually be mine." Obito sneered. "I am destined to unify the world. I have many means at my disposal." In an instant, his body was twisted and absorbed by a vortex, disappearing from sight. Watching the masked figure vanish, Minato felt a sense of relief wash over him. It did not feel like a deception. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. After all, this masked man was the most powerful adversary he had ever encountered, possessing an eerie ability that others could hardly contend with. The scene shifted again, as the people of Konoha desperately tried to restrain the Ninetales, suffering countless casualties. Everyone must hold on until the 4th Hokage arrives. The civilians of Konoha shouted anxiously. Among them, Irake Yumino watched in despair as his parents fell victim to the Ninetales. Meanwhile, the young ninjas in the village, following Hiruzen's orders, took refuge in safe locations. At this moment, Minato stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the massive nine tails and the tailed beast bomb forming in its mouth. Minato's pupils constricted slightly. The scene of destruction in Konoha was harrowing, truly a sight to behold. Tobarama Senju. Monkey, you are truly aging. How can you falter so quickly? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei, I. Hashirama Senju. The village's leadership should be passed to the younger generation. Now, let us continue watching. Boruto Uzumaki, by the way. Why hasn't Dad appeared in the video yet? Minato Namikaze. Well, Boruto, in the video your father is still a small infant, lying in his crib. Boruto Uzumaki. Oh, I see. So, you're my grandfather? Minato Namikaze. Indeed. Kushina Uzumaki. Not surprising. He's my grandson. How adorable. Boruto Uzumaki. Grandpa. You are way more handsome than my foolish father. Minato Namikaze. Why do you say that? Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, I am your father. How can you speak like that? Boruto Uzumaki. Fool. Naruto Uzumaki. Nincompoop. Jiraiya. Ha ha ha. You two are truly alike. Both are adorably oblivious. Boruto Uzumaki. By the way, Uncle, I remember you. There's a photo of you in Dad's album. Jiraiya. Ha ha ha. Is that so? It seems my future reputation will be quite high. The footage continued. Just as the Ninetales was about to unleash the tailed beast bomb, summoning technique, Minato swiftly formed hand seals. Soon, a gigantic toad leapt from the sky, landing a foot on the Ninetales. The fourth Hokage has arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. Minato gazed down at the Ninetales, guilt washing over him as he recalled the masked figure. Kushina, I am so sorry. He anxiously looked at Gamabunta. Please, hold down the Ninetales. Gamabunta's pupils contracted. Even I cannot restrain this beast. The tailed beast bomb continued to gather energy in the Ninetales' mouth. Minato pondered. To redirect an attack of such magnitude will surely consume a significant amount of chakra. Whoosh! The Ninetales figure suddenly vanished. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Minato transported the Ninetales away. Soon, a brilliant light appeared beyond the mountains. In that direction, the crowd turned their gaze towards the mountain peak, a wave of unease surging within their hearts. The scene shifted, revealing a desolate wasteland on this side of the mountain. Amidst the billowing smoke, Minato leaped onto the treetops, cradling Kushina's body. We must quickly establish the barrier, Minato thought, his brow furrowed. Just moments ago, he had relied on Kushina's chakra alongside his own to relocate the Ninetales to this place. I still have chakra left. I can hold on for a while, Kushina said. Biting her lip, golden chains surged forth from her body, binding the distant Ninetales. Kushina, Minato said, concern etched on his face as he gazed at his wife. At that moment, the cries of a newborn echoed, heralding ill omens. I'm sorry for waking you. Forgive me, Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina said, her gaze filled with tenderness towards her son. By restraining the Ninetales, I may face my demise, but this will delay its resurrection. I will use my remaining chakra to assist you. This is our only option. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Kushina said weakly as she looked at her child and Minato. Onoki, alas, Obito has committed a grave mistake. Minato, Obito, you still bear my Flying Thunder God seal. You should understand my intentions. Uchiha Obito, Sensei, Soru. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito, I can empathize with your feelings. It must be agonizing to witness your beloved perish before your eyes. Uchiha Obito, Soru, Kushina. The video continued to play. Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage, became my wife, and the mother of this child. Yet, Minato's expression soured as he sorrowfully gazed at his wife. The title of Yellow flashed completely absent from his demeanor. Minato, do not despair. I am truly happy. With your love surrounding me. Today is our child's birthday, Kushina said, her gaze softening as she looked at the grinning Naruto in his swaddling. Most importantly, if I were to survive, aside from envisioning our family's joyful future, what else could I imagine? Uzumaki Kushina spoke weakly. Seeing his wife in such a state brought tears to Minato's eyes, yet he grew resolute. I have but one wish. I long to see Naruto as he grows, Kushina said, her heart heavy. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Ninetales. I will utilize your remaining chakra to allow you to see Naruto. I will seal all of your remaining chakra within him, Minato asserted, wiping away his tears. Furthermore, leave the nine tails to me. As someone who is not a Jinchuriki, I can only use the Reaper Death Seal. Minato shook his head. But that sealing technique. Kushina was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at Minato. Moreover, the nine-tail sealed within me is only half. Such immense power cannot be preserved physically. From a strategic standpoint, it is unfeasible. The nine-tails sealing requires your participation, Minato gently explained to his wife. The bound nine-tails snarled, attempting to break free from the chains. It's over. The nine-tails is about to break the seal. Uzumaki Kushina said, I never imagined our conversation will be broadcasted for so many to witness. It's quite embarrassing. Uzumaki Mito. Kushina, do you remember what I told you before? Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, Mito, I understand now. I have found my place. And I have found. Senja Hashirama. My dear, what have you and Kushina discussed? Uzumaki Mito. Why should I tell you? Why don't you go find that Uchiha Madara to fool around with? Senja Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you truly do look quite disheveled. Senja Hashirama. Madara. Can you not offer me a word of comfort? Uchiha Madara. I will not forgive you for the wrongs you have done to me. Senju Hashirama. Madara. That was indeed my fault, but the circumstances were exceptionally unique. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. Can you two cease this conversation? Everyone is already aware of your peculiar relationship. Kuratsuchi. Indeed, I always thought those rumors were false. I never imagined they were true. Senju Tsunade. Great-grandpa. Is it true that you and Uchiha Madara share such a relationship? Shortly, Tsunade observed the avatars of Madara and Hashirama switching back and forth in the chat group, her brows furrowing. The more she looked, the more she felt something was amiss. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Haha, since you all have discovered it, I shall come clean. I am in a close relationship with Madara. Uchiha Madara. Fool, do you even know what you're saying? Senju Hashirama. ISNT close relationship a term for good friends? Uchiha Madara. Idiot. You must be foolish. It's called good buddies. Senju Hashirama. Kuratsuchi. Uzumaki Mito. I sympathize with you for a second. Kuratsuchi. 1010. I feel that the first Hokage is quite irresponsible, abandoning his wife to mingle with other men. Konoha Zumbu. Hey, little girl. You mustn't speak carelessly. 1010 retracted a message. The video continued. Minato began forming seals with his hands, swiftly summoning the spectral figure of the Shinigami behind him. Kushina, let us believe in Naruto together. He is our son, Minato declared with unwavering conviction as he gazed towards the ensnared nine tails. Is that seal already? The hastily arriving Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted upon seeing the scene. Once the Reaper Death Seal is completed, I will seal your chakra within Naruto. I hope that when he attempts to control the nine tails as a Jinchuriki, you will lend him your strength. But he is our son. That is precisely why I am reluctant to place such a heavy burden upon you. Kushina looked at the swaddled Naruto, her gaze complex. Moreover, why must you use the Reaper Death Seal? To allow me a fleeting moment with Naruto, must you sacrifice yourself? I only wish for you to remain by Naruto's side, to protect him as he grows. For the sake of beast balance, the nation and village. Must Naruto become a sacrifice? Must you sacrifice yourself for me? Kushina glared at her husband in discontent, her voice rising in anger. Abandoning the nation, the village, is akin to abandoning our child. You have experienced the pain of losing your homeland. You should know the cruelty of a life lived in such circumstances. Minato gazed sorrowfully at his wife, while the Shinigami behind him watched this scene with resignation. If it could speak, it would surely knock Minato's head and complain, "You talk too much all day." The fourth Kazekage, Raza. To be honest, Minato is a good husband and an excellent Hokage, but he does not quite qualify as a good father. Terumi Mei, anyone can utter such words, but when they come from you, they appear utterly absurd. Fourth Reikijai, are you implying that you would use your own family to test the Jinchuriki of the One Tail? Anoki, how laughable it is that Rashi would commit such cruel acts merely to evaluate the One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Fourth Kazekage Rashi. Third Kazekage, Rashi. You lack the standing to judge Minato. Jiraiya. In comparison to Namake's Minato, anyone pales in significance. Hashirama Senju. Indeed, he was even willing to sacrifice his life to protect the village. Thumbs up. Izuna Uchiha. Yes, it is evident that Obito has succumbed to darkness, even turning against his own teacher. The video continues to play. As Minato begins the ritual, Kushina's body unexpectedly weakens. In that instant, the seal binding the Nine Tails starts to contract, and a malevolent glint appears in the Nine Tails' eyes, fixating on the slumbering Naruto. Suddenly, the Nine Tails thrusts its claw towards Naruto. Both Kushina and Minato witness this moment, their pupils dilating in shock. The screen darkens. A stream of blood swiftly ejects. Out of paternal and maternal love, Minato and Kushina instinctively shield their child with their bodies. At this moment, all who are watching the video are rendered speechless. Tick! A drop of blood falls from the Nine Tails' claw onto Naruto's chest, yet he remains in peaceful slumber, unharmed. Inoki, alas, in my old age, I cannot bear to witness such scenes. Third Reikijai, was that an instinctive action taken to protect one's child? The video continues to unfold. I have always stated that this is the duty of a father. Minato's voice sounds weak. If that is the case, a mother should fulfill this obligation even more so. Kushina, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, manages a bittersweet smile. Is our child still inside? From a distance, Hayashi observes this scene, his pupils narrowing in alarm. The Nine Tails is now immobilized, baring its teeth in fury at Minato and Kushina. I've lost this argument for the first time. I understand now how serious you are. Kushina gasped for breath. I understand. Blood trickles from the corner of Minato's mouth as he swiftly forms hand seals, summoning a toad. Fourth Hokage, what is happening? The summoned toad, Fukasaku, watches the scene with narrowed pupils. Fukasaku, I entrust you with the key to the sealing technique, and make sure Jiraiya-sensei safeguards it. Minato states weakly. I see. So Minato intends for Naruto to become the Jinchuriki? Hayashi is taken aback. Soon, Fukasaku secures the key and departs. Minato breathes a sigh of relief, sensing his life slipping away. Kushina, it seems we do not have much longer. Is there anything you wish to say to our child? Minato gazes affectionately at the infant nestled in the swaddling cloth. At this moment, the scene is accompanied by touching music, deepening the atmosphere. Naruto must not be a picky eater. Kushina nods slowly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Her pupils slowly losing focus, unable to see Naruto clearly. The vision of her child flickers in her mind. Remember to eat well each day, grow quickly. Take warm baths regularly, and ensure you get plenty of sleep without staying up late. Additionally, make friends. It's fine if you don't have many. Just a few trustworthy ones will suffice. Even though your mother is not adept at socializing, you must study well. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Even if you struggle, there is no need to feel disheartened. Show respect to your teachers and elders. And there is one more crucial matter regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions. Do not borrow money recklessly. Save the money you earn, and wait until you are of age to drink alcohol. Of course, you may drink now, but moderation is key for your health. And if you seek a girlfriend, remember that your mother is a woman and may not fully understand these matters. Ultimately, in this world, there are only men and women, and you will inevitably develop an interest in females. Just be cautious not to attract the attention of strange girls. If you seek a partner, find someone like your mother, a good girl. Observing Kushina grow weaker, each word requiring immense effort, Minato's lips slowly curl upwards, blood continuing to seep from his mouth, his pupils also beginning to fade. And you must be wary of Jiraiya-sensei. Do not let him lead you astray. Kushina is uncertain whether Naruto can comprehend her words, as he is still just a small infant, lost in slumber. Your mother will no longer be by your side, and in the future, you will face many trials and tribulations. Maintain your own pace and have faith in yourself, disregarding the opinions of others. Then, transform your dreams into reality. Have confidence in yourself. Kushina gasps for air, tears streaming down her cheeks. The swaddled Naruto remains deeply asleep. I truly do not wish to part with you, Naruto. There's so many things I want to tell you. I love you. I'm sorry, my husband, I've said so much, and you have had no chance to speak. Kushina suddenly recalls something, laboriously turning her head towards Minato. No, it's all right. Minato gently shakes his head, then gazes lovingly at his child. Naruto, what your father wishes to convey is akin to what your ever-chatty mother would say. However, it is time now. 8 trigrams sealing. Having imparted his final words, the couple's lives come to an end at that moment. Beyond the mountains, a hint of dawn begins to break, illuminating the previously dim atmosphere. The swaddled Naruto furrows his brow, unable to comprehend what has transpired, only feeling a surge of unease within. First Raikage, alas. Minato is truly a real man. I acknowledge him. Mr. Itachi, this tale appears truly moving. Is this the power of paternal and maternal love? Scorpion, your parents once loved you dearly, just as depicted in the video. Grandma Chio, are you deceiving me? I'm not deceiving you. Naruto Uzumaki, you are fortunate to have parents who love you so deeply. It is truly enviable. Gaara, your mother has always loved you and protected you. It was not merely the strength of the one tail. Gaara, it seems you have not taken good care of him. I apologize. So, is this a grand scene of kinship recognition? Next, we will review the era of Obito. Please prepare yourselves. At this moment, the screen abruptly turns black. In the heavens, a torrential downpour falls relentlessly. A despondent Obito walks the path alone. The village hidden in the rain continues to weep silently, though this time, the circumstances differ. After eliminating the fourth Hokage, Obito became the shadowy puppeteer of the Akatsuki, clandestinely manipulating Nagato. Nagato, having achieved his desires, begins to rally forces. Once all matters are settled, after many years, Obito returns to the Leaf Village. Night descends, and a chilling wind howls incessantly. High above, a resplendent moon hangs in the sky, casting its luminous glow upon Obito. At this moment, a strand of his long hair cascades down his back, and he dons a mask adorned with tiger stripes. As he navigates through the forest, he unexpectedly encounters Itachi Uchiha. I seek your assistance. Itachi approaches slowly and states. Soon, Itachi elucidates his plan to Obito, yet this segment of the video has been excised by the system, leaving the audience in confusion regarding the specifics. Obito, after listening, nods slightly. The scene shifts, and Itachi, holding a mask, gazes at the distant Uchiha clan emblem before donning the mask and charging into the Uchiha territory. On the high railing, a whirlpool of distortion manifests. Obito stands with his hands in his pockets, gazing towards the Leaf Village's guard department. His form begins to flicker, and in an instant, he infiltrates the guard department. Who are you? A cry of alarm erupts from within. Immediately, a deluge of blood spills forth, and anguished screams echo in succession. Due to the video editing, the crowd remains bewildered by the unfolding events. What does this signify? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Is there misinformation? Does this mean it was not Itachi who perpetrated the massacre, but Obito? No, that is impossible. I witnessed Itachi slaughter a multitude of clan members. My foolish brother, I annihilated those clan members merely to test my capacity. You remain too weak. I find this situation rather suspicious. The Uchiha clan's annihilation cannot be so simplistic. If I am correct, Itachi and Obito have allied. Obito is tasked with confronting the Uchiha elite, while Itachi is responsible for eliminating the frail and aged. If that is the case, then Itachi is quite the scoundrel. Brother, do not be hasty in your conclusions. Let us continue observing. The video resumes. Obito stands atop a roof, gazing at the high-hanging full moon, his mind awash with thoughts. Calculating the time, he realizes Itachi should have dealt with his parents by now. Suddenly, a chill wind sweeps in from behind. Obito, already aware, turns to see Itachi wearing a mask. It is over, Itachi states. Obito looks at Itachi, hesitating to speak. Forget it. Let us go. Obito shakes his head, interrupting the concern poised on his lips. You go ahead. I will speak with the Leaf's higher-ups. Itachi exhales softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Obito nods, and his form is absorbed by a whirlpool of distortion. Itachi watches Madara vanish, collapsing to the ground in despair, tears streaming down his face, trickling down his nose and falling to the earth. The scene shifts. First, I must apologize. You're a good child. In this manner, the Leaf Village has evaded civil war and preserved peace. Hiruzen Sarutobi, adorned with the Hokage hat and a cigarette in his mouth, gazes out at the flourishing Leaf Village, his eyes filled with complexity. It is so, Itachi replies, kneeling respectfully. Yet even now, I deeply regret not finding another solution. Hiruzen turns to Itachi, his gaze brimming with sorrow. I am sorry, Itachi lowers his head, filled with self-reproach. The one who should apologize is I. From now on, the Leaf will view you as a rogue ninja who has slain his clan, placing you on the wanted list, regardless of life or death. Hiruzen regards the youth before him, words caught in his throat. That is only natural. Itachi nods, letting out a soft sigh. What do you plan to do from now on? Hiruzen asks with concern, aware that the Uchiha clan's massacre is also tied to him. Lamenting his own aging and lack of time to manage the Leaf. Sighing, he looks at the young man, filled with guilt. I have found someone from the Akatsuki to assist. I will follow him to ensure he does not betray his oath. Itachi raises his head, hesitating to speak. The scene shifts once more. In the pitch-black night, visibility is non-existent. The moon high above illuminates the boy's face, his skin as pure as cream. Itachi Uchiha stands at the treetop, gazing longingly at the Leaf village. At this moment, rustling sounds emerge from the grass behind him. Itachi slowly turns, looking with complexity at two root members. What brings you here at this juncture? Captain, you're a rogue ninja listed in the wanted manual, and an S rank at that. One of the masked figures remarks coldly. As members of Root, we must pursue you, if only for appearances' sake. Please, Captain Itachi, show mercy. With that, the two draw blades from their cloaks, facing the youth. In the dark woods, the clash of cold steel reverberates as blades collide, igniting fiery sparks. Itachi descends from the heights, gazing coldly at the two. Your strikes are so severe, it does not resemble you. The Sharingan is of no use to us. We will not gaze into the eyes of our captain. The duo retorts mockingly, subsequently widening the distance between them. In the next moment, they appear at Itachi's side, thrusting their blades toward his chest. The scene shifts. The Itachi Uchiha before them has vanished without a trace. They have been slashing at empty air all along. Genjutsu. The blades of the two men pierced through each other's chests, and they subsequently collapsed to the ground. In their final moments, they stared in disbelief at Itachi, who emerged from the shadows. When you were assigned to my squad, Itachi explained, his gaze fixed upon them. The scene began to blur, revealing memories of that time. From this day forth, we are your subordinates. As Itachi regarded the two members of the Root organization, a crimson hue flickered in his eyes. I signaled that if you attacked me, the Genjutsu would activate, he continued. From the very beginning, you never trusted us. I am a double agent, serving as the eyes of Konoha, as well as those of the Uchiha clan. Which side do I truly belong to? Even now, I am uncertain. Itachi's expression was complex as he observed the lifeless bodies before him. In the hidden mist village of Zumbu, it seems this Uchiha Itachi has his own story. Boruto Uzumaki. This person bears a resemblance to Master Sasuke. Sarada Uchiha. You fool, Boruto. He is my uncle, my father's elder brother. Boruto Uzumaki, ah? That explains why he looks quite handsome, just like Master Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi is not handsome at all. He is a treacherous wolf who slaughtered our clan. Hashirama Senju. Sasuke Uchiha. You little brat, pay attention. Your brother's actions must have had other reasons behind them. Orochimaru. Sasuke Uchiha, by the way. Why didn't your brother kill you? Sasuke Uchiha. That is a valid point. Itachi. Why didn't you kill me back then? Itachi Uchiha. You were simply too weak. My foolish brother. The video continued. In the pitch-black night sky, a bright moon hung high, casting a serene luminescence. A small black boat glided slowly across the tranquil lake. In the organization, everyone calls me Toby, Obito stated coldly, donning a new mask. I'm not an official member of the organization, merely an inept intern. After joining, be mindful of your demeanor towards me, Obito warned Itachi with an icy stare. Itachi maintained a similarly frigid expression. Why conceal your identity? Because if people were to learn that Uchiha Madara is still alive, it would create significant complications. Next, I will take you to meet the leader of the Akatsuki. Obito stood outside the boat, looking at Itachi inside, cautioning him. Knowing my true identity will not bode well for you. Itachi remained silent, his expression unyielding. The black boat traversed the calm lake for quite some time before they finally entered cavern. Ah, is that you, Itachi? Long time no see. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice as he gazed at Itachi. Orochimaru? Itachi was taken aback, surprised to find Orochimaru in the organization. The two of you are from the same village. What nostalgic reunion. Obito teased with a peculiar intonation. I heard you are indeed one of their ninjas. Orochimaru ignored Obito's jibe and fixated his gaze upon Itachi. This side? Itachi was puzzled by Orochimaru's words. It means seeing relationships such as village, family, and comrades as burdens. Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips, admiring Itachi. Hinata Hyuga. Ugh, this Orochimaru is disgusting. Shikamaru Nara. Agreed, but I never expected Sasuke's brother to be so handsome. Sakura Haruno. Not as handsome as Sasuke. Kuratsuchi. I feel like the Uchiha clan members aren't lacking in looks. Deidara. Wait, I'm a bit confused. In the Akatsuki, Deidara turned to Tobi, hesitating to speak. You're the Obito from the video, right? Indeed, Tobi replied, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a cold nod. What is next? Deidara began, but found Tobi had vanished without a trace. Hey, Tobi, where did you go? Kisame Hashigaki. Deidara. Get to work. Be careful not to incur punishment. Deidara. But it's just me. What should I do next? Kisame. You need to get used to working alone. Whenever I was with Itachi, he always helped me share the burden. Deidara. Could Itachi have used Jinjutsu on you to make you work alone? Kisame. Am I not capable of recognizing if he used Jinjutsu on me? I'm not a fool. Itachi remained silent. Orochimaru. Deidara. You traitor. Hurry back to the village. The video continued to play. The Akatsuki's aim is to bring about true peace in the ninja world, replacing the 5 great shinobi nations in governing the world. Pain stared coldly at Itachi, his voice unwavering. Such a grand ambition. Itachi nodded, but felt a sense of caution as he looked into Pain's violet eyes. Beside them, the campfire crackled ominously, creating a heavy atmosphere. To achieve this, we have gathered exceptional ninjas, regardless of their origins or experiences. Itachi of Konoha. We welcome you to the Akatsuki. Pain once again directed his icy gaze at Itachi. Now, you must resolutely deny Konoha. The scene shifted as Itachi placed the forehead protector of a Konoha ninja upon a rock, drawing a kunai from his pocket to carve a deep line across it. Throughout the entire process, he appeared to be in great agony. As he watched Pain approach, Itachi cautiously raised his head. From this moment forward, you are a member of the Akatsuki, Itachi. Pain opened his palm, revealing a red ring inscribed with a scarlet character. The scene continuously alternated. All members of the Akatsuki stood atop a mountain, gazing at the distant horizon. Let the world feel Pain. Jay-Z, you and Itachi will form a duo. Pain commanded coldly. Follow me, newcomer. Jay-Z glanced at Itachi before walking away. At that moment, Orochimaru cast a meaningful look at Itachi before departing. The scene came to a close. 4th Kazekage Raza. I can't shake the feeling that Orochimaru has ulterior motives regarding Itachi. Kurenai Yuhi. Why do you say that? Hashirama Senju. Could it be that they are like me and Madara? Madara Uchiha fool. That is a close friend, yet my current relationship with you is far from good. Senju Hashirama. Madara. The scenes in the video continue to unfold. At this moment, Obito begins to obstruct Naruto and his companions, who are planning to rescue Sasuke Uchiha, currently engaged in a life-and-death battle with Itachi. Given Itachi's character, he is bound to deliberately lose to his younger brother. Obito cannot tolerate Itachi's survival, as his existence would severely disrupt my plans. Rasengan. Naruto tightly grips the Rasengan and charges towards Obito, only to pass through his body without inflicting harm. Success. Would release. Yamato swiftly performs the hand seals, and the ground erupts with wood, ensnaring Obito, but he quickly breaks free. Naruto and his group stand ready, watching Obito intently. At that moment, a figure emerges from the treetops. It is Black Zetsu. What do you think? Obito addresses Black Zetsu in a tone reminiscent of Tobi. It is over. Black Zetsu responds somberly. The Akatsuki roster left by Orochimaru indicates that Sasuke has won and Itachi Uchiha is dead. Black Zetsu solemnly announces once more. Upon hearing this news, Obito is taken aback, exaggeratedly stepping back, exclaiming in disbelief. I knew it was a ruse. Obito's tone suddenly shifts to one of seriousness and gravity. In this moment, his demeanor transforms, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The same words cause Naruto and his companions' pupils to constrict, their lips quivering involuntarily. The once comical figure of the masked man now appears as a menacing entity, capable of claiming their lives at any moment. It turns out that his previous ridiculous fade and seemingly inadequate disguise were all part of a meticulously crafted illusion. High above, Obito's pupils narrow as he coldly gazes at Kakashi, stating ominously that he will return a deal with them next time. Is it the Sharingan? Kakashi's pupils shrink, his brow twitching, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who on earth is this individual, so powerful and possessing the Sharingan? Farewell. Obito glances back at Kakashi and the others, raising a hand to cover his head. He slowly descends, his head vanishing like a magician's trick, followed by his entire body contorting and disappearing into a vortex. In the video, Kushina remarks, "That's an old Naruto, right? Honey, did you see that?" Minato replies, "I saw it." Haruno Sakura exclaims, "Haha, that must be Sakura in the video. She has grown into a stunning beauty." Haruno Mei observes, "It seems so. She certainly inherited my genes." Haruno Sakura interjects, "Mom and Dad, please don't talk like that." The video continues. Torrential rain pours from the sky, enveloping the world in darkness, with the ground littered with debris and shattered stones. Obito sits upon a boulder, gazing meaningfully at the fallen Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. He looks into Itachi's lifeless eyes and sighs, "So slow. I'm not you. How could I possibly move that quickly?" A figure slowly emerges from the ground. "Since you are watching, you must have captured this well," Obito coldly inquires. "Rest assured, everything is recorded," Black Zetsu responds in a deep, raspy voice. "Now, let's take our time reviewing this. Gather Itachi's body, and we shall leave immediately," Obito states coldly. The scene shifts, revealing Sasuke groggily opening his eyes in a dimly lit cave where Obito has lit a candle. "I've already bandaged your wounds," Obito gently calls out, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke slowly sits up, curiously surveying his surroundings, only to find it empty. "You have won," Obito's voice echoes from the darkness. At this moment, Sasuke's expression is complex. He has triumphed over Itachi and is no longer overshadowed by his brother's fear. "He has won, but you're also quite injured." Obito's voice, accompanied by footsteps, approaches from the shadows. "You should not push yourself. Allow your body to rest properly." Sasuke lowers his head, lost in thought. Having achieved revenge, he now contemplates his next steps. "We have met before." Obito's figure emerges from the darkness, illuminated by candlelight. He removes his rain-soaked Akatsuki cloak, revealing a well-toned physique beneath. "Kakashi Hatake, Obito, you look like this now." "Useless Kakashi, what do you wish to say?" Obito retorts. "Nothing," Kakashi responds. Due to the system's editing, the scenes of Itachi and Sasuke's battle are absent. At this moment, Sasuke watches the footage of his successful revenge, his expression turning ecstatic. "Wonderful. I have won." Sasuke Uchiha exclaims, "Humph, Itachi, did you see my outcome? You have perished in my hands." Itachi Uchiha replies, "At least I am safe now, my foolish brother. You're still not qualified to challenge me." Sasuke Uchiha retorts, "Damn it, just you wait." Naruto Uzumaki interjects, "Sasuke, calm down." Kisame Hashigaki remarks in disbelief, "I never imagined Sasuke would actually defeat Itachi." Deidara vows, "Itachi, I will avenge you." The video continues. At this moment, Obito steps out from the shadows. "I brought you here to tell you something. Do you not have even a modicum of interest?" Obito looks at Sasuke, who gazes down, his expression dull and somewhat disheartened. "Perhaps this will pique your interest. It concerns Itachi Uchiha." Obito's gaze is laden with meaning as he addresses Sasuke. "You believe you know your brother well, but in truth, you know nothing." Obito watches Sasuke before gently placing a hand on his mask. "If that is the case, let me start with an introduction. Like you, I am a survivor of the Uchiha clan." Obito slowly lifts a corner of his mask, revealing a right side of his face crushed by stones. "I am one who understands the truth behind Itachi Uchiha." As Obito's words linger, a change occurs in Sasuke's left eye. The patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan begin to spin involuntarily, and a trickle of blood slides down his cheek. Observing this, Obito's pupils constrict in realization. Could it be? Suddenly, a burst of black flames ignites on Obito's shoulder. He winces in pain and retreats into the shadows. Sasuke, too, clutches his left eye, his face contorted in agony. The screams from the dark corner soon cease. Sasuke breathes heavily, lowering his arm, questioning what just happened. At that moment, footsteps resound from the dark corner. Obito retrieves his fallen mask, stating, "That was the Amaterasu that Itachi implanted within you." Upon hearing the term Itachi, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, his pupils filled with apprehension. Damn it, that guy Itachi, even after I killed him, does he still wish to harm me? Obito donned his mask and emerged from the shadows, stepping into Sasuke's line of sight. Truly, Itachi is remarkable. Even in death, he continues to astonish me. He had anticipated everything so meticulously. What are you talking about? Sasuke's gaze was frigid as he fixed his eyes on Obito. He cast a jutsu on you. Not to kill me, but to keep you away from me. Obito sighed, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Sasuke. Tintin, what is going on? Does Itachi not wish to harm Sasuke? Ino. So, are you implying that Itachi was trying to protect Sasuke? Sasuke Uchiha, what are you two saying? I have already killed Itachi. He died with resentment and even cursed me with that power. Tobirama Senju. Sasuke, have you ever considered that your brother was actually protecting you? Sasuke Uchiha. No, that's impossible. I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me. This is merely an illusion cast by Itachi. In Konoha village, Sasuke sat on the sofa, his expression crumbling as he gazed at the chat group. He had always regarded Itachi as the enemy who harmed their family, whose only purpose in life was revenge. But what if Itachi was trying to protect him? How could he continue to live without a target for his vengeance? Kakashi Hatake. Sasuke, calm down and continue watching. The video played on. It seems that Itachi set it up so that upon seeing my Sharingan, you would automatically trigger Amaterasu. Obito spoke in a low tone. It appears that even Itachi could not fully comprehend me. Otherwise, I would have long been dead. He sighed inwardly. This was likely Itachi's final struggle, but it held no significance for me. Obito turned away and chuckled softly. What are you saying? Sasuke glared at him coldly. What did Itachi do to you before he died? Obito's gaze turned icy as he looked at Sasuke, filled with mockery. Sasuke was stunned, his pupils dulling. Memories of a battered Itachi surfaced in his mind, his lips weakly curling upwards as he pointed to his forehead, reminiscent of their childhood. In the end, he infused you with his ocular power for your sake, Obito stated coldly. What do you mean? Why would Itachi do such a thing? Sasuke clenched his teeth, glaring at Obito in fury. Do you not understand? He did it to protect you. Obito's brow furrowed. Sasuke stood frozen, his pupils constricting sharply, lips trembling at Obito's revelation. The screen went black, and the video abruptly ended. Orochimaru. Humph. I knew the massacre of the Uchiha clan was far from simple. Sasuke Uchiha, what are you all babbling about? Wasn't Itachi trying to kill me? Tobirama Senju. Sasuke Uchiha. Young man, please calm down. Why is it that your clan perished, yet you alone survived? Sasuke Uchiha. But Obito Uchiha. Humph. Sasuke, you are exceedingly naive. Your brother loved you far more than he cherished his own life. Sasuke Uchiha. I do not believe your absurd words. Where is the evidence? What is the reason? Tobirama Senju. The evidence is your survival, young man. Are you satisfied with this answer? Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi, you bastard. What else are you hiding from me? Speak. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. You saw how pathetic you looked in the video. Itachi Uchiha. My foolish brother, you are not yet worthy of knowing the truth. The video continued to play, and due to the editing, the audience remained unaware of the truth behind the night of the massacre. The scene shifted, and Sasuke stood on the rocks, his face twisted in agony upon learning the entire truth. He stared ahead, biting his lip in torment. In the distance, a pale light began to rise, the wind rushing past, tousling Sasuke's hair. Obito stood afar, observing Sasuke with a complex expression. The other members of Team Hawk looked on in confusion. A hawk's cry echoed in the sky. We have severed ties with Orochimaru. Sasuke spoke slowly. From now on, our team shall act under the name of Hawk. The waves crashed against the rocks, as if Sasuke were venting his pent-up fury. The only goal of the Hawk is singular. Sasuke paused, his words hanging in the air. Obito's eyes narrowed, his mood equally intricate. With a loud thud, Sasuke opened his eyes, revealing intricate patterns within. To destroy Konoha, he declared through gritted teeth, his anger palpable. Gazing at the distant pale light, Sasuke's resolve grew stronger. Tobirama Senju, you dare little boy. Hashirama Senju, calm down Tobirama. Sasuke Uchiha. So mom and dad, what exactly happened? Can you tell me the truth? Fugako Uchiha. Sasuke, those proud eyes of yours have yet to perceive all that your brother has done for you. Mikoto Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi, I may not know the whole truth, but I will find it myself and carve my own path without your guidance. I will avenge our clan for the lives you took. Itachi Uchiha. Let us see your strength first. Can you truly wield those two tomo? Foolish brother. Kakashi Hatake. Obito, are you deceiving Sasuke? Obito Uchiha. I am not deceiving him. The shinobi world is that cruel, you worthless Kakashi. The video continued. Years had passed since the shinobi world fell silent, and upon hearing of Nagato's demise, Obito was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated Nagato would fail. Gazing up at the sky, his eyes were frigid. Due to the video editing, the audience remained oblivious to Nagato's cause of death and the identity of his assailant. Madara Uchiha. How did Nagato die? Who killed him? Deidara what? Our leader is dead? Hidenha. Yahiko. Nagato. Think carefully. Who could have killed you? Nagato Uzumaki. I am unsure, but death for me may be a form of liberation. Naruto Uzumaki. It couldn't have been me, right? Umbu of the Mist. That Nagato was a powerhouse. How could you defeat him? Naruto Uzumaki. Not necessarily, old man. Umbu of the Mist. Don't be ridiculous. Young people always have wild fantasies. If you can defeat pain, I will eat my words. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, the video continues to play. Obito steps out of the cave, his gaze cold as he surveys the outside world. In a shadowy corner, a handsome young man adjusts his reflective glasses, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Within a residence in the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, watches the video with narrowed pupils. Orochimaru, was it you just now? Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, replies Kabuto, kneeling before him, clad as a member of the Umbu. I never imagined you had mastered the sage technique of the Dragon Cave. It is truly impressive. Orochimaru suppresses the urge to lick his lips and teases. I cannot take all the credit. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto shakes his head. Let's continue watching. Orochimaru nods, his face alight with fervor as he fixates on the screen. Deidara. Wait, why do I have the feeling that Conan will also be in trouble soon? Sasori. Fool. Can you just be quiet? The video unfolds further. Above, torrential rain pours down. On the rooftop of a complex structure, Conan stands, her gaze intricately fixed on the heavens, allowing the rain to wash over her. A slight smile graces her lips as memories of her childhood with Yahiko, Nagato, and Jiraiya emerge. Now, she finds herself utterly alone. In the distance, a building twists as Obito scans his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Looking for something? Conan coldly scrutinizes Obito's silhouette, emerging from the hole in his mask. His Sharingan glows ominously as he responds, Where have you hidden Nagato's body? Not here, Conan replies, nodding before her form transforms into countless paper pieces, soaring into the air like butterflies. Obito observes this scene quietly, then turns, his body engulfed by a vortex. On the vast sea, two abandoned structures float like driftwood. In an instant, the paper pieces converge on one of the buildings and Conan reappears. She gazes at the distant structure as the vortex twists once more. It seems you're unwilling to disclose Nagato's whereabouts, Obito states, facing Conan, his words hanging in the air. I have awaited this moment solely to end your life. She replies, her gaze growing colder. Obito, with his crimson eyes fixed on her, threatens with an unceasing flow of words. Yet he remains perplexed as to why Conan and Nagato betrayed him, having once reached a mutual understanding. Due to the video editing, their dialogue leaves the onlookers bewildered, unaware that Naruto has already triumphed over pain. Do you truly believe that man holds such significance? Obito remarks meaningfully at Conan. He is the light that offers hope to humanity. She responds slowly, raising her hand as the paper pieces ascend. Obito, evidently displeased, retorts, Do not underestimate the power of the Uchiha clan. His furious gaze is fixed on Konan. Behind her, the paper forms into colossal wings as she takes flight, radiating lethal intent, charging towards Obito. He watches as she pierces through his form, remaining unmoved. The paper glides through him like air, attempting to overwhelm his abilities through sheer numbers. Do you think to counter my powers in this manner? Obito glances at the paper, only to suddenly notice Conan's exquisite face fleetingly obscured within the flurry. Found you. He swiftly reaches out, grasping her throat, activating his Kamui. Yet, in the midst of this absorption, he realizes that several explosive tags are interspersed among the paper. The space continues to distort as the tags detonate. Boom! A blinding white light engulfs the surroundings. Deidara. So many explosive tags. It seems Konan was well prepared. Kisame. Wait, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Haiden. Kisame, what is wrong with you? You've been clutching your heart and gasping for breath since earlier. Fourth Kazekage. Could something terrible be about to happen? Kisame. Konan. Quickly tell me, whose money did you use to buy these explosive tags? Konan. Of course, I used my own money. Kisame. I suppose I was overthinking it. The video continues. The white light gradually fades, and on the sea's surface, numerous tattered paper pieces drift along, soon sinking into the depths. Meanwhile, an Akatsuki cloak surfaces, accompanied by a half-damaged mask. Obito, with one arm severed and a third of his mask shattered, revealing a handsome yet slightly disheveled visage, struggles to remain afloat. I underestimated you, Obito murmurs, his eyes finally ablaze with fury. Konan's predicament is equally dire. Her lower half has vanished, leaving only her upper body suspended in midair. Do you intend to perish alongside me? Sadly, you have failed to achieve your wish. My actions are swifter, even absorbing the explosion, though I sustain minor injuries. Obito coldly regards the hovering Konan. She gasps deeply, ignoring his words. Obito gazes at the silent Konan, staggering to his feet. Uchiha Madara, I ask you, Konan finally speaks. Her voice faint. What do you wish to say? Obito inquires. Do you wish to know why we betrayed you? Why we chose to trust? Konan smirks mockingly, her gaze locked onto Obito's disheveled figure. Chapter 56 reveals that this is Naruto. Inoki. So, who do Konan and Nagato truly trust? Fourth Reikage A. This video has been muted. Clearly, the silenced individual is of great importance. Tobarama Senju. Could it be Sasuke? After all, the previous video featured a conversation between Obito and Sasuke. Jiraiya, are you suggesting that Sasuke defeated Nagato? Sasuke Uchiha. Is Nagato truly formidable? To me, he seems rather average. Nagato Uzumaki. Will the future me fall to Sasuke? Sasuke, I hope you can forge a brighter future for the ninja world. Sasuke Uchiha. Only if I feel like it. Naruto Uzumaki. That fool Sasuke really knows how to act cool. TSK. Sasuke Uchiha. Foolish Naruto, you're destined to be beneath me. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, your relationship with Sasuke appears quite close. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato gazes at Naruto's aggrieved expression, his eyes twitching slightly. This is bad. Naruto and Sasuke can't possibly be that kind of relationship, right? Although he is not particularly averse to the children's sexual orientations. Sasuke Uchiha. My relationship with that loser Naruto is anything but good. Do not misunderstand. Hashirama Senju. Ha ha ha. I admit you too. You're even more intense than I was with Madara. Chio. Kakashi Hatake. Intense? Senju Tobarama. Brother, are you foolish? That is called overflowing passion. Senju Hashirama. Is it? Ha ha. It's no longer important. Let us continue watching the video. The scenes in the video flow continuously. It is unclear. That is your concern. Besides, that guy is merely an idealistic child. Obito's face is as cold as frost, fixated on Konan. Then, Obito begins to mock Konan and Nagato. Unmoved, Konan meets Obito's gaze with a chilling stare. Upon meeting him, I realize something. The image gradually blurs as Konan plunges into memories. She gazes at pain, fallen on the ground, applying numerous pieces of paper to his lifeless body. Are you planning to take him with you? Due to video editing, Naruto's voice is deliberately distorted, silencing key parts. He is shrouded in mist, his face obscured. The onlookers speculate about his identity. Indeed, Pain-S Devapath was created from Yahiko's remains. He is crucial to us, Conan nods. Is that him? Naruto gasps. Conan does not respond to Naruto. What do you plan to do next? You're not thinking of returning to that organization, are you? Naruto inquires curiously. I intend to leave that organization. They are everything to me. Yahiko's dream, Nagato's dream. Since they have placed their hopes in you, from now on, you shall embody their dreams. We choose to believe in you, and I am willing to believe in you. Amigakure is willing to pursue their dreams alongside you. Conan gazes gently at Naruto. The name Naruto signifies an unwavering will and pain. Naruto takes a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he looks at Conan. This is the legacy I inherited from my master and seniors. Naruto's eyes are steadfast, locking onto Conan. At that moment, a gentle breeze sweeps by, lightly tousling their hair. Conan looks at Naruto, smiles softly, and with a subtle motion of her hand, a flower blooms into existence. I hope this time you can truly become an everlasting flower of hope. Conan gazes at Naruto with affection. Kushina Uzumaki. Could that indistinct figure in the video be Naruto? Makoto Uchiha. Kushina, are you overthinking this? Sasuke Uchiha. So, does that mean the blurry figure in the video is me? Kuratsuchi, it should be you, otherwise. The previous video content is too strange. Jiraiya, well, if that's the case, could this child Sasuke be the prophesied child of the Sage of Toads? But the Uchiha identity is indeed quite troublesome. Sai, since he is the prophesied child, he cannot be overlooked easily. He resolves to return to Konoha swiftly and take Sasuke as his disciple. Naruto Uzumaki, Pervy Sage, when are you returning to Konoha? Jiraiya, I'm coming back now, huh? And you, foolish brat, should refer to me as the Great Sage Toad, Lord Jiraiya. Naruto Uzumaki, you call me a foolish brat? You're the real fool. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya-sensei has a good relationship with Naruto. The video continues. At this moment, countless paper scrolls swirl in the air like a white tempest, shredding the rain curtain above. Conan single-handedly manipulates the myriad scrolls, her gaze fierce, fixated on Obito below. In a world devoid of light, flowers can only wither. The sea level where Obito stands suddenly trembles violently, as if an earthquake is upon them. Obito is taken aback. At some point, the once tranquil sea level has been split in two, an abyss quietly opening beyond sight. Obito stares into the unseen chasm below, his pupils constricting. Countless explosive tags come into view, densely packed like stars, suffocating. Why are there so many explosive tags? The camera slowly rises, and all who watch the video are left speechless. The once vast sea level is now cleaved by a chasm, dark and unfathomable beneath. The air is thick with the scent of death from the explosive tags, seemingly covering the entirety beneath the sea level. Above, rain pours down in torrents, thunder rumbles deafening. The rain mercilessly pelts Obito, as if mocking his despair. Obito plummets rapidly, surrounded by a multitude of explosive tags swiftly approaching. He hurriedly reaches for his mask, attempting to slip into Kamui's space. However, Conan has long since anticipated his intent, and the explosive tags instantly adhere to him. Seeing this, Obito can only forsake the notion of escaping into Kamui's space, for once inside, the explosive tags would detonate, obliterating him. Only by phasing could he find a glimmer of hope. Obito immediately activates his phasing mode, but it is too late. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions resonate. The explosive tags clinging to Obito like a washing machine, ultimately detonating upon him. From above, Conan coldly observes Obito, her eyes glinting with icy light. Years ago, she began studying Obito's weaknesses, all for the arrival of this moment. Obito now finds himself in a dire predicament, helplessly descending through the air, surrounded by endless explosive tags, the specter of death looming over him. Deidara, wow. Conan, you're so cool. Chio, by the way, why are there so many explosive tags? Fourth Kazekage Raza. The number of explosive tags must be in the millions. Keita, is this the tale of an old era? It looks so impressive. Anoki, Now I need to figure out where this guy got so many explosive tags. Senju Tobarama. Based on the previous video, it seems Konan should possess the ability to create explosive tags. However, if she made them herself, it would take too long. There must be plenty purchased. Senju Hashirama. That's an enormous sum of money. Kisame. Konan, honestly tell me, whose money did you use for these explosive tags? Konamine. Akatsuki. Kisame gazes at the video, clutching his heart, breathing heavily. For some reason, he feels an unsettling sensation. Kisame. Konan has already stated that she used her own money. You should stop overthinking it. Deidara, standing nearby, looks at the trembling Kisame, speechless. At this moment, he resembles a patient in a mental institution, lost and disheveled. Lin Yiyuan. Am I the only one concerned about Obito? Obito Uchiha. Lin. Due to her deteriorating health, the lotus leaf was dismissed from the factory without receiving her wages. Kakashi Hatake. Is Obito all right? Obito Uchiha. Foolish Kakashi, I do not require your concern. The footage continued to play. Obito plummeted rapidly, surveying his surroundings, where explosive tags were scattered about, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Had I not interrupted the space-time transition in time, and instead pierced through the explosion, the outcome would have been dire. Obito gazed upward at Konan, whose expression was frigid. Konan disdainfully glared at him and began manipulating a multitude of explosive tags that slithered into Obito's body like serpents. These were all explosive tags. Obito looked down at the unfathomable depths beneath him, surrounded by an encirclement of explosive tags. 2 rows of tags were densely packed, resembling an endless abyss. To kill you, I have prepared 600 billion explosive tags, capable of detonating continuously for a considerable duration. Enjoy. Konan's gaze remained icy as she waved her hand forcefully. In an instant, the explosive tags in the abyss detonated successively, flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Obito dared not be careless, decisively activating his Anaji. At that moment, his eyes radiated a scarlet glow. Bang! 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 The violent explosions erupted like a volcanic eruption, shattering the entire sea surface into fragments, colossal waves crashing, and water splashing everywhere. Steam billowed, forming thick mist, as droplets fell like fine rain upon Konan's exquisite visage high above. Yet, her expression remained unyielding. Continuing to manipulate the explosive tags, the sounds of detonation relentless. 4th Kazekage Raza. Even if Obito survives, he will be severely injured. Anoki. Such an excessive number of explosive tags is outrageous. Hashirama Senju. Oh, Dodo. How did she acquire so many explosive tags? Tobarama Senju. If all goes as expected, she must have crafted them herself. As for the materials, she likely depleted her organization's funds. Kakuzu. Konan. Are you certain you haven't used my money? Konan. Rest assured, I haven't. Deidara. Kakuzu. You should stop worrying. It seems you are overthinking. Haiden. +1. The footage continued to unfold. The entire sea surface began to boil violently as Konan gazed downward, memories flooding her mind. Hence, she resolved to eliminate Obito Uchiha once and for all. I will not allow you to interfere, Konan declared, her pupils suddenly dilating, continuing to manipulate the explosive tags. A thick cloud of smoke rose from the sea surface, gradually dissipating. Time passed, and Konan, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by steam. The ocean lay ravaged, transformed beyond recognition by the relentless explosive aftermath. Scraps of paper floating upon the surface. The technique of the god paper was dispelled, and she had not anticipated that this strike would consume such an immense amount of chakra. Breathing heavily, a faint smile graced her lips. However, with this, Obito should be dead. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Her pupils froze as the paper crane upon her forehead fell into the water. Dead? Obito's gaze was cold, suffused with crimson. At that moment, the music took on a solemn and sacred tone. Drip, drip. Blood continued to fall onto the water's surface. How are you still alive? Konan stared at Obito in disbelief, her pupils constricting. Logically, you should have been defeated. A steel pipe pierced through Konan's abdomen, and she weakly uttered, "Everyone dislikes answering questions." So the author deleted that part. Sasuke was punished for answering incorrectly by being made to wear women's clothing, while Tobirama received an S-rank ninjutsu. Sasuke Uchiha, damn it, I'm clearly a boy. The video continued. I utilized the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, sacrificing the light of one eye to seize the opportunity for survival. Obito's left eye gradually lost its radiance as he coldly fixed his remaining right eye upon Konan. Why do you possess such formidable power? Konan's pupils suddenly constricted. Obito subsequently elucidated the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique. Those watching the video gasped in astonishment. Kuratsuchi. The Uchiha clan's heritage is indeed formidable. Ino Yamanaka. Obito is so handsome. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Now is not the time for infatuation. Obito is still alive, and we must strategize. Fourth Raikage. To me, Obito is merely bluffing. System. Tobirama Senju answered correctly, rewarded with S-rank ninjutsu, Kirin. System. Sasuke Uchiha answered incorrectly, punished to wear women's clothing for an entire day. Sasuke Uchiha. A segment of the plot was deleted here. Feel free to fill in the gaps. Mikoto Uchiha. Naruto, have you seen my son? Could you send a photo? Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki, could you lend a hand? Sasuke Uchiha. Don't look at me with those eyes. You loser. Bastard. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, I wouldn't secretly photograph you. Don't press down on me. Inoki. Something feels off. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is this the camaraderie of Konoha? Our thinking is still somewhat outdated. Fourth Raikage. Truly. For a major village, their mindset is quite progressive. Kushina Uzumaki. Hey, Naruto, what is going on between you and Sasuke? Minato Namikaze. This. In the Pure Land. After acquiring the S-rank ninjutsu, Kirin, Tobirama Senju began to ponder its principles. Tobirama, what do you think of this ninjutsu? Hashirama inquired curiously. Not particularly good. This ninjutsu exudes malevolence. I suspect it was created by the Uchiha clan, Tobirama stated ominously. Tobirama, are you overthinking this? Hashirama's eye twitched slightly. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato. What is the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke? Minato Namikaze was hurriedly making his way to the Uchiha clan's compound when he suddenly received a private message from his wife. Minato Namikaze. Kushina, they are merely close friends. There shouldn't be anything special. Third Raikage. Hey, by the way, can we really receive those rewards for answering these questions? Tobirama Senju. Indeed. The principles of ninjutsu appeared in my mind out of thin air. It's quite remarkable. Second Mizukage Meitoromi. Is it really that impressive? The scene on the video persisted. Obito swiftly elucidated the events concerning the first Hokage. Upon hearing this, Konan's pupils constricted, realizing the extent of Madara Uchiha's foresight. Abruptly, Konan broke free from Obito's embrace, staggering forward, but soon felt her strength waning as blood gushed from her chest. In another realm, you both shall rue being deceived by that brat's lies. True peace is non-existent in this world, she uttered. Obito, with a frigid gaze, watched Konan stumble onward. Konan, clutching her chest, advanced in agony. At that moment, the clouds overhead began to dissipate. Could it be? The incessant rain had ceased. Obito looked up, equally astonished. Yahiko Nagato. Their aspirations shall not fail. I choose to believe in that one. He will undoubtedly become a bridge to peace, and I shall be the strength that sustains him. Konan, staggering a few steps, flung the remaining paper sheets in her grasp. The papers converged into a ring, which Konan swiftly hurled towards Obito. The ring sliced through the water's surface, creating ripples. Obito swiftly evaded, attempting to reach Konan, but a violent surge resonated from the distant horizon. Konan manipulated the ring to encircle Obito, who leaped into the air to evade the attack. Subsequently, Konan manipulated the remaining paper sheets, piercing through the haze. Towards Obito in the air, Obito, wielding a black rod, attempted to shatter the incoming paper sheets, but with a resounding crack, the rod snapped. After a fierce struggle, Obito seized Konan by the neck. Once I cast my Jinjutsu, you shall perish. Before that, reveal the origin of the Rinnegan. Konan struggled momentarily, her strength fading, her gaze becoming vacant. The scene transitioned, and Obito entered a hall, Gazing at the bodies of Yahiko and Nagato lying in the center, his expression complex. He gently closed Nagato's unseeing eyes and then transferred Nagato's body into the Kamui dimension. A slight delay, a must apart. Obito soared into the air. Kuratsuchi, hold on. I'm curious. Why did Obito take Nagato's body? Tobarama Senju, undoubtedly, for the Rinnegan. Third Reikage, if that scoundrel Obito obtains the Rinnegan, won't his power be augmented even further? Nagato Uzumaki, Obito, are you certain that your ideals can bring about peace? Obito Uchiha, indeed, what? Do you intend to bequeath me the Rinnegan? Nagato Uzumaki, regrettably, I am not privy to your intentions, and I do not intend to take that risk. Obito Uchiha, you shall rue this. Danzo Shimura, I have a sense of DJVU with that statement. The scene on the video persisted. Upon an endless ocean, a person of tragic and exquisite beauty collapsed on the surface, drenched in blood. At that moment, a scarlet paper strip unfurled from her chest, fluttering in a breeze, eventually drifting into the distance. Drip, drip, a multitude of raindrops descended upon the water surface. Next followed a flashback, briefly recounting Jiraiya's tutelage of the Konan trio. At that moment, the distant, fluttering red paper strip landed in a desolate hut. This hut was where Jiraiya had previously instructed the three. The scene concluded there. The camera swiveled to reveal a colossal white mask on the screen. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, gazing at Obito before him. Your efforts were not in vain. You acquired a fine eye, did you not? It was originally mine, Obito responded frigidly, his gaze fixed on Kabuto. He had changed his attire, and his severed arm had been restored with white Zetsu cells. Kawaki, formidable. Madara Uchiha, impressive. After replenishing the Rinnegan, Obito's strength has rapidly augmented. Noki, the current Obito likely possesses the power of the six paths. Wouldn't you agree? Hashirama Senju, indeed, but the crucial factor is whether he can utilize the Rinnegan judiciously. The video scene continued. The members of the chat group marveled at Obito's current strength. With a resounding thud, Obito plunged the Uchiha fan into the ground. Listening to Kabuto's intelligence report, his gaze frigid and somber. I shall now capture the Nine Tails. Tobarama Senju. Capture the Nine Tails, you nefarious Uchiha scoundrel. I knew you were up to no good. Obito Uchiha. I intend to capture the Nine Tails. Can you prevent me? Tobarama Senju. Scoundrel. Do not be so presumptuous. System. Friendly reminder. The next chapter featuring Obito is action-packed. The video scene persisted. Months had passed, and Obito had successfully controlled numerous tailed beast Jinchuriki, with only the 8 tails and 9 tails remaining. The scene transitioned, and Naruto Uzumaki was leaping forward on the treetops when he suddenly halted, stunned. He beheld Obito, wearing the white mask, standing in the distance, and behind him, 6-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Naruto attempted to strike Obito's mask with his head, but Obito gazed at him with disdain. Subsequently, the two distanced themselves. Killer Bee hastily restrained Naruto. Naruto remained composed. Damn it, this mask is so sturdy. Not even a crack. Naruto gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the mask in the distance. Obito remained unscathed. You need not engage me in a head-on collision. Unable to even shatter my mask, having mastered the power of the Nine Tails, you should not be so feeble. Obito crouched, manipulating the tailed beast Jinchuriki to swiftly attack Naruto. Lava release, scorching stream, rock technique. Arshur rapidly formed hand seals and then expelled a torrent of lava from his mouth. Naruto and Killer Bee swiftly leaped away and then charged towards the encircling Jinchuriki. Water release, mirror water technique. The third Mizukage cast a ninjutsu, swiftly replicating images of Killer Bee and Naruto. With a resounding clash, the two attacks collided. Identical attacks. Killer Bee's gaze became cautious. The two recoiled in the air and then encountered a barrage of foam attacks. Kushina Uzumaki. Hold on, is that Naruto in the video? Why does he appear that way? Hiruzen Sarutobi. It appears that Naruto has mastered the power of the Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze. As expected of Naruto. Truly impressive. Madarumi, wait. Aren't those the Jinchuriki from various villages in the video? Sure. Was I being controlled in the video? Yujito ni. That scoundrel Obito was able to control me? Han, simultaneously controlling six-tailed beast Jinchuriki that is excessively exaggerated. F. Truly formidable. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, Obito is so strong. How are we supposed to contend with that? Alright, here's a refined version of the text you provided, devoid of extraneous elements and rendered in more elegant English. At present, our paramount concern must be the safeguarding of the village's Jinchuriki. Hold on, this isn't merely a question of simplicity. Obito's prowess is exceedingly formidable. Confound it. Why have I yet to make an appearance in this spectacle? Gazing upon his son's palpable excitement, inquired, Father, why is it that my form in the vision emanates a golden aura? Responded with gentle assurance, My son, it would appear that in the future, you have successfully mastered the nine-tailed beast. Obito's strength during this period likely surpasses that of a Kage. Indeed, he is formidable, simultaneously manipulating six-tailed beasts without revealing any vulnerabilities. The spectacle continued to unfold. Is that ninjutsu? Bubbles? Naruto, perplexed, turned his gaze toward in the distance. As the bubbles drew near to Naruto, he was instantly transported to an otherworldly dimension. Swiftly, began to recount the myriad events that had transpired along his journey. The scene transitioned, and within the confines of that spatial realm, they engaged in discourse for what felt like an hour, though, in reality, merely a few seconds had elapsed in the external world. Suddenly, a crisp explosion reverberated from behind Naruto. With alacrity, Naruto seized a tree branch, casting his gaze upward toward, who was suspended in the heavens, snapped his fingers with a flourish. Instantly, the bubbles that had been suspended in mid-air detonated in a dazzling display, and Naruto found themselves beset by a coordinated assault from the Jinchuriki of the six-tailed beasts, their situation growing increasingly precarious. Beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Questioned, why do their eyes bear both a Sharingan and a Rinnegan? Madara's eyes are the same, and his mask differs from the one he previously wore. It now possesses two apertures. Naruto, his gaze fixed intently on Obito, who stood atop a tree branch, adopted a posture of cautious vigilance. Obito, observing Naruto's perplexed expression, remarked with a sardonic tone, This mask is custom-made, robust, and designed specifically for combat. S. gaze turned frigid. He refused to believe that the masked figure before him was. I will undoubtedly thwart both of you, Madara. Taken aback, paused momentarily, the previous scene flickering through his mind. At that time, had resurrected corpse through impure world reincarnation. Could it be that he has already succeeded in reviving Madara? Damn it, muttered through clenched teeth, his voice laden with resentment, wishing he could tear limb from limb. He then chuckled softly, You may call me by my old moniker, Toby. The war has already commenced, and names are of little consequence. Whether it be Madara or Toby, it matters not, said, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, demanded, Who exactly are you? I am no one, nor do I aspire to be anyone. Only the success of the Eye of the Moon plan matters. This world, mired in despair, is utterly devoid of value. Peering through the apertures of his mask, tilted his head and cast a frigid glare upon Naruto. Subsequently, the two engaged in a spirited debate, amplified his ocular prowess, causing the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki to instantly undergo tailed beast transformation. 8 tails, 9 tails. I shall capture you and acquire the Eye of the Moon. S. gaze remained fixed on and Naruto. You fiend, if you dare harm a single strand of his hair, I shall never forgive you, as if you could possibly defeat him. As expected, those who are physically fit are nothing more than muscle-bound simpletons. Let us all maintain composure and analyze the situation. Based on the events depicted in the vision, it is evident that does not desire to resurrect Madara. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, may have left some mark upon, enabling him to control him at will. What are the two of you prattling on about? Brother, it is highly probable that has implanted a cursed seal upon, allowing him to control him with a simple hand seal. Precisely, and are ultimately not aligned, and they may eventually clash over their divergent plans. I find your analysis unconvincing. Alas, have the youths of today truly become so formidable? In the vision, there also appears a figure donning spectacles and a cloak. To which camp does he belong? Is that individual you? Confess. Fool! What do you surmise? That is not. The individual in the vision has mastered the senjutsu of our Ryuchi cave. I did not anticipate that the White Snake Sage would also speak. In my estimation, is merely flaunting his Kamui ability. Without it, he is nothing. TSK, your appearance is rather unsightly. I am more inclined to believe in. Was my father truly this formidable in his youth? Youth? Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? Your father was exceedingly powerful in his youth. The more I observe, the less I believe it. He cannot even defeat. Hey, you imbecile, is that how one speaks of their own father? I refuse to acknowledge you as my father. You simpleton. Please, cease your bickering. The spectacle continued to unfold. Naruto and stealthily concealed themselves, preparing to launch a surprise assault. However, in the face of the tailed beast coordinated teamwork, they found themselves struggling, while also maintaining vigilance against the lurking. Descended gracefully from the heavens, effortlessly evading Naruto's offensive maneuvers, and quipped, even for fellow Jinchuriki. 6 against 2 is quite the predicament, is it not? Once my hand makes contact with you, I shall emerge victorious, declared with unwavering confidence, as Naruto found himself immobilized. Just as his hand was about to touch Naruto, a chilling gust of wind swept in from behind. Without hesitation, reactivated his intangibility. Leaf Whirlwind, exclaimed with fervent ardor, swiftly rescued Naruto. At that moment, the music swelled with intensity. His hand, falling short, appeared momentarily astonished, using Naruto as bait, waiting for the moment I materialize. Were you? Turned, his gaze hardening. 2 more nuisances have arrived. Naruto, lying on the ground, gazed upon the 2 towering figures before him, a sense of security washing over him. Even with the addition of 2 more, you cannot withstand my ocular power and the might of the tailed beasts, declared, turning toward. As for, he was utterly disregarded. After all, taijutsu specialists are merely dabblers. Responded icily, I, too, possess the Sharingan. And the inclusion of Konoha's sublime blue beast. Might Guy adopted a wing chun stance. The 2 stood on opposite sides, poised and ready, their gazes fixed intently on Obito above. Still, wow, Kakashi and Might Guy look so cool in that pose. Izumo Kamizuki. Oh no, they're showing off. Hey, Gecko. Obito is fighting 4 people alone. Can he handle it? Hidden Stone Village Umbu. It seems only Kakashi and Might Guy can interfere with Obito's actions. Naruto and Killer Bee don't seem to be able to cope. Takuma Hyuga. That's right. Sasuke Uchiha. By the way, why haven't I appeared in the video yet? The scene in the video continued. At that moment, the air fell silent. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. That guy has the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Naruto warned cautiously. Before the 3 could react, the 5 tails swiftly approached from a distant corner. Obito disdainfully extended a hand, and a chain instantly seized the 5 tails by the neck. Thud! The 5 tails' massive body crashed painfully to the ground. Obito gripped the chain tightly, beginning to control it. Subsequently, he skillfully manipulated 7-tailed beasts through the demonic statue of the outer path. Kakashi and Might Guy were steadily pushed back. Naruto and Killer Bee were also helpless. But Naruto quickly began to communicate with Kurama, and the 2 understood each other's pain. Kurama finally chose to trust Naruto, who nodded with a smile, releasing Kurama's seal. A stream of golden light then appeared on Naruto, and a cloak draped over his back. Obito also began to control the 7-tailed beasts, who gathered tailed beast balls in their mouths, creating a breathtaking scene. Gale force winds stirred up the sand on the ground, sending it flying in all directions. Oh no, this is terrible, Might Guy exclaimed, his pupils constricting. Guy, don't act rashly. I'll use my left eye's Kamui to blast them away, Kakashi said calmly. Looking at the approaching 7 massive tailed beast balls, Might Guy hesitated. There are too many. My power alone isn't enough. In that case, I'll use the 8 gates. Might Guy took a deep breath. Idiot, you'll die if you do that. But just as the 7-tailed beast balls hurtled through the air, a golden light flashed in the distance, creating a spectacular sight. A powerful gale sword. At that moment, music suddenly erupted. Kakashi stared at Naruto's figure in the distance, his pupils constricting. Sensei. Upon closer inspection, it was Naruto. The 7-tailed beast balls rapidly approached. and Naruto used Kurama's tails to sweep them directly toward the distant mountains. Bang! A large number of mountains began to collapse, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Standing atop the demonic statue of the outer path, Obito looked down, his pupils also constricting. He deflected them all? Then, Obito began to manipulate the seven-tailed beasts once more. Let's go, Kurama! Naruto directly transformed into a tailed beast, blocking the seven-tailed beasts. The seven-tailed beasts were instantly knocked to the ground. At that moment, everyone watching the video was stunned. Hidden Leaf Village Umbu. Holy crap, is Naruto cheating? Hidden Sand Village Chunin. What's the point of Obito even fighting? Naruto just knocked all seven-tailed beasts to the ground. Gaara, is this the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Alas, our village just had to get the weakest, the one tail. Shikaka fool. I'm not weak at all. Rin Nohara. Obito, please don't let anything happen to you. Obito Uchiha. Rin. The scene in the video continued. Naruto rapidly crossed his fingers, instantly summoning a shadow clone. Go and confirm the location of all the chakra receivers. Naruto ordered. At the same time, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, informing him that he could only maintain his current state for 5 minutes. That's enough. Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he confidently gazed into the distance. Then, Naruto bent his knees and vanished from his spot in a flash. Soon, Naruto and his shadow clone worked together to successfully pull out the chakra receivers from the tailed beasts. The scene was awe-inspiring, and everyone watching the video began to question their understanding. Is this really the limit of what a ninja can achieve? Destroying a mountain at every turn. I didn't expect this. It seems I have to get serious. Obito stared intently at Naruto in the distance, his eyes becoming cautious as he raised a hand and quickly formed hand seals. At that moment, the tailed beasts, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly went berserk and gathered together, rapidly forming tailed beast balls in their mouths. Boom, boom, boom. The immense power shook the surrounding earth. Hey, Kakashi, isn't this a bit too big? Might Guy asked, his pupils constricting as he looked into the distance. All the tailed beast power is concentrated together, Kakashi explained softly. What should Naruto do? Might Guy asked anxiously. Naruto shook his head and began to gather a tailed beast ball as well. The tailed beast ball continued to grow, becoming larger and larger. The 8 tails and 9 tails launched a tailed beast ball together, aiming into the distance. Violent explosions intertwined, and the fierce gales directly blew everyone present away. Countless golden lights and flames instantly erupted in the air, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed by this attack. Naruto controlled the tailed beast ball, striking upwards from below, successfully neutralizing the tailed beast ball formed by the 7 tailed beasts in the distance. As the smoke gradually cleared, Naruto controlled chakra arms to grab the chakra receivers on the 7 tailed beasts. These chakra receivers were the key to Obito controlling them. Once they were removed, Obito would no longer be able to control the tailed beasts. Kurama, pull them out in one go, Naruto said confidently. Hidden Mist Village Umbu. Holy crap, this is getting exciting. Jiraiya, go Naruto. You must defeat Obito in the video. Rin Nohara. Obito, do your best too. Obito Uchiha. The scene in the video continued. I will liberate them and save all the tailed beasts. Absolutely. Naruto's eyes grew even more determined. In an instant, Naruto stepped into another space, beginning to communicate with the remaining 7 tailed beasts. The tailed beasts stared at Naruto, gradually becoming stunned, because they saw the sage of the 6 paths in Naruto. The scene shifted, and in the real world, Naruto pulled the chakra receivers out of the tailed beasts. At that moment, his form gradually dissipated. Well done, Naruto! Gyuki, the 8 tails, praised him with a satisfied expression. He can completely control Kurama, but it doesn't seem to last long. With the same demeanor as before, Tobi stood atop the outer path's golem, gazing down at Naruto. Almost immediately, the golem unleashed 7 chains from its mouth, ensnaring the 7 tailed beasts with an iron grip. In an instant, the tailed beasts were consumed by the golem. How could it possibly be the same? Naruto's voice dripped with disdain. Tobi was taken aback. Someone has just informed me of numerous names that I cannot recall, Naruto remarked, clutching his abdomen, a smirk curling on his lips. Names you cannot remember? What names? Tobi's gaze sharpened with suspicion. Ah, so you're unaware? Naruto scoffed at Tobi. Then made a face. I won't tell you. Tobi observed the unity of the four below, his expression a tapestry of complexity. That face. He inhaled deeply, gripping the fan on his back, his fingers trembling slightly. At that moment, a bead of sweat cascaded down his wrist. Sweat? Tobi murmured in astonishment. Before long, raindrops began to fall from the sky, quickly intensifying into a torrential downpour, casting a shadow over the battlefield. No, this is rain. How could I sweat in battle against such an opponent? Tobi spread his arms wide, staring up at the downpour. Naruto is merely a pawn in my test of Sasuke. To me, he is merely a diversion. I have long since grasped his power. This peculiar sensation arises not from strength. What then is the cause? What has transpired? Tobi's eyes fixated on Naruto, his jaw clenched. No, it no longer matters. Who Naruto is holds no significance. Once this war concludes, the past and future will cease to exist, rendering existence itself devoid of meaning. Kakashi Hatake interjected, Tobi, are you feeling anxious? Inoki remarked, your instinctive assumption that it is sweat has already betrayed your inner thoughts. Kurenai Yuhi added, by the way, is Tobi about to lose? After all of his tailed beasts have been eradicated. Hashirama Senju commented, it's hard to say. Tobi's power at this stage is terrifying. About 60 chapters should suffice to summarize Tobi. His time in the Six Paths mode will require a bit longer. Hashirama Senju. To be honest, I lack confidence in defeating this Tobi one-on-one. The video continued to play. The rain poured relentlessly from the sky. At that moment, chaos engulfed the battlefield. The onlookers who watched the video were instantly struck with astonishment. Inoki, I never anticipated the future of the ninja world would be so chaotic. The fourth Kazekage, Gaara, remarked, yet it seems everyone is united. Hashirama Senju chuckled. See, Madara? I told you the ninja world would unite. This world is not solely brutal. Madara Uchiha replied, Huh, Hashirama, you're still too naive. Do not forget why they are united. It is merely because there exists a stronger foe. Hashirama Senju countered, Madara, you are overthinking it. People can coexist harmoniously. Madara Uchiha scoffed. The surroundings gradually dimmed. Tobi, standing aloft, manipulated the outer path's golem. His expression hidden beneath the mask was intricate. He particularly gazed at Naruto in the distance, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling within him. Teacher, your son resembles you profoundly. Meanwhile, Madara was about to strike Tsunade when suddenly his body transformed into a beam of white light. Simultaneously, Susanoo began to dissipate. It appears there are capable individuals among your ninja coalition. Madara's pupils narrowed, his tone tinged with surprise. Tobirama Senju commented, It seems there are those in the ninja coalition who possess skills beyond the impure world reincarnation technique. Hashirama Senju exclaimed, Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Tsunade almost met her end. Tsunade responded, Granduncle, do not be so dramatic. Inoki mused, so, the future Madara Uchiha will be brought back through impure world reincarnation. But the ninja coalition's ninjas have undone the technique. Thus, Madara Uchiha has not successfully revived, correct? Gaara remarked, if that is the case, the ninja coalition is bound to win. Kurenai Yuhi interjected, not so fast. There remains Tobi. Izuna Uchiha posed a question. Now, the issue is, who undid the impure world reincarnation technique? Sasuke Uchiha quipped, could it be me? Kakashi Hatake suggested, it is possible. Sasuke has not appeared on the video thus far. So it is highly likely he is the one who released the impure world reincarnation technique. Naruto exclaimed, that's wonderful, Sasuke. I never expected you to be this impressive. Sasuke Uchiha retorted, don't take all the credit for yourself. Itachi Uchiha stated, my foolish brother, your strength is still too feeble. Sasuke snapped back, silence Itachi. The future me has undone the impure world reincarnation technique, and you will only be able to watch as I exact my revenge. Itachi replied, is that so? I'll look forward to it. The video continued to play. Tobi controlled the outer pass golem, while Kakashi and the others attempted to strike it. Tobi swiftly intercepted the trio's attacks. With a resounding crash, Tobi withstood the fierce assault with his fan, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. He decisively leaped back, landing on a distant shattered rock. Your expression seems pained, Naruto taunted, observing Toby, who remained unscathed in the distance. What do you mean? Toby queried, confusion etched on his face. Because you are obscured by your mask, I can imagine freely, Naruto scoffed, pointing at Toby's face. If you're not afraid, take off your mask and let me see your composure. Toby fell silent at the taunts. Well said, Naruto, Guy exclaimed loudly. Do not provoke your opponent, Kakashi sighed. Toby gazed into the distance, clapped his hands, and suddenly, smoke billowed around him. Within the smoke, two powerful artifacts emerged. I have no choice. I must take action. Toby sighed. What is that? The great gourd in the great jar? Naruto gasped, his pupils narrowing. I intended to allow it to revive in its complete form. Toby stated as he commanded the golem to consume the artifacts. Yet even in partial form, its power will not diminish. He coldly regarded the four in the distance. The outer path's golem, under Toby's command, emitted a heart-wrenching roar, then erupted from the ground, revealing its towering 100-meter height. It is too late. The appointed time has come. Toby spoke coldly. At that moment, the irregular stones on the ground began to rise, and a copious amount of blood flowed from the outer path golem. Toby clasped his hands together, gazing at Naruto without a hint of fear. The massive figure of the ox demon shielded Naruto, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Ever since the golem consumed that object, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Might Guy frowned. What is that? Naruto's pupils constricted, as if recalling something. Watch closely and experience the resurrection of the Ten Tails and the onset of the apocalypse. Toby's gaze was icy. So, this golem is the original form of the Ten Tails. Kakashi realized. Subsequently, Kakashi elucidated Toby's scheme, plunging the members of their chat group into silence. Inoki remarked, It's not fear of a powerful enemy that troubles me, but the fear of an enemy who is both strong and intelligent. Tobirama Senju stated, After all these years, Toby has become quite experienced in actual combat. Minato Namikaze commented, Indeed, it seems quite troublesome. Kuratsuchi added, Speaking of which, Kakashi was able to analyze Toby's plan. He is quite clever himself. Sakura Haruno cheered, as expected of Kakashi-sensei. Go and defeat that scoundrel Toby. Kakashi coughed as the video continued to play. The 8 tails and 9 tails have yet to be retrieved. Could he merely be trying to intimidate us? Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead anxiously. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the stones trembled violently, rising into the air. Both sides were acutely aware of each other's weaknesses and began to proceed with caution. A life filled with regret suits you well, Kakashi, Toby taunted. Who are you really? Might Guy inquired warily. There's no use telling you. You can't even remember the faces of others, Toby coldly replied. The outer path golem screamed in agony, clutching its head as blood oozed from its eyes. My goal is to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi, ensnaring everyone in the same illusion to create a perfect world devoid of war. Toby's glare was frosty as he fixated on Naruto. This world does not require heroes or a future. Even if the Ten Tails is not fully revived, I can still achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi, bringing an end to reality and leaving only an eternal dream. Toby's eyes were like ice. I have parents and a perverted sage. I long for heroes. Thus, I charge forth with determination. I aspire to become a Hokage greater than any before. Naruto countered Toby, proclaiming, That is my dream, you fool. The music reached a crescendo, stirring the emotions of the audience. Toby was momentarily stunned, as if he saw his own childhood reflected in Naruto, transforming into a golden light. Naruto charged towards the outer path golem. Just as the attack was about to land, Toby lunged forward, using his fan to block Naruto's Rasengan. With a loud bang, Naruto was sent flying. I must first unveil your mask. Naruto leaped, focusing on Toby. As long as I am here, you shall not touch the outer path golem. Toby gripped his fan tightly, resolutely standing before the golem, coldly surveying the four. Wow, Toby looks amazing, exclaimed Hashirama Senju. Brother, this is not the time for such discussions. Toby's combat power is clearly superior to these four. How will they stop him? Tobirama remarked. Indeed, you make a valid point. Toby's artifacts are quite formidable, Hashirama agreed. Hanabi Hyuga expressed curiosity. What exactly can that fan do? Izuna Uchiha scoffed. Humph, such a lack of knowledge. This is the Uchiha clan's sacred artifact, the Uchiha fan, capable of repelling all ninjutsu attacks. Kuratsuchi was astonished. It's that powerful? Boruto Uzumaki exclaimed, wow, that's cool. Way cooler than Dad. Naruto Uzumaki interjected, hey, you imbecile son. Didn't you see me in action earlier? Boruto retorted, yeah, but that only lasted 5 minutes. Himawari Uzumaki chimed in, brother, stop saying such things about Dad. It will make him sad. Minato chuckled, haha, is this my granddaughter? How adorable. Kushina added, by the way, Naruto, who is your wife? Young Naruto hesitated, glancing at his busy wife in the kitchen, thinking better of speaking up. I think I'll hold off on that for now, sorry mom and dad. Hinata whispered. Naruto-kun. The video continued to unfold. The limbs of the outer path golem gradually extended, branches sprouting from its body. Its form grew increasingly colossal, blood streaming from its eyes. Tobi, gripping the fan with one hand, cast a cold gaze towards Naruto in the distance. At that moment, stones floated high in the air. Naruto crossed his fingers, summoning a shadow clone. Kakashi cautioned, Naruto, you are aware of his abilities, right? The moment he absorbs, that will be the opportunity. He will materialize then, and attacking blindly will be futile. Might Guy worriedly stated, it seems we can only strike decisively, Naruto. Naruto nodded, affirming, I understand, that's why I used a clone. With that, he rushed towards Tobi. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Tobi, ready to assist Naruto, while Might Guy retrieved his nunchaku. The group coordinated their attack on Naruto's behalf. Holding the tailed beast bomb, Naruto charged, with Might Guy gripping his nunchaku and Kakashi activating Kimui from above. Tobi instantly grasped the situation, his brow furrowing. As Naruto barreled towards him, Tobi effortlessly dodged the attack, swinging his fan to send Naruto's shadow clone flying. Looks like I was mistaken. Is that really your true form? Tobi disdainfully glanced at Naruto, activating his intangibility to evade attacks and swiftly closing in on Naruto. Just as he reached out to grasp Naruto's head, a sound of slicing air resonated from above, forcing Tobi to activate Kimui once more. Might Guy had anticipated this. His nunchaku pierced through Tobi's head. The timing is perfect. Might Guy smirked. Tobi and Naruto passed through one another. As Tobi regained his footing, Might Guy swung his nunchaku toward him. Tobi contemptuously raised his fan to block the attack. Bang! 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 Tobi activated intangibility, allowing Might Guy to pass through the fan. Tobi attempted to counterattack, but Might Guy spun around, narrowly grazing Tobi's head. Tobi reluctantly retreated, tossing 3 shuriken. Bang! 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 The shuriken were deflected by Might Guy's nunchaku. Speaking of which, among these 4, the least useful might be Might Guy, Deluta commented. What a narrow-minded view. Might Guy plays a crucial role. Tobirama retorted. The 4th Kazekage, Rasha, remarked, indeed, it is evident from the outset that several pivotal offensives were orchestrated by Might Guy. A lower ninja from the hidden Mist Village interjected. How did I not notice that? A member of the Umbu from the same village retorted, it merely indicates your lack of skill. You must practice more. Might Guy encouraged. Son, persevere. Do not mind the irrelevant gazes. Might Guy replied with conviction. I understand, father. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. Ha! Might Guy's disposition remains as vibrant and cheerful as ever. Might Guy asked, Lord Hokage, what do you think? Would you like to join me in shedding youthful perspiration? Hiruzen laughed heartily. If only I had the time. Alas, I am growing old and cannot run like I used to. Hashirama Senju inquired, Monkey, how is Minato managing the Hidden Leaf Village? Hiruzen responded, well, my dear teacher, Minato is managing it far better than I ever could. Minato Namikaze humbly stated, oh, it is all thanks to the support of the 3rd Hokage that I am able to effectively govern the village. Hashirama expressed his joy. I am delighted to see you two getting along. Has Danzo been dealt with? Minato sighed. Unfortunately, the 1st Hokage, Danzo, escaped. We were unable to capture him. Danzo Shimura sneered. You will regret this. I shall undoubtedly return. Kushina Uzumaki interjected. Silence. The Hidden Leaf Village does not desire your presence. The scene in the video continued. Might Guy brandished his nunchaku, engaging in a fierce struggle with Obito. Initially, Obito's eyes turned icy as he faced the advancing Might Guy, swiftly activating his intangibility and reaching out to seize him, stating, "I will eliminate you first." Just as Obito was about to breach his intangibility to grasp Might Guy's chest, the nunchaku pierced through his head. The onlookers in the distance gasped, their pupils contracting in disbelief as the extraordinary event unfolded. Might Guy executed a maneuver, striking the ground with his nunchaku, then rebounding it back towards Obito. Obito, left with no choice, activated his intangibility once more. The two figures passed each other in a blur, and Obito hurled a fan towards Might Guy. Anticipating the attack, Might Guy positioned his nunchaku behind him, successfully blocking the strike. How impressive! Truly the legendary teacher with the thick eyebrows. Naruto, witnessing this, felt his pupils narrow and began to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. Excellent. With this much chakra gathered, it should suffice. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, fixating on the outer path golem. Apologies, but my target is the outer path golem. Meanwhile, Naruto extended his arm, attempting to disrupt Obito's focus. Obito evaded Naruto's assault, but suddenly noticed Kakashi activating Kamui from afar. His pupils momentarily stilled. Kamui, Kakashi thought, if I can twist off his head, even the formidable outer path golem cannot survive. Kakashi's left eye widened as he intensely focused on the golem's head, which began to contort. In a panic, Obito waved the fan at Kakashi, but was thwarted by Naruto's intervention. Just as the golem's head was on the verge of complete distortion, Kamui abruptly ceased. Kakashi's pupils constricted. "You are Tsunavi," Obito scoffed, gazing down at the kneeling Kakashi. "What has transpired?" Kakashi gasped, astonished as he regarded Obito, his mind racing with unsettling speculations. Naruto exclaimed, "Wait, does this mean Obito interfered with Kakashi's Kamui just now?" Hashirama remarked, "It is quite apparent. How did you only just realize that?" Tobirama questioned Kakashi, "Are you feeling a bit winded? It has only been a brief skirmish." Kakashi replied, "First Hokage, my chakra is rather limited." Hashirama mused, "What is chakra? Is it not something one can replenish at will?" Kakashi could only respond with silence. Kurenai Yuhi commented, "Is the first Hokage truly a ninja? How is it that he is unaware of what chakra is?" Anoki speculated, "Could it be that he simply does not lack chakra?" Hashirama laughed heartily. "What on earth is chakra?" Kakashi, bemused, replied, "First Hokage, you jest." In a modest dwelling within the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi gazed at the chat group, where Hashirama's comments brought forth a bead of sweat upon his brow. The video continued to unfold. Naruto swiftly launched the tailed beast bomb at Obito, who seemed to anticipate the move, evading it in an instant. As the smoke began to dissipate, Obito's figure remained elusive in the heights. Naruto closed his eyes, preparing to sense Obito's position. At that moment, Obito's head emerged from behind a rock, prompting Naruto to leap away. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, with Naruto evidently at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Might Guy leapt onto the surrounding rocks, intending to provide assistance. Kakashi gathered Raikiri, readying himself for battle, as they were determined to protect Naruto. Standing atop a rock, Naruto noticed the absence of Obito's presence and let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, Obito utilized his Kamui to pierce the rock with his fan, launching it towards Naruto. Naruto raised his hands to defend himself, but was caught off guard as Obito swiftly unleashed chains to ensnare him. Just as Naruto faced imminent peril, Kakashi dashed in, shattering the rock with Raikiri. With time running short, Kakashi hurled a kunai that pierced through Obito's head. Obito, left with no option, activated his intangibility once more, allowing Naruto to create distance. Upon landing, Obito swiftly extended his foot, propelling the kunai into the air towards Naruto. Naruto reached out, attempting to strike Obito, while Kakashi employed Kamui to absorb the kunai that was about to hit Naruto. As Naruto's arm passed through Obito's head without inflicting any harm, he gritted his teeth in frustration. If even that attack is ineffective. Might Guy's forehead glistened with sweat. Obito's prowess was overwhelming, his abilities unpredictable. As Obito landed, he turned his gaze towards Naruto, exuding an oppressive aura. With a crack, Obito's mask developed a fissure, and he glanced at it in surprise. Simultaneously, rocks from above began to tumble down. Kuratsuchi observed, Obito's mask has cracked. Uchiha Itachi inquired, "Oh, is Obito on the verge of defeat?" Tobirama remarked, "I have come to understand. If Kakashi employs Kamui, he can easily disrupt Obito's abilities." Hashirama pondered, "Does that mean Kakashi can use Kamui at will, placing Obito in peril?" Tobirama replied, "The dilemma lies in the fact that Kakashi's chakra is insufficient for frequent use." Senju Hashirama, "This is rather troublesome." Fourth Kazekage Raza, "There is no other choice. Kakashi lacks Uchiha blood, making the use of the Sharingan excessively taxing for him." Third Kazekage, "Indeed, the Sharingan constrains Kakashi's abilities." First Reikage, agreed. Deidara, "If Kakashi does not possess the Sharingan, will his strength increase?" Senju Tobirama, "That is difficult to ascertain." The footage continues to play. Observing the cracks forming on Tobi's mask, the three begin to analyze his capabilities. The fissures on his mask do not appear to be the result of Naruto's fist, but rather resemble cuts made by a sharp object. Kakashi gazes intently at the cracks, his pupils narrowing. Could it be? Boom! A sudden, loud noise erupts from the distance. Killer Bee begins to manipulate the Eight Tails, attempting to assault the outer path golem. Do not underestimate me. Uchiha Fire Formation. Tobi slams his hand on the ground, and a massive crimson barrier materializes in front of the outer path golem, intercepting Killer Bee's attack. "Are you alright, Uncle B?" Naruto looks at Killer Bee with concern. "It seems we must first deal with that guy." The four of them cast their gazes toward Tobi in the distance. "Indeed not. This is impossible. I have never heard of Kamui being obstructed." Kakashi's pupils shrink once more. If the cracks on his mask were caused by a kunai transferred through Kamui, then his ninjutsu. Kakashi stares in shock at Tobi in the distance. He takes a deep breath, preparing to issue commands. He has devised a strategy to confront Tobi. At this moment, Killer Bee quickly hurls the three toward Tobi. Tobi grips his weapon, fixing his gaze upon the approaching trio. A massive rock in the sky shatters under Might Guy's nunchaku, debris cascading down. Tobi activates intangibility, evading the damage. "How about that? You won't have time to absorb it, will you?" Might Guy lands and swiftly attacks Tobi. However, his strike passes through Tobi without inflicting harm. Tobi seizes the opportunity, dispelling intangibility and grasping the nunchaku. "You underestimate the Sharingan. I can see through your movements. I shall take this." Tobi begins to absorb the nunchaku. Might Guy smirks coldly, having awaited this moment for long. At that instant, a cold breeze sweeps from behind. Might Guy bends to dodge. Rasengan. Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, charges at Tobi. "Useless. Do you not understand?" Tobi scoffs at Naruto. Just as the Rasengan passes through Tobi's body, Kakashi in the distance widens his pupils and activates Kamui. Tobi and Naruto traverse through one another. Boom! A powerful thrust strikes Tobi from behind, sending him crashing to the ground in a disheveled state. Tobi clutches his fan, struggling to stabilize himself. "I see." Naruto did not retract the Rasengan. Tobi deduces while lying on the ground. "Rather, it was you, Kakashi, who transferred the Rasengan with Kamui." Tobi gazes coldly at Kakashi. "Just as I suspected. I initially believed you possessed both the ability to penetrate and absorb, but now I no longer think so. Your ninjutsu is singular." Kakashi points at Tobi. Might Guy and Naruto exchange puzzled glances, prompting Kakashi to elaborate. The viewers in the chat group express their astonishment. Senju Tobirama. "Indeed, Kakashi is well suited for the role of Hokage." Senju Hashirama. "This analysis is remarkable. It surpasses even my own." Senju Tobirama. "Brother, might you refrain from speaking so much?" Hatake Kakashi. "Second Hokage, I hold no interest in the position of Hokage. Perhaps you should bestow it upon someone else." Hatake Tsukumo. "Kakashi, have you found a partner yet?" Hatake Kakashi. "No, not yet." Hatake Tsukumo. "Pray tell, when do you plan to seek a partner?" Hatake Kakashi. "Kuratsuchi. Ahem, Kakashi, you might consider me. By the way, I recommend an old book. I can't afford food right now. It's getting cold lately. Everyone should take care to keep warm, as I've already caught a cold and spent the whole day in bed." Hatake Kakashi. I'm not currently looking for a partner." Hatake Tsukumo. "Inform your father. At your age, are you not anxious?" Hatake Kakashi. Second Raikage. Hey, by the way, why has Toby not utilized the Rinnegan's abilities in the video? Senju Hashirama. Could it be that he cannot use them? Senju Tobarama. It is difficult to say. The Rinnegan is, after all, the eye of a deity. Toby has only mastered it for a few months. During this time, he is mainly focused on controlling the outer path golem, so he may not yet be proficient. The footage continues to play. Kakashi stares at Toby in the distance, beginning to analyze the current situation. The members of the chat group fall silent upon witnessing Kakashi's remarks. After all, Kakashi's analysis is profoundly compelling. Initially bewildered by Toby's abilities, the group now comprehends. It is evident that this is a space-time ninjutsu correlating with my Kamui. Kakashi coldly regards Toby in the distance. The camera splits into two, showcasing the faces of Kakashi and Toby. Toby tears away the tattered fabric from his right shoulder. His gaze frigid. Wait, what does this mean? Why are his ocular techniques connected to yours? My guy looks at Kakashi, puzzled. Kakashi remains silent. Let's not dwell on that for now. Naruto interrupts the conversation among the three. Why did it not hit me with my fist, but rather with the vanished kunai? Killer Bee also appears confused. The so-called penetration is, in fact, a misunderstanding on our part. Kakashi shakes his head, his expression cautious. Deidara. Wait, I just recalled something. Hayden, what is it? Deidara. Conan, if I'm not mistaken, you should have already spent all of Kakuzu's money, right? Kakuzu. Within the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu sees Deidara's message in the chat group, his pupils dilating in shock. He swiftly opens the drawer in his cabinet. It's gone. Everything is gone. Kakuzu clasps his head with both hands, mumbling incessantly, his eyes vacant. Conan, you wait for me. Kakuzu roars to the heavens in rage, but before his words can finish, he clutches his chest, gasping heavily. Bang, bang, bang. His 5 hearts explode instantaneously. Deidara, hearing the tremendous commotion, flings the door open, only to be met with this scene. Subsequently, Deidara falls into contemplation. Kakuzu has committed suicide. He cannot blame me. Pain, what has happened to Kakuzu? Deidara, report, boss, he has taken his own life. I must clarify, it was not my doing. Pain. The footage on the screen continues to unfold. What do you mean? Naruto gazes at Kakashi, his expression one of confusion. Kakashi then proceeds to articulate his conjecture. The members of the chat group, upon hearing Kakashi's hypothesis, find their pupils constricting. Kakashi, my guy. After listening to Kakashi's deduction, wears a complex expression. Where did you acquire that eye? Kakashi's gaze turns icy as he fixes it upon Obito in the distance. Why do you ask that? Obito, with disdain, recounts past events. You. Kakashi's eyes widen, anger etched across his face as he stares at Obito. I have already warned you. Do not interrupt. Obito points a finger at Kakashi, his eyes cold. You have devolved into someone who merely talks. It is too late for regrets now. Reality advances cruelly. You have witnessed enough of it to understand this, have you not? Obito's disdainful gaze remains fixed on Kakashi. Not all desires in this world can be fulfilled. Therefore, I shall immerse the world in an infinite dream of Tsukuyami. I aim to create a world devoid of suffering. Obito continues to provoke Kakashi. Kakashi, upon hearing Obito's response, gasps for breath. Naruto, unable to tolerate it any longer, retorts angrily, You are spouting nonsense. I have vowed never to relinquish my dream of becoming Hokage. The responsibilities entrusted to me are far too great. Well said, Naruto. My guy applauds. Responsibilities entrusted to you? If Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage believed in you only for you to take them lightly, what would they think? Obito's eyes are filled with frost as he gazes at Naruto. Hinata, Obito, Lord Minato has always cared for you. Minato, Obito, perhaps you are overthinking this? Uchiha Obito. The footage carries on. Naruto reflects on the past, the powers entrusted upon him igniting his resolve. Soon, his body is enveloped in a golden hue. Go, Naruto. You will not fail. The Nine-Tails fist bumps Naruto. Naruto swiftly charges towards Obito in the distance. At this moment, the music swells dramatically. Obito tightens his grip on the fan, his gaze locked on Naruto. Is it that power again? In the distance, Naruto extends a colossal hand towards him. Obito decisively activates his intangibility, slipping away from Naruto's grasp. Kakashi, we must join in. Might Guy turns to the sorrowful Kakashi. Could it be that? Kakashi gazes at the masked figure in the distance, dark thoughts surfacing in his mind. No, it cannot be. Kakashi, stop daydreaming. Naruto is buying us time. Might Guy interrupts Kakashi's thoughts. Kakashi snaps back to reality, his pupils contracting sharply. I can guess what you're pondering, for I share the same thoughts. But let us set that aside for now and assist Naruto. Might Guy encourages Kakashi. Fool, how dare you charge in alone? Obito, having distanced himself from Naruto, hurls a multitude of shurikens from the Kamui dimension. This is bad. Naruto's pupils narrow as he swiftly summons the fox's head, severing the massive shuriken. I'm not the only one coming at you. Do not forget the Nine Tails and my comrades. Naruto counters. Obito, hearing Naruto's retort, falls into a stupor, unable to respond. He realizes that he once bore a similar disposition to Naruto in his youth. Kakashi observes Naruto and the encouragement from Might Guy, inhaling deeply. Let us go, Guy. Well done. That is how a worthy opponent should be. Might Guy exclaims with exhilaration. At this moment, the group begins to coordinate their efforts once more, charging toward Obito. A rabble of fools, prepare to experience the true power of Kamui once again. Obito leaps high into the air, his pupils emitting a violent swirl. From a vortex, countless black rods erupt, impaling Killer Bee and rendering him immobile. Naruto, be cautious. Those black rods possess the power to bind tailed beasts. You must not let them touch you. Killer Bee warns anxiously. Big brother, please cover for me. Naruto conjures a shadow clone. Senju Tobirama. Not bad. This kid Naruto has a sharp intellect and considerable combat experience. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. The author has been unwell, confined to bed all day, feeling dizzy. As a result, the content of the last 10 chapters may seem lackluster. I am truly sorry. I have reconciled with the publisher, who sent me a payment of 1,000 yuan. Senju Hashirama. I do not understand. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you will comprehend shortly. The footage continues. The group begins to assist Naruto in turns. Naruto's shadow clone charges outward, feigning an attack. Kakashi activates Kamui to disrupt Obito. That tactic again. As long as Naruto does not penetrate, it will suffice. Obito swiftly sends a Naruto in front of him flying. With a resounding bang, the Naruto before him dissipates into smoke. What? A shadow clone. Obito's eyes reveal his disdain. Observing Kakashi, who lies on the ground devoid of chakra, Obito mocks. The speed of a nail surpasses yours. Kakashi has failed to redirect the Rasengan and has wasted Kamui. But this is not over. Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto resolutely launches a tailed Beast Bomb at Obito. Too late, a futile effort. Obito activates intangibility, evading the attack. With a loud explosion, the tailed Beast Bomb detonates in the distance, creating a violent blast. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito quickly becomes dazed as he finds Naruto, holding the Rasengan, standing before him. Who are you? I understand now. The jutsu transferred earlier was not the Rasengan, but the entire shadow clone. Kakashi's speed surpasses that of Nail. This is not good. Obito watches as Naruto charges towards him, momentarily caught off guard. Boom! A violent explosion is accompanied by a flash of white light. Following this, a montage of memories plays, tender moments between young Obito and Rin. The screen gradually darkens. Kakashi's pupils constrict sharply, as if witnessing a ghost. The mask of the masked man shatters, revealing Obito's handsome yet cold visage. You are Obito? Kakashi gasps, disbelief etched across his features as he gazes at Obito. Is it truly you, Obito? Might Guy's lips quivered. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Hashirama Senju. Did Naruto devise these tactics? Remarkable. Naruto Uzumaki. Youth Boruto Uzumaki. Did you see that? Your old man was quite formidable back then. Boruto Uzumaki. Idiot father, you merely got lucky. Naruto Uzumaki. Youth lucky? Himawari Uzumaki. As expected of dad. Amazing. Naruto Uzumaki. Youth girls are more obedient and sensible. Kushina Uzumaki. Son, could you send pictures of my grandchildren? Naruto, Uzumaki, youth of course, mom. I'll send them privately. The footage continued to play. Obito stared coldly at Kakashi. Worthless Kakashi, call me what you will. It's meaningless to me now. Kakashi's expression grew complex as he noticed the scars on Obito's face. You're alive. Why? Kakashi trailed off. Whether I live or die is of no consequence. If you must know the reason. Obito glared at Kakashi. It's because you failed to save Rin. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and his lips trembled. Hold on, there's more. Obito glanced disdainfully at Kakashi, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as he saw Kakashi's despair. Don't wear that expression. Don't you hate me? Kakashi's lips still trembled. This tedious reality. What good would hating you do? Obito looked up at the moon, his tone frigid. I have no interest in this world that's about to vanish. Tobirama Senju, damn it. If I hadn't died prematurely, I would have dealt with that wicked Uchiha brat. Hashirama Senju. This is infuriating. Alas, I'm deceased and not present. Kuratsuchi. What if you two were resurrected with impure world reincarnation? Butsuma Senju. I doubt that's plausible. My sons died early. It's unlikely anyone in the ninja world would enjoy grave robbing. Orochimaru. Ahem. Kabuto Yakushi. Lord Orochimaru and I would never desecrate graves. Jiraiya. Val Orochimaru. Return to the village immediately, or I'll apprehend you. Orochimaru. Fool, can you even find me? Tsunade Senju. Jiraiya. Are you naturally naive, or just plain foolish? The footage continued. Naruto and Might Guy encouraged a despondent Kakashi. I have nothing to say to you. Obito clasped his hands together within the constraints of reality and activated Kamui. The surrounding air began to visibly coalesce. Fire style, wildfire dance. A fierce blaze, like a sinuous serpent, rapidly lunged towards Kakashi. Naruto promptly activated his tailed beast mode, swatting the attack away. The Nine-Tails tails? Obito paused. A violent tremor shook the area beside him. As the smoke dissipated, Obito slowly turned, his teeth clenched, and his demeanor grew cautious. You seem to be having quite the merriment, Obito. Madara Uchiha stared at Obito with an icy, unfriendly gaze. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, what? Madara Uchiha isn't dead? Noki, surely not. How are we supposed to fight this? Without the god of shinobi, how can we stand against the ghost of the Uchiha? Hey, the fourth Raikage, is Uchiha Madara truly that formidable? Noki, you have no comprehension of his might. To put it simply, any ninja pales in comparison to Uchiha Madara, Kinshiki Tsutsuki. Humph, just a bunch of riffraff putting on airs. Kawaki, and who might you be, machine? Kinshiki Tsutsuki. The footage continued. Madara Uchiha and Obito stood on opposite sides, their gazes burning intently at the distant opposition, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. To defy the impure world reincarnation technique. That is indeed your style. Obito's short hair swayed in the breeze as he coldly turned to face Madara Uchiha. Leave that aside. Why did you delay until now? Madara responded with an equally frigid stare. Wait, why is Uchiha Madara here? Naruto frowned, gazing at Madara in the distance. The legendary Madara? Kakashi was utterly astonished. Madara glanced at Naruto and said nonchalantly, this is merely a shadow clone. Where is the real body, Obito? Naruto, if he's here, then everyone else. Killer Bee felt a sense of foreboding. What have you done to the others over there? Naruto glared furiously at Madara Uchiha. You speak of them? Madara crossed his arms. Dismissively, I demand to know what has happened to them. Naruto roared, unleashing the Nine-Tails power, his form growing immense. I do not know. Perhaps they are already deceased. Madara said coldly. The scene shifted, displaying the gruesome corpses of the contemporary 5 Kage, one by one, a horrifying sight. Hey, the fourth Raikage. Huh? Is that my corpse on the screen? Meiterum, I'm dead too. Hashirama Senju, what? Tsunade. Tobirama Senju. Brother, could you try to maintain some composure? Tsunade Senju. Jinjetsu H. Zuki, the second Mizukage. The 5 Kage couldn't defeat Uchiha Madara? Hey, the fourth Raikage. My comrades, I've crashed. Cloud Village J. Neen. New, boss, you'll be fine. Cloud Village CH Neen. Boss, we miss you. Madara Uchiha. Humph, the strongest of the current 5 Kage. And their strength is so pathetic? Meiterum, Perhaps we were merely defeated due to a lack of information. Noki, you're all too naive. You don't understand how terrifying Uchiha Madara's power truly is. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, hey. Noki, stop pouring cold water on us at a time like this, all right? Noki, I'm merely stating the truth. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, you're the number 2 Madara Uchiha enthusiast in the ninja world. Thumbs up, Hashirama Senju. Who's number 1? Tobarama Senju, brother. Please be quiet. The footage continued. Naruto, controlling Kurama, extracted the steel rod from Killer Bee's body. His speed surpasses even the cursed seal chains. Obito watched Naruto from afar, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before tossing the war fan to Madara beside him. Here, it's yours, Obito said coldly. Madara caught the fan, effortlessly deflecting the incoming black rod back into the ground. Thud! The black rod lingered in the sky before ultimately plummeting to the ground, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The external magical figure continued to wail mournfully, and upon witnessing this scene, Obito's expression turned to one of disappointment. You initiated the plan without waiting for me. Even before Madara, the 8 tails, and the 9 tails arrived? Madara inquired icily. Obito offered no reply. Your impatience is evident. Was it this reason that compelled you to revive me in such a state? Madara's gaze bore into Obito's arm, fury flickering in his eyes. Very well. You have your own intentions. What were you doing before? What became of Nagato? I calculated the timing and used the Rinnegan's ability to resurrect me. That was the original plan, Madara replied, his demeanor still cold. Are you planning to exploit Nagato? Naruto's eyes flared with anger as he overheard their conversation. He betrayed us, resurrecting the villagers using that jutsu. Obito's expression grew complex as he regarded Naruto. The members in the chat group began to grasp the revelation. It turned out that the previous savior was none other than Naruto himself. Uchiha Sasuke interjected, "Why have I not appeared in the video yet?" Uzumaki Kushina chuckled. "I knew it. Naruto is the strongest." Conan remarked, "So it means Naruto defeated Nagato." Uzumaki Nagato mused, "In terms of seniority, I suppose Naruto would be my junior." Jiraiya added, "Yes, Naruto, you should greet your elder." Uzumaki Naruto responded, "Hello, brother Nagato." Uzumaki Nagato replied, "You seem rather thin. Have you not been eating well?" Uzumaki Naruto retorted, "Not at all. I eat ramen every day. I'm in great shape." Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato, expressed confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. "Minato, please understand. Naruto's identity is rather unique." The video continued to unfold. "Everyone is like this. It matters little now. It's never too late to start. I will capture the 8 tails and the 9 tails," Madara declared with a frigid gaze. "Let the dead not interfere." Naruto charged at Madara, clutching a tailed beast ball. Madara, dismissive, raised his fan with one hand to deflect the attack. In an instant, a white light erupted and the air coalesced, making Naruto's tailed beast ball vanish. Naruto's pupils constricted. "It didn't T-explode." Madara sneered and swung his fan towards Naruto. Uchiha rebound. A loud bang echoed as the explosion sent Naruto flying. But it was merely a shadow clone. As the smoke dissipated, Madara's distant figure instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers. "I will pursue the 8 tails and the 9 tails." "Obito, you handle them," Madara commanded before vanishing. Obito swiftly engaged Kakashi and Might Guy, using his strength to suppress them. Naruto's situation was dire as well. Might Guy intended to provide support. Observing the half-kneeling Kakashi, Obito's gaze grew complex. The same eyes. "You truly have come." "Obito, what has happened to you? Is it related to Rin?" Kakashi gasped, seeking answers. Obito lunged at Kakashi, striking him down with a knee to the chest, followed by a shuriken piercing his abdomen. In the midst of battle, Obito reminisced about the past. Kakashi bore an X-shaped wound on his chest, his fighting spirit extinguished as he knelt on the ground. "Trash should keep silent. Perish." Obito raised his shuriken, his expression conflicted. Conan commented, "Obito, you didn't fight like this in the video." Kuratsuchi remarked, "This concession is too obvious." Deidara chimed in, "This is not concession. It's practically the Pacific." Uchiha Izuna declared, "Indeed, I dare say no one in the ninja world can concede as Obito does." Uchiha Itachi coughed. Ahem. The video continued. I failed to uphold our promise. Indeed, I am a failure, Kakashi panted, staring at Obito. But you are different. You are the hero of Konoha. There is no need for you to be like this. Kakashi gasped, collapsing to the ground, propping himself up with his hands. Obito looked down at Kakashi, slowly closing his eyes. Then, with a self-deprecating chuckle, he murmured, "This is the reality. Whether one is the entrusted or the one entrusted, as long as they survive in this world as shinobi, they ultimately become worthless. You and I are the best proof of that, Kakashi." Obito cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi. In the distance, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from Madara's location. While Naruto countered Obito's words, Kakashi-sensei is not worthless, and he will never become worthless. I will stop you. I will never allow anyone to harm my comrades. Naruto shouted defiantly at Obito. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi's pupils dilated before swiftly regaining clarity. I'm sorry, Naruto. I revealed Obito's words to you, and I almost wavered again. Kakashi gradually rose, his resolve solidifying. Deidara remarked, it's hard to imagine such sentimental lines coming from Obito. Ada agreed, time can indeed change a person. That much is true. Deidara continued. So, how will Kakashi proceed to fight Obito next? Noki added, indeed, with Madara on his side, Naruto's group stands little chance. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, retorted, Noki, can you refrain from glorifying Madara so much? Noki replied, I'm merely stating the truth. The fourth Raikage, scoffed. Perhaps Uchiha Madara only wins due to his intelligence advantage over us. Uchiha Madara interjected, who dares to throw sand? Do you wish to dance? The fourth Raikage, responded. I look forward to our duel, Uchiha Madara. The next segment will summarize the battle between Kakashi and Obito, after which will be the final chapter for Obito. Many readers have commented on my indulgence, but I hope you can understand. Uchiha Izuna lamented. Why do there always seem to be fools wanting to challenge my brother? So naive and foolish. Senju Tobarama added, the inherently evil Uchiha brat deserves to be planting cotton. The video continued. The battlefield descended into utter chaos as Obito utilized his Kamui to entangle Naruto. Without Naruto's interference, Obito swiftly drew Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. Naruto attempted to thwart Obito, but the latter phased out, evading Naruto's chakra arm. However, Obito soon felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The scene shifted to the Kamui dimension, where Kakashi delivered a punch to Obito's midsection, his gaze resolute. Now that I understand your ability, I can counter it with careful observation. Another punch. Kakashi intensified his assault. Soon, Obito found himself half-kneeling, gazing up at Kakashi with a pained expression. Indeed, Obito wore a visage of suffering. Kakashi delivered yet another punch to Obito. In the realm of reality, Obito's form began to sway, a surge of intense pain radiating throughout his body. Subsequently, he released Kakashi from the Kamui dimension. In the distance, the outer path golem began to revive, its stature becoming immensely colossal, stretching its arms as it traversed the ground. Naruto and Killer Bee coordinated their efforts to assault the Ten Tails. Onlookers watching the video gasped in astonishment, their pupils dilating in shock. Kuratsuchi remarked, the destructive power is astonishing. A mist village genin questioned, can we ninjas truly reach such heights? The third Kazekage stated, it seems unlikely. Those in the video are formidable fighters. Inuzuka Kiba expressed disbelief. I never imagined Naruto would become this powerful. I must train harder to surpass him. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, while Aburame Shino was equally speechless. The video continued to unfold. Obito gazed at the Ten Tails wreaking havoc upon the surrounding terrain, his expression growing increasingly complex, especially upon witnessing Kakashi's injury. Just a rabble of fools. Madara Uchiha scoffed as he observed the fallen individuals. Huh, a rabble? Naruto stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead, standing atop the outer path golem. Obito and Madara fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, they are worthless, Madara remarked, casting a condescending glance at Naruto, implying that no matter the numbers, if their minds are vacant, it amounts to nothing. Obito elucidated. Kuratsuchi chuckled. The previously tense atmosphere has transformed into something lighthearted and humorous. Irika Yumino chastised, "Naruto, you fool. Didn't I teach you this during class?" Naruto sheepishly replied, I seem to have forgotten, haha. Inoki added, "Is Naruto truly illiterate?" Kushina scolded, "Naruto, were you even paying attention in class?" Minato chuckled, "Haha, Kushina, don't be upset. I'll educate Naruto later." Jiraiya commented, "Ahem, it appears Minato is under the thumb of his wife." Kakashi quipped, "Fortunately, I am still single." The footage persisted. "You and I are merely incompetent ninjas. You too." "No, everyone in the future may become like me," Obito said after a moment of silence, his tone complex. "I will not become like you. I've said it numerous times. I aspire to be Hokage." Naruto retorted angrily, as if directing his fury at Obito. "Obito, wasn't your childhood dream to become Hokage?" Minato inquired. Obito replied, "But I," to which Tobirama interjected silence. "The Uchiha cannot become Hokage." Izuna countered, "Tobirama, you should be the one to silence yourself." Mei Terumi expressed her confusion. "I don't quite understand why the second Hokage harbors such disdain for the Uchiha." Tobirama explained, "The Uchiha clan is cunning and radical. Such unstable elements should be removed from the village." The third Raikage nodded. "That perspective seems understandable." The video continued. "Do not worry, everything will proceed smoothly," Obito coldly stated. "No ninjutsu can overcome the infinite Tsukuyomi. I can make you Hokage within it. Thus, let this world fade away." The Ten Tails gathered tailed beast bombs in its mouth and launched them again. In the distance, a blinding white light exploded, obliterating several mountain peaks instantaneously. Explosions erupted, billowing thick clouds of smoke into the air. "Explosions are art. Magnificent!" Deidara exclaimed. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Obito felt a strange sensation of being controlled, gritting his teeth. "What is this?" Mike was taken aback. Was the miss intended? Kakashi's pupils constricted. Amidst the smoke, countless silhouettes descended, familiar faces appearing behind Naruto. The Ninja Alliance collaborated, executing combination techniques. Soon, a dense fog enveloped the air. Due to the smoke's concealment, Madara, too, could not perceive the chakra of the Ninja Alliance. "Do they think they can hide like this?" Madara sneered from his vantage point. Then, the Ten Tails swung its tail, swiftly dispelling the smoke. As the haze cleared, countless silhouettes emerged. This was no longer a rabble. What lay before them was the might of the Ninja Alliance. Naruto interlocked his fingers, confidently gazing at the two figures above. "This is the most formidable ninjutsu in ninja history. It surpasses the infinite Tsukuyomi. Remember that." Upon hearing Naruto's proclamation, Obito's pupils dilated in shock. He glanced at the Ninja Alliance, witnessing their unity and cooperation. No longer did they exhibit the greedy and deceitful demeanor typical of their kind. Instead, they showed genuine concern and care for one another. Could it be that ninjas could unite in such a manner? Obito was taken aback, as this scene starkly contrasted with his expectations. He had roamed the shinobi world, witnessing countless brutalities, yet the sight before him was incomprehensible. Why had they ceased to embody their usual selves? Had he been mistaken all along? Obito found himself engulfed in profound doubt. The chat group observed Obito's psychological turmoil, falling into silence as well. "Young man, do you see? The shinobi world is not solely comprised of darkness," Hashirama Senju proclaimed. Rin Nohara added, "The first Hokage speaks the truth. Obito, return to us." Obito remained silent. Madara taunted, "Have you forgotten my words, Obito? Remember, it is only through our collaboration that the Ninja Alliance can stand united." Madara continued, "Yet the essence of humanity will never change so easily. That is a misguided notion. You're the naive one, Madara." Hashirama rebuked. The footage persisted. Observing the seamless coordination of the Ninja Alliance below, the Ten Tails soon found itself ensnared within the ground. A massive quantity of lime was poured into the pit, completely enveloping the Ten Tails. The synchronization among the ninjas from the 5 villages was unexpectedly impressive. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Madara's eyes as he gazed skyward. Obito hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as this outcome was drastically different from his expectations. Countless Ninja Alliance members leaped from the pit, surging toward the Ten Tails. However, In the face of the Ten Tails' immense power, they were swiftly overpowered and sent flying. The battle continued, with Neji sacrificing himself to protect Hinata and Naruto, pierced by a black rod. At this moment, Naruto stood frozen. "Medical team, where have the injured people gone?" Naruto shouted desperately as he watched the crowd rush into the distance. With the Ten Tails ensnared by the Earth Release ninjutsu, all the ninjas charged forward without hesitation. "No, I must take care of Hinata," Neji uttered weakly, soon delivering his last words, his eyes closing heavily. "So, I am to die just like that?" Neji, of the Hyuga clan, lamented. "Wah, Neji, you must be careful." Lee cried out. "Little Lee, Neji isn't dead yet," Tenten reassured. Naruto, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence. From his vantage point above, Obito saw Naruto's spirit wane and began to mock him. The members of the chat group, hearing Obito's taunts, fell into contemplation. Naruto surveyed the chaotic surroundings, the ground soaked in blood. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Hinata struck him lightly on the face. Seeing her biting her lip, filled with sorrow, Naruto's pupils constricted. Neji said, "Your life is not just one, do you understand?" Hinata choked out. "I will never allow my comrades to be slain. That belief is not a mere fade." Neji upheld it and embodied it. Listening to Hinata's words, a glimmer of light began to return to Naruto's eyes. The scene shifted. Beneath the clouds of dust, many lay collapsed on the ground, ensnared in eternal slumber. Yet, soon after, countless resilient souls rose again, their gazes fixed on the distant Ten Tails. They supported one another, united as one. From his lofty perch, Obito observed this spectacle below. His heart twisted with pain. Could it be that he had truly erred? A glance from Madara, who stood nearby, revealed a sudden chill in his expression. "You seem quite concerned about Naruto," Madara queried. "Enough," Obito gritted his teeth, beginning to manipulate the Ten Tails. "Do not rush. Such haste will harm not only the Ten Tails, but yourself as well." Madara's words trailed off as he helplessly regarded Obito. "Do not worry. The Ten Tail skin is exceedingly tough." Obito commanded the Ten Tails to gather a tailed beast bomb, aiming it at the ninja alliance below. Soon, Killer Bee arrived on the battlefield, launching the tailed beast bomb into the mouth of the Ten Tails. The beast immediately swelled, then collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, under Hinata's soothing presence, Naruto gradually regained his fighting spirit. "Yes, my life carries more significance than just that of my parents." The memories of countless departed souls surged in his mind. Their lives rested upon his shoulders, and he could not falter here. "Hinata, thank you. It is a blessing to have you by my side." Naruto grasped Hinata's hand, his gaze resolutely directed towards Obito high above. Obito, from his elevated position, looked down at Naruto, his expression becoming increasingly intricate. Human emotions are truly complex. In Naruto, he saw a reflection of his younger self. Envy, jealousy, hatred, numbness, these emotions intertwined within Obito's eyes. Once upon a time, he too harbored a spirit akin to Naruto's. Yet, the beloved in his heart had perished at the hands of ninjas in this merciless world. At this moment, Obito's gaze toward Naruto grew hollow. "Rin." The video continued to unfold. Obito's eyes brimmed with complicated emotions. As the scene shifted, Orochimaru began resurrecting the past Hokages. The audience watching the video was instantly engulfed in shock. "This is wonderful. It's the past Hokages. We are saved," exclaimed the Umbu of Konoha. "I'm quite curious. Was the first Hokage truly that powerful?" The fourth Raikage inquired. "Am I the only one who finds Orochimaru's actions rather strange?" asked Karatsuchi. "Orochimaru, you rascal," Jiraiya remarked. "What absurdity is this?" The fourth Kazekage added. "Orochimaru, hurry back to the village. You are behaving too bizarrely," Tsunade urged. You simpletons do not understand science. A bunch of illiterates," Orochimaru retorted. "What on earth is science?" Hashirama questioned. The video continued to play. At that moment, the Ten Tails roared, and the Ninja Alliance covered their ears, displaying expressions of agony. Naruto's condition deteriorated, and the Ninja Alliance lost their tailed beast cloaks. Noting Naruto's faltering state, The others immediately shielded him. Sakura tenderly tended to Naruto's wounds. The scene shifted to the Kamui space. Obito collapsed to the ground, and Kakashi's condition was equally dire. "Raikiri!" Kakashi shouted, charging toward Obito. Yet, Obito sat on the ground, making no effort to resist. Kakashi, gazing at Obito within arm's reach, held the lightning but hesitated to strike. "Oof, you are indeed indecisive. You had the chance to kill me before, but showed mercy," Obito scoffed. "The cold-hearted you, sparing your enemy on the battlefield. Could it be out of guilt? Guilt for not protecting Rin? Regret for violating our pact?" Obito's expression was icy as he silently regarded Kakashi. The Raikiri poised against his chest. "Do you wish for me to repent?" Obito's lips curled into a cold smile. "Obito, I beg you, please stop." Kakashi gasped for breath. "I cannot bear to watch. It feels like Obito is being weakened." Deidara exclaimed. "It seems to me that Obito is merely acting," Meitarumi commented. Clearly, Obito's current strength far surpasses Kakashi's. He could dispatch him effortlessly, the first Mizukage noted. Indeed, the fourth Hokage affirmed. "Obito, have you truly become so soft-hearted?" Minato questioned. "Kakashi, I understand now. Hurry back to the village," Kakashi urged. "Uchiha Obito, you worthless Kakashi. It is far too late now." The video continued to play. Observing Kakashi, who wielded Raikiri and engaged him in conversation, Obito leaned in closer. Kakashi, in response, took a step back, lacking the courage to strike. "If you believe the reason I waged war is solely because of you and Rin, you are gravely mistaken," Obito exclaimed, activating his Sharingan to ensnare Kakashi in a Genjutsu. Kakashi froze, and seizing the moment, Obito swiftly aligned his chest with Kakashi's Raikiri. "I know everything." As Kakashi beheld Obito before him, his pupils dilated, recalling Rin's visage. It was Rin who leaped into your Raikiri, choosing death. At that time, Rin was taken by the Mist Village, forced to become a host. Even though you successfully rescued her, it was all part of the Mist Village's scheme to drive you towards Konoha, feigning a relentless pursuit. "How do you know this?" Kakashi gasped, incredulously gazing at Obito. From this, one can discern Obito's unwavering determination. "Hashirama Senju. +1. I truly cannot comprehend. Tobirama Senju. There is but one truth. The malevolent Uchiha Madara has implanted a curse mark in Obito's heart, allowing him to manipulate him at will." Fearing Madara's control, Obito aimed his chest toward Kakashi, attempting to compel him to obliterate the curse mark. "Uchiha Madara, no. How did you come to know this?" "Tobirama Senju. No one understands the Uchiha better than I do. Kahakume. Tobirama is even more Uchiha-like than the Uchiha clan. Second Mizukage. Kagaya Getsu. It is difficult to fathom. If Tobirama were of the Uchiha clan, how formidable would he be? Noki. Indeed, it is rather absurd. It seems that Tobirama possesses the most profound understanding of the Uchiha clan in the entire ninja world. Akatsuchi. +1. The visuals in the video persist. Kakashi, do you know? What truly fills me with despair is this very world. Obito's tone grew increasingly somber. I have become utterly disillusioned with this hypocritical world, Naruto once proclaimed. Kakashi gazed at Obito's furious expression, his eyes brimming with complexity. He placed his hand upon his chest and continued. The most agonizing aspect is the absence of true companions within one's heart. I conveyed your past words to Naruto, verbatim. The Obito of you would surely resonate with Naruto and utter the same sentiments. Yet now I still believe. Open your eyes. Obito interrupted Kakashi, pointing to his own chest. Kakashi's Raikiri had pierced through Obito's chest, revealing the other side through the gaping wound. I feel nothing within my heart. I can no longer even feel pain. Kakashi, you need not feel guilt. This wound was inflicted by this hellish world. Obito's fury intensified. Minato Namikaze. Obito, you are still too kind-hearted. Kushina Uzumaki. Obito, though the ninja world is harsh, there are always those striving to mend it. You need not be so obstinate. Uchiha Obito. Thus, I have resolved to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. I am sorry. The visuals in the video persist. In times past, my heart was filled solely with anguish. What meaning is there in this? Therefore, I cast aside everything. Have you not also been struggling in torment? Obito regarded Kakashi with disdain. Do you recall? Before Rin's grave. Before my own grave. Kakashi, you need not continue to suffer. Rin is right here. Obito spread his palm, gesturing toward the little girl standing beside Kakashi. Kakashi followed Obito's gaze and saw a familiar figure. I love you, Kakashi. Rin gazed tenderly at Kakashi. Kakashi then turned to look at the young Obito standing beside him. And the version of me you idealize is also here. After a brief silence, Obito continued. I aspire to become Hokage. The young Obito's eyes sparkled with determination. You can pursue what you cherish. In that illusory world, you can attain everything you desire, and the void within your heart can be instantly filled. Obito continued speaking. Kakashi clenched his teeth, gripping his Raikiri, dispelling the two phantoms. Rin is no longer present, yet you still live. Do you believe such actions can fill the emptiness within your heart? Kakashi furiously questioned Obito. From the earlier illusion, Kakashi had discerned Obito's thoughts. Obito, you fool. The one Rin has always loved is you. Do not erase the memories of Rin's life. Those memories were left behind by Rin, who sacrificed herself to protect the village. No matter how many delusions you employ to fill it, the void in your heart can never be filled. Kakashi exclaimed in anger. Bang! The two instantly vanished from their positions, and the battle commenced. A violent whirlwind was stirred by their figures. Both parties thrust their attacks into each other's chests. Igrega Rin, stop. Please, do not continue fighting. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, Uchiha Obito, it is too late now. The visuals in the video continued. With a splatter, a copious amount of blood erupted forth. Obito, please cease this trickery. Kakashi hesitated to voice further. I have grown weary of it. At that moment, both Kakashi and Obito instantly dissipated from sight, revealing that the earlier confrontation had merely been an illusion. The illusion came to an end. Kakashi sighed softly. It seems I truly cannot alter your path. All I can do for you now is to guide you on your journey. Kakashi formed a hand seal. Upon hearing Kakashi's response, Obito chuckled softly, forming a hand seal of his own. Then, so shall I. Let us begin. The tomo in their eyes began to spin, and this scene seemed to transport them back to their childhood. Once, Teacher Minato gazed upon them with kindness, announcing the commencement of the match. With a swift motion, both parties sprang into action. Kakashi threw a punch at Obito, who nimbly dodged, and soon they engaged in a flurry of strikes. The sounds of their blows echoing within the Kamui dimension. Kakashi appeared to have the upper hand against Obito, as if they had returned to their childhood. However, this time was different. Obito delivered a swift kick that sent Kakashi crashing to the ground, causing the earth to fracture like a spider's web. Kakashi rolled to evade and launched another assault on Obito. The two exchanged blows frequently, reminiscent of their youthful days. Kakashi retrieved a kunai, and the scenes began to replay. The camera shifted back and forth, and the audience watching the video fell into silence. Kakashi left a scar on Obito's face, but Obito seized the opportunity to send Kakashi flying with a punch. In the next instant, the mark on Obito's face returned to normal as he swiftly turned and charged forward. Bang! 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 The sound of metal clashing resonated. The two pursued each other relentlessly, the air filled with the sound of their weapons intertwining. Yet this time, both were resolute in their intent to fight to the death. Obito wielded his black rod and thrust it toward Kakashi, who tightly gripped his kunai to block the strike. They began to grapple, Obito's expression growing increasingly strained until he managed to force a smile. Allow me to lend you a hand. Obito manipulated Kakashi's hands to form seals, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, creating distance between them. The camera interwove with memories of their childhood, warm images flashing before them. Young Obito formed hand seals, and a fireball erupted from his chest. The scene shifted back to the present as Obito unleashed a scorching fireball. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Young Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The same scene unfolded once more, as the earthen wall withstood the onslaught of flames, with the shockwaves continually tilting forward. With a resounding crash, the smoke gradually dissipated, leaving only a few stones standing resolutely. Kurinai Yuhi remarked, "This scene feels utterly despairing." Kisame Hashigaki replied, Indeed, they were once such good friends. Killer Bee exclaimed, "The combat in this scene is truly spectacular." Kisame Hashigaki added, "I must say, the editing is quite impressive. I didn't expect such a technique." Boruto Uzumaki pondered, "Is this the tale from Kakashi-sensei's era?" Naruto Uzumaki, young, interjected, "Your father certainly displayed remarkable prowess. Why haven't you expressed admiration for me?" Boruto Uzumaki retorted, "Idiot. I'm sorry. I'm feeling quite unwell, so I'll pause the update here. Thank you all for your kind gifts. Truly, as I lay in bed, feeling miserable, seeing everyone's concern warmed my heart. I couldn't help but feel emotional, realizing how many people care for me." The video continued to play. Obito picked up a kunai from the ground and swiftly charged towards Kakashi. Kakashi turned, catching sight of the kunai flying through the smoke, momentarily stunned, realizing it was an illusion. Meanwhile, from the other side of the battlefield, Obito lunged forward, kicking Kakashi away. Kakashi crashed against the wall, staggering a few steps, nearly collapsing. Seeing Kakashi in such a dire state, Obito raised his dark staff, poised to strike. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and Kakashi emerged from beneath, binding Obito in a swift motion. It turned out that the Kakashi who had crouched earlier was merely a shadow clone. However, Obito remained unfazed, confidently gazing at Kakashi. He sneered, "Now that's more like it." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback. The Kakashi before him was indeed a clone. The lightning clone dissipated in an instant, and Obito let out a cry of despair. The scene shifted. Obito, dazed, recalled a childhood memory of Kakashi kicking towards him. With a thud, he fell to the ground, struggling to rise, only to see the young Kakashi pointing a kunai at him. In the distance, the gentle Minato and the lovely Rin stood. Minato announced the end of the match, declaring Kakashi the victor. He extended a hand, attempting to help the fallen Obito. Just as Obito reached out, a familiar arm suddenly gripped his shoulder. It was the grown-up Obito. The older Obito pushed his younger self aside and charged at Kakashi with the black staff. Kakashi, raising his kunai, regarded Obito with a cold gaze. "Obito, your former ideals still linger beside me. All I can do now is protect Naruto." The inner monologues of both characters were laid bare to the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The editing was masterful, stirring many emotions. Once cherished as friends, they had now become mortal enemies. "Now, I have no choice but to do what I can to protect this world and my comrades." Kakashi's thoughts drifted back to the young Obito, who smiled sweetly at him. Yet with a flash of white light, everything changed. Obito thrust his black staff towards Kakashi's right arm, while Kakashi pierced Obito's chest with Raikiri. The only option left was to kill the current Obito. With a sickening squelch, the screen went black as their attacks simultaneously struck their targets. Obito's face contorted in pain as blood poured from his mouth. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained unharmed, opening his eyes and releasing his kunai, which clattered to the ground. Kakashi staggered back, clutching his injured arm, gazing at the fallen Obito, whose fate hung in the balance. He suppressed the pain, withdrawing the black staff from Obito's chest. Slowly, Obito rose, coldly staring at Kakashi. "It's over, Obito," Kakashi stated, heartbroken, as he looked at Obito, blood pouring from all his orifices. "This battle, let us say you've won." Obito gasped for breath. "But I will not concede victory in this war." With that, Obito's body transformed into a vortex, twisting and vanishing from sight. Kakashi knelt on the ground, his head bowed. Kurenai Yui commented, "Obito is clearly holding back." The fourth Raikage, expressed confusion. "I cannot fathom why this Obito would restrain himself." Minato Namikaze questioned, "Obito, what is your true plan?" Obito Uchiha scoffed, "Just wait and see. I will create a perfect world." The video continued to unfold. As a vortex twisted, Obito fell to the ground in agony, gasping for breath, his vision growing dim. He realized his demise was imminent, and he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Rin was still waiting for him. In the distance, Madara sat, disdainfully observing Obito. "What a waste," Madara said, beginning to form hand signs with one hand. Suddenly, countless black staffs erupted from Obito's body, causing excruciating pain to spread throughout him. His body began to spiral out of control. Madara intended to seize control of him, using the rebirth technique to resurrect himself. But Obito would not acquiesce. He struggled fiercely. Obito's handsome features twisted in agony, the pain rendering him delirious. In the distance, amidst the white light, he glimpsed Rin's familiar silhouette, smiling sweetly at him. Obito's pupils contracted. He inhaled deeply, pressed his palms together, and released a desperate scream into the sky, as if declaring his defiance against fate. The Ninja Alliance was shocked by the sound. Turning to Obito, "Is that Obito?" Madara Uchiha declared. "Enough, Obito. You are merely my pawn. Your purpose is to resurrect me. Stop being so naive." Hashirama Senju interjected. The evil Uchiha. I always knew you had ill intentions." Tobirama Senju questioned, "Madara, have you been deceiving Obito all along?" Madara Uchiha replied, "Hashirama, you are quite naive, adorably foolish." Hashirama Senju exclaimed, "Madara, you must have seen the unity displayed by the people in the video. It is not as evil as you claim." Madara Uchiha retorted, "That is only because they share a common enemy." Inoki lamented, "Such is war." A civilian from the Hidden Mist village remarked, "Have you considered why Obito turned to darkness, you hypocritical politician?" Hiruzen Sarutobi urged, "Calm down, first Hokage." Tobirama Senju agreed. "The monkey is right, brother. Avoid conversing with this Uchiha Madara." Hashirama Senju declared, The video continued to play. Madara Uchiha was fully engrossed in controlling Obito, who remained his pawn. He would never believe that a mere pawn could turn the tide. Could it truly overthrow him? Senju Hashirama raised his gaze towards Obito in the distance, his expression turning cautious. "Madara, do you intend to manipulate Obito into resurrection? This must not come to fruition." Hashirama's vigilance intensified as he commanded the distant Ninja Alliance to retreat. The scene shifted to Obito, who gritted his teeth, his hair gradually turning white. He endured excruciating pain, each second a torment. Numerous attempts were made to thwart Obito, yet Uchiha Madara controlled Obito's body to retaliate. Madara's pupils dilated, a cold smirk forming on his lips. He was on the brink of resurrection. Obito gasped, utterly drained. The pain was unbearable, the exhaustion overwhelming. A warm light flashed before him, revealing Rin from his childhood, Kakashi, and their gentle teacher. Yet, Obito stood alone, with nothing by his side, watching Kakashi and Rin drift further away. At that moment, the music turned melancholic, the intermittent sound of a flute drawing the audience into a poignant emotional state. Minato stood gently nearby, observing Obito. "Obito, do not give up. Was Rin not your greatest love?" Minato affectionately ruffled Obito's hair. Obito, in a daze, nodded. "We shall become Hokage together. Promise me you can do this." Minato tenderly raised a finger, sealing a pact with Obito, who, in his childhood innocence, mirrored the gesture. The scene returned to reality, where Obito was about to extend his pinky, only to witness Minato wielding a kunai, piercing his own chest. With a splatter, blood erupted. Minato recognized the figure before him, his pupils constricting in shock. "It's been a while, teacher." "Obito." Minato's eyes widened, memories flooding back. "So was you." Thud. Obito's body fell, and silence enveloped the distant crowd. With Obito's demise, could Madara's resurrection still be possible? Senju Tobirama scoffed, "I never anticipated Obito's fate to end this way." "Madara, you must abandon hope. Resurrection is beyond your reach." Noki remarked, "This is splendid. Perhaps peace can genuinely be realized." Nagato affirmed, "I have always believed in Naruto. This is wonderful." Uchiha Sasuke quipped, "Did you not once claim to trust me?" "That was in the past," Nagato replied. Uchiha Makoto pondered. Was Obito's affection for Rin truly so profound? Memories flooded with that little girl. Nohara Rin shyly responded, "I truly feel embarrassed." Deidara amused, "Is this what true love is? To think of one's beloved even at the brink of death." The imagery on the video continued. Madara rested his chin on one hand, a smile creeping upon his lips. "I never expected to fail, but it matters not." The scene shifted to Minato, gazing down at the fallen body, his expression complex. "If only you could have become Hokage. How did it come to this?" Minato sighed softly. Sasuke approached, a mocking expression adorning his face as he looked at Obito's lifeless form. "Now, We merely need to seal Madara in the distance. It seems so simple. And everything concludes here, he boasted. At that moment, the body on the ground stirred, and a meaningful smile graced Obito's lips as he weakly uttered, "Are you so certain the war will end? My treacherous kin." The group in the chat was instantly astounded upon witnessing Obito's revival. Fourth Raikage A exclaimed, "What the hell? Obito is still alive?" Second Mizukage Taram May commented, "Yet in his current state, even if he lives, it changes nothing." Noki concurred, "That is indeed accurate." The subsequent scene left everyone utterly astonished. The body of the Ten Tails began to violently contract, rapidly shrinking, soon converging upon Obito, transforming into a vortex that absorbed everything around it. Sasuke and Minato were timely seized by Naruto, preventing them from being engulfed by the vortex. In the distance, the Ten Tails underwent a drastic transformation, swiftly coalescing into a pale mass, encasing Obito tightly. Naruto sensed the shift in the Ten Tails and gasped, beginning to elucidate Obito's scheme. The group in the chat, upon hearing Naruto's explanation, was left in sheer disbelief. The music crescendoed at that moment. Cracks appeared on the mass, and with a resounding smash, it shattered like glass, revealing Obito's form. "That is," Naruto gasped, staring intently at Obito. At that moment, Obito resembled a being shedding its shell. His eyes tightly shut as he instinctively reached out, tearing away the exterior that masked his face. "The Ten Tails Jinchuriki," Naruto stammered. The crowd gazed upward at Obito, sensing an ominous aura emanating from him, their hearts racing. Obito slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. "What is happening?" Tobirama was taken aback. "This is bad. He has indeed transformed into a Jinchuriki." Hashirama too grew cautious. Obito descended gradually from the sky, fragments of debris cascading like feathers. In that instant, Obito's power had escalated to extraordinary heights. He had finally transformed from a mere pawn to a formidable player who could command the battlefield. The crowd, sensing Obito's presence, fell silent, their breaths becoming cautious. Shadows enveloped Obito's face as his cold gaze pierced through the smoke, scrutinizing the onlookers. At that moment, the god of shinobi descended repeatedly, and Senju Hashirama endeavored to halt Obito. Boom! The ground trembled with each impact. However, the god of shinobi soon developed numerous fissures, akin to shattering glass. With a thunderous crash, the god of shinobi fragmented, scattering into the distance. Obito stood quietly on the ground, flames igniting behind him. Hashirama's expression was one of utmost caution, while Tobirama, typically composed, now broke into a cold sweat, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. The five flames behind Obito extended into massive hands, reaching for the barrier. The barrier was swiftly torn apart by these colossal hands. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as the crowd's pupils dilated. Bang! The barrier dissipated. The scene shifted to Uchiha Madara, seated on the ground, his demeanor now fraught with unease, his teeth clenched in displeasure. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Obito. Logically, he should have been the one to become the Jinchuriki. Yet, here they were. "Obito, you have hidden well." Madara's gaze turned frigid. Tobirama chuckled, "The nefarious Uchiha Madara. Why does your expression appear so grim? Have you ceased your arrogance?" Patting his head, Madara retorted, "Humph, Obito, your scheme was indeed masterful. Consider this a victory for you." Obito replied, "Humph, I have stated that I would execute the Eye of the Moon plan, but it will not be at your behest." Vortex Kushina. With Obito transformed into this state, he must have preserved his life, right? Fourth Kazekage, Raza, not just his life. If anyone has any intentions, Madara will be finished. Gaara, if Obito eliminates Madara, wouldn't that be an assured victory? Vortex Boruto, is this the tale of that era? How formidable. Might Guy, can anyone contend with Obito? Then, it seems it's my turn to step up. Momochi Zabuza, fool, you may have mastered the 8 gates, but can you truly defeat the 6 paths Obito? Might Guy, how would I know without giving a try? Might Dewey, truly my son. Charge forth, Guy. Ignore the gazes of these onlookers. Might Guy, I understand, dear father. Umbu of the Mist, hopeless fool. Nara Shikamaru, are you insulting me? Kurochigai, You have no idea how formidable others can be when they open the 8 gates, you imbecile. Suigetsu. I vaguely recall that green flash from that day. Umbu of the mist. It seems you all are terrified. Is the 8 gates truly that powerful? The video continues to unfold. Upon witnessing the destruction of the 4 Crimson Yang formation, everyone is left in shock. This barrier was supposed to perfectly counter the 10 tails. Is this truly happening? The music intensifies at this moment, and Obito vanishes in an instant. Panic ensues as everyone searches for his figure. In the blink of an eye, Obito appears at a distance from Minato. Hearing his teacher's call, Obito's expression becomes vacant. Obito? It seems he has forgotten his very existence. Shortly after, 3 towering figures materialize far from Minato. Let me be frank, that guy is several hundred times stronger than I am. Senju Hashirama feels a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasps in agreement. Senju Tobirama. Is he even stronger than my elder brother? It's hard to fathom. Orochimaru. Hiss, is this the 6 paths mode? How exhilarating. I still feel dizzy and nauseous. I've been unwell these past few days. Everyone should dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. The video continues. Senju Hashirama swallows hard, fixated on the distant Obito. Suddenly, a black sphere sprouts from Obito's arm, piercing through his hand. Boom! Before anyone can react, Hashirama and Tobirama are sent flying by Obito's swift attack. Hashirama is stunned, his pupils dilating in shock, as his body begins to transform into wood. Tobirama's pupils also constrict sharply. Ashes from the impure world reincarnation float through the air, and Obito's gaze turns frigid. What is happening? Naruto is bewildered. Such speed. Sasuke grits his teeth. 4th Hokage, hurry and evade. Senju Tobirama urgently shouts, tossing numerous explosive tags from his cloak. The scene shifts, and Obito is now covered in several explosive tags that he cannot shake off. Soon, the tags emit a bright light. Hashirama's clone transforms into wood release, swiftly binding Obito. Minato then takes Naruto, Sasuke, and Hiruzen away from the area. Such trivial skirmishes surely won't be enough to kill you. Senju Tobirama approaches slowly, observing the bound Obito. Yet, Obito remains unscathed, showing no signs of injury. The impure world reincarnation technique is my invention, and the tactics that accompany it were also crafted by me. Senju Tobirama forms a hand seal. Obito coldly regards Tobirama, pulling out numerous explosive tags and hurling them at himself. The tags split in midair, resulting in a continuous series of explosions that flash with brilliant light. The ground trembles violently, smoke rising from the distance as the air fills with the scent of gunpowder. Observers in the chat group watch in astonishment, their pupils narrowing. Mizukage Terumi Mei. I am quite curious. Just how many forbidden techniques did the 2nd Hokage invent? 4th Raikage A. That power is terrifying beyond measure. Deidara. After such relentless bombardment, even if Obito survives, he must be gravely injured, right? Vortex Nagato. Indeed. Uchiha Sasuke. Why am I not making a move in the video? If I were to act on a whim, even this 6 paths Obito would be no threat. Uchiha Itachi. My foolish little brother. Please cease your arrogance. The opponent in the video is the 6 paths Obito, a being whom even the 1st Hokage could not defeat. What gives you the right to challenge him? And to speak of acting on a whim? Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. You all fail to grasp my true strength. The video continues to unfold. In the distance, smoke billows, and the sound of explosions reverberates, causing the Ninja Alliance's expressions to tighten. Is this the power of the past Hokages? The ground continues to tremble until it gradually calms. As the smoke dissipates, Obito floats unharmed in the sky. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasps, their pupils contracting in disbelief. Obito gazes down at the Ninja Alliance. Enveloped by a sphere, the sphere slowly dissipates, condensing in his palm. Hiruzen assesses Obito's capabilities, quickly analyzing before retrieving a massive shuriken, casting it forth while forming a seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the shuriken splits into 2, then 4, rapidly multiplying as they rush toward Obito. Obito wields the truth-seeking ball, forming a circular shield to deflect the incoming projectiles. He dives down, knocking away each shuriken along his path. Hiruzen observes Obito, unscathed, and continues to analyze his abilities. Obito once again condenses the truth-seeking ball, rapidly extending it to pierce toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen, caught off guard, is struck in the shoulder, erupting in a cloud of ashes. Subsequently, Obito retracts the truth-seeking ball and seizes Hiruzen by the head. The truth-seeking ball pierces through Hiruzen's upper body. Those watching the video are filled with myriad emotions. Mizuki's Terumi Mei. I can't quite explain it, but seeing Hiruzen get hit brings me a sense of joy. Fourth Reikage, Oomph. So this is the power of six paths Obito. It is indeed terrifying. Second Mizukage, Kageyama. If even Hiruzen cannot contend with six paths Obito, how will the ninja alliance proceed? Senju Tobarama. The monkey's analysis holds merit. Obito's abilities are indeed quite troublesome. Karatsuchi. Speaking of which, what are these black spheres? Indra, allow me to clarify. These black spheres are the truth-seeking balls. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, precisely. The truth-seeking balls require the combination of 7 chakra nature transformations and are also a symbol of attaining six-path status. Boruto Uzumaki. It seems that this chat group is filled with experts. The footage continues to play. With a thud, Obito's body collapses to the ground. Madara coldly observes this scene before stiffly turning his gaze towards the distant Minato. Minato intends to act as bait, and Hashirama swiftly rushes forward to provide cover, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by Uchiha Madara. The battlefield is instantly thrown into chaos. In the blink of an eye, Obito vanishes, reappearing above Minato. However, his form suddenly enlarges, crashing to the ground like a massive sphere, causing a tremor. The onlookers watch in horror as Obito's body expands, their pupils constricting. I understand now. The Ten Tails is beyond the control of the Jinchuriki. Minato gazes at the immobilized Obito in the distance, his eyes lighting up with determination to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. He swiftly charges forward, while Obito shifts his form to strike at Naruto. Minato momentarily halts, turning to face Obito. Obito's current physique resembles that of a serpent, coiling and twisting. He gathers chakra to launch a truth-seeking ball at Naruto. But just as Naruto is about to be hit, Sasuke intervenes, activating Susanoo to block the attack. Subsequently, Obito grows legs and kicks Minato away. He stares blankly at Sasuke and Naruto, a vacant expression in his eyes. A frame of Team 7 materializes in his mind, depicting Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura together. Obito shakes his head, quickly gripping Naruto and Sasuke's faces. Minato, lying on the ground, witnesses this and prepares to activate Flying Thunder God, only to realize that Obito has nullified his technique. At that moment, the truth-seeking ball is about to pierce through their heads when a loud bang echoes, sending up a cloud of ash. As the smoke clears, Naruto and Sasuke remain hidden from view. Obito slowly turns his head to observe the evasion of Naruto and Sasuke. His gaze icy. In that fleeting moment, Naruto extends his chakra arm to grasp both Minato and Sasuke. Minato decisively activates Flying Thunder God, transporting them away from danger and successfully evading Obito's attack. Hashirama Senju. Impressive. Naruto displayed remarkable intelligence in a critical moment. Tobarama Senju. This child Naruto has consistently demonstrated high combat intelligence. Kakashi Hatake. Naruto extended his arm to grasp Minato and Sasuke. Minato decisively activated Flying Thunder God, successfully avoiding Obito's truth-seeking ball attack. Kinshiki. Such a technique is truly formidable. Sarada Uchiha. As expected of the 7th Hokage, he is exceptionally clever. Taijima Uchiha. This is not the time to praise Naruto's intelligence. We should discuss Obito's power escalation. With Obito's strength, how should the Ninja Alliance respond? Izuna Uchiha. Indeed, the immediate priority is to stop the 6 paths Obito. Haiden. By the way, Obito has become immortal, hasn't he? Orochimaru. I wonder if Obito's current state grants him eternal life? Jiraiya. Foolish Orochimaru. Why are you always obsessed with immortality? Orochimaru. I cannot communicate with fools. The footage continues to unfold. At this moment, Obito gasps heavily, his body growing increasingly massive and heavy, unable to stand, collapsing onto the ground. He resembles a serpent, instilling dread in those who behold him. Soon, the right half of Obito's body begins to contort, rapidly morphing into an ever-expanding mass of flesh. Intense pain coursing through him. Obito grits his teeth against the agony, controlling his swollen right hand, gathering a truth-seeking ball within it. He intends to use this opportunity to eliminate Minato. Bang! The truth-seeking ball slices through the air, hurtling towards the distance. The dark night is illuminated by a brilliant white light, revealing the surroundings, panic evident on everyone's faces. Quickly, the truth-seeking ball compresses until it vanishes from sight. Moments later, the truth-seeking ball reappears beside Obito. What just happened? Naruto is taken aback. He lost control of his power, and the truth-seeking ball was directed at himself. Sasuke explained softly. The Ten Tails' power is overwhelming. Obito's consciousness can barely cling to it, let alone master it. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Minato's forehead. At this moment, Obito's body continues to swell, the relentless pain persisting. Rin, Obito murmurs. The mass begins to consume his remaining body. Obito lets out a heart-wrenching scream, chilling to the bone. Warm memories resurface. I want to be Hokage. The confident child gazes at Minato-sensei. Rin, Obito gazes up at the sky, his vision gradually blurring. A tear trickles from his Rinnegan. A photograph appears in the vision, depicting Team Minato. The image of Obito is torn apart by hand. The scene shifts to Obito's subconscious, where his limbs are devoured by the Ten Tails. Soon, his right arm is wrenched away. His left arm is subjected to the same fate, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing as his left arm is brutally torn off. The image of Kakashi in the photograph is also ripped away by a hand. Obito's lower body begins to be pulled apart, and the image of Minato-sensei is similarly destroyed. Now, only a fragment of the photograph remains. The remaining image shows a lovely girl, brimming with vitality, gazing at the screen. Obito continues to gasp for breath. Boruto Uzumaki. This is unbearable. Fourth Raikage A. Enduring the Ten Tails' torment is indescribable agony. Kurinai Yui. To have one's arm so brutally torn off, under normal circumstances, a person would have long since fainted from the pain. Tsunade Senju. Obito's ability to endure this far must be because of that little girl. Kisame Hashigaki. Isn't that stating the obvious? Look at the size of Rin on the screen. The footage persists. Who are you? Obito gazes at the approaching Minato, uttering these words through gritted teeth. His body continues to swell, each passing second an ordeal. In his subconscious, Obito's limbs begin to fragment, his expression contorting as if subjected to relentless pressure. In the photograph, Rin's form is torn in half, just as Obito's body is pulled apart. He is on the verge of losing consciousness. Obito, I've always been watching you. Rin appears in his vision, her eyes sparkling with warmth, her voice sweet. Obito's pupils dilate. Suddenly, his fragmented body begins to mend, the broken bones stretching back together. Obito cries out in anguish, as if protesting against fate. In the photograph, Rin's figure is restored, and Kakashi alongside Minato-sensei gazes tenderly at him. Finally, there's the boy who once proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. A flash of white light envelopes the battlefield, shrouding it in dense smoke. As the mist gradually dissipates, Obito firmly grasps the six-path staff in his right hand, with several truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Minato stands frozen in astonishment. Obito slowly opens his eyes, gazing skyward. I have finally completed it, Minato-sensei, he declares nonchalantly, raising the staff to deflect Minato's assault. With a resounding crash, Minato's kunai shatters in his grip as Obito effortlessly swats it away. This is not good. Minato's pupils constrict in alarm. In an instant, one of Minato's arms is severed. He rapidly teleports to his son's side using Flying Thunder God. Though struck, he reassures himself, it's fine. I escaped with Flying Thunder God, his gaze cautious. Not necessarily. Obito raises a finger, seemingly hearing Minato's words from several kilometers away. Following Obito's gesture, Minato looks and sees a truth-seeking ball materialize on his severed arm. When did that happen? His speed is astonishing. Minato's pupils widen in shock. In the shadows of the hidden mist village, the Umbu are in disarray. What on earth are we supposed to do now? Vortex Boruto exclaims. Has Obito managed to control the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Senju Tobarama observes. In the video, I can hardly perceive Obito's speed. Senju Hashirama adds. What is truly terrifying is that Obito isn't even using his full power. Uchiha Madara muses. Is this the true power of the Six Paths? Orochimaru inquires. By the way, why isn't Obito utilizing his Rinnegan? Vortex Nagato remarks. I too wonder. If Obito were to employ Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin, how could Minato and the others possibly contend with him? Kuratsuchi asserts, they cannot fight back. I'm ready to enter Infinite Tsukuyami. Farewell, everyone. Momochi Zabuza adds, good night. Everyone. Senju Hashirama interjects. Hey, can you all muster some confidence? We can still fight. The video continues to unfold. The truth-seeking balls radiate a blinding white light, causing Minato's pupils to sharply constrict. The viewers of the video grow tense in anticipation. If this truth-seeking ball were to explode, what would happen to Naruto and the others? Sasuke swiftly activates his Susanoo, shielding Naruto behind him. As Minato prepares to teleport away with the truth-seeking ball, Senju Tobarama appears. He snatches the ball and transports it to Obito. Here, this is yours, he says, patting Obito's shoulder before whisking him away to safety. A brilliant white light erupts from a distant mountaintop, followed by a resounding explosion. The ground trembles violently, sending plumes of smoke soaring into the heavens. Rest assured, what I sent over was merely my shadow clone, Tobarama explains to Naruto, having previously marked Obito. Incredible. Did you also learn my father's technique, Second Hokage? Vortex Naruto gazes at Tobarama with excitement. Tobarama responds. Senju Hashirama chuckles. Little rascal. It should be your father who learned Tobarama's techniques. Vortex Naruto retorts, huh? Isn't the flying thunder god technique my dad's invention? Tobarama replies, this ninjutsu was conceived by me. Kuratsuchi interjects, I always believed it was created by the fourth Hokage. The second Mizukage, Meitarumi, adds, what a coincidence, I thought the same. Tobarama concludes, it seems the ninja world should give due consideration to copyright issues when inventing techniques. Vortex Naruto is left speechless. The video continues. Minato gazes at his son, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with warmth. In the far-off deep pit, Obito is tightly encased in a black sphere. Gradually, the sphere cracks open, revealing a completely unscathed Obito. He grips the six-path staff with one hand, several truth-seeking balls hovering behind him, his icy gaze fixated on the four. Indeed, singular attacks prove ineffective against him, Tobarama's expression turning cold. He harbors no fondness for Uchiha Obito. Minato calls out the name of his signature technique, aiming to create an opportunity for his allies. Your natural cluelessness might usually amuse me, but Tobarama glances at Minato, swallowing his words. He then turns his serious gaze back to Obito, unable to find humor in the presence of that man. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto rush toward Obito. Amaterasu. Sasuke's pupils hone in on Obito, anticipating the attack. Obito twirls the staff, blocking the onslaught of black flames. Sasuke, Naruto, I told you I would create the opportunity. Minato anxiously calls after the two. As the black flames dissipate, Obito slams the staff into the ground, locking his gaze on Sasuke. I can see that you have stored chakra in your left eye. If you intend to ambush me, think again. Tobarama pats the anxious Minato, inscribing a seal upon him. Let us go, fourth Hokage. The speed of a clone using Flying Thunder God is evidently insufficient. Tobarama begins to outline the plan to Minato. Upon hearing it, Minato's pupils slightly narrow, while the viewers of the video express their astonishment. Senju Hashirama exclaims, what in the world, Tobarama? How did you devise this plan? You're remarkably clever. Tobarama responds, brother, could you please be a bit more serious? Mizukage Meitarumi adds, I'm actually quite curious. Why is Tobarama so intelligent while Hashirama is rather dim-witted? Onoki remarks, you are too naive. You have no idea of the first true strength. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, counters, Onoki, I think you're just overly afraid of death. Hans of the Salamander scoffs. Humph. A coward who fears for his life. Vortex Nagato retorts. Fool, are you speaking of yourself? The video continues. The two inscribe the flying thunder god marks upon each other. At this moment, Sasuke charges ahead, starting to discuss the plan with Naruto. Naruto gathers his Rasengan, while Sasuke channels black flames. They merge their ninjutsu, with a torrent of black flames surging above the spiraled shuriken. Obito glances at them disdainfully, teleporting to Tobirama's rear. A pincer attack, is it? Time seems to slow at this instant. Minato appears before Naruto and Sasuke, physically shielding them from their own attack. Tobirama reaches out to Obito from behind. You have become too focused on the immediate threat. Haven to you? Now's our chance. The instant reversal technique, flying thunder god. In the blink of an eye, Tobirama teleports Obito directly into the path of Naruto's attack. Minato lands some distance away, proclaiming, I shall name this strike Scorch Release, Blazing Wheel Typhoon. Let us proceed. With a resounding impact, Obito is propelled into the sky. Did he just alter his position using Flying Thunder God? Toby swiftly reached a conclusion. With a thud, his body fell onto a distant mountaintop, causing a violent tremor. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged cold smirks, panting heavily. Their recent assault had been successful, gazing at the flames raging in the distance. Naruto's expression turned from excitement to a sudden freeze. The truth-seeking orb, suspended in midair, rapidly darted towards the far-off flames. It struck him before the dark object could form a shield, and this time it should prove effective, Tobirama calmly assessed. The truth-seeking orb surged into the distant black flames. And soon, the flames gradually dissipated, revealing Toby, who was half kneeling on the ground, gripping his staff tightly. The crowd gasped in horror, their pupils constricting. Toby stood up and scathed, slowly ascending into the sky, with the truth-seeking orb hovering behind him. Small fragments of rock around him also began to rise gracefully. Tobirama's pupils constricted. It was almost ineffective against him. They could not make contact with the ever-changing sphere. Even if an attack landed, it would be futile. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. The second Mizukage, Meitarumi, remarked, this black sphere is incredibly troublesome. The third Reikage, concurred indeed. It feels as though my taijutsu cannot inflict any damage on this Toby. Orochimaru hissed, is this the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Conventional ninjutsu is utterly ineffective. Kuratsuchi lamented, the ninja allied forces stand no chance against the Sage of Six Paths Toby. What can we do? Meitarumi sighed, I'm exhausted. Let it be destroyed. Hashirama urged, do not lose hope. Everyone, there's still a chance. My guy added, indeed, I still possess the 8 gates. The Umbu of the Mist Village remarked, everyone knows the 8 gates are formidable, but can they really harm the Sage of Six Paths, Toby? Might Guy interjected, son, ignore these naysayers. Might Guy replied, I understand. Father, Rock Lee exclaimed, as expected of Teacher Guy. The video continued to play. The power was overwhelming. Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, astonished. Something feels off. Tobirama shook his head, as if he had more to say. What is it, Lord Tobirama? Minato asked curiously. You lost an arm. Logically, it should have healed by now. Tobirama observed coolly, regarding Minato's severed arm. The body from the Edo Tensei has yet to regenerate. The smoke in the distance gradually cleared. Toby hovered in the sky, his gaze icy as he looked down upon the ninja allied forces. I have attained power equivalent to that of the Sage of the Six Paths. With your current experience, you cannot even fathom it. What sort of ninjutsu is his? Tobirama's pupil shrank as he gazed at Toby. Power equivalent to that of the Sage of the Six Paths. What does that mean? Minato was astonished. Fourth Hokage, you cannot sustain any more injuries. Even in this Edo Tensei body, I suspect he has utilized ninjutsu based on yin-yang release, which renders all ninjutsu ineffective. In other words, even in an Edo Tensei body, being hit would mean certain death. As it cannot be revived, Tobirama calmly explained to Minato, your right arm is likely lost forever. I see. I must be even more cautious, Minato nodded. Soon, Tobirama proposed his next hypothesis, stunning the group in the chat with his intellect. Kagaya Otsutsuki remarked, As expected of the second Hokage, this deduction is remarkably precise. Jiraiya questioned, so only sage techniques can harm Toby? How can we fight then? Hashirama mused, sage techniques. You say? I might know a bit. Minato added, I have learned some, but I am not very adept. I cannot compare to Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya replied, Minato, refining sage techniques requires a significant amount of time. Given the situation in the video, there is no time for refinement. Hashirama exclaimed, Wait, refining sage techniques requires time? Tobirama interjected, Brother, please be quiet. Not everyone is like you. Minato remarked, So I must hurry to enter sage mode. Kushina asked, Jiraiya, how long does it take you to refine sage techniques? Jiraiya replied, Well, it usually takes me 1 to 2 hours, which is quite fast. Minato praised, as expected of Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled, Oh, don't say that. It makes me a bit embarrassed, haha. The video continued. Naruto attempted to enter his tailed beast transformation, but found his chakra depleted and needed time to recover. At that moment, Gamabunta spat a glob of mucus, swiftly charging towards Toby in the sky. Toby condensed the truth-seeking orb into a shield to block Gamabunta's saliva attack. Soon, Gamabunta departed as the summoning time expired. The next scene caused the four to gasp in shock. Toby's truth-seeking orb was dissolving. What is this? Tobirama stared in disbelief at the sky, as if his mind had exploded. Toby, you once said you wanted to become Hokage. How did you end up like this? Minato looked at Toby, perplexed. Why do you ask why? Isn't it too late to say such things, Minato-sensei? Toby glared at him coldly. You're always absent at critical moments. Were you when Rin and Kakashi were surrounded by ninjas? I was relieved that my teacher became Hokage. So, I gave up on my dream of becoming Hokage. Toby recalled the past, his face filled with rage. If I had recognized Toby back then, perhaps I could have stopped him and Kushina wouldn't have died. Minato reproached himself. If I had identified Toby, Naruto wouldn't have become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If I had been aware, the ninja world wouldn't be facing this disaster. Minato's expression darkened. It is pitiful that you, as my teacher, failed to recognize me. You died heroically as Hokage, yet you embarrassed yourself before your son. Toby regarded Minato with disdain. Madarumi pondered, I cannot imagine the despair Toby must have felt at not being recognized by his teacher. The third Raikage agreed, indeed, to be forgotten by one's most trusted teacher. Most would have crumbled under such circumstances. The second Mizukage, Madarumi, sighed, yet we cannot entirely blame Minato. The ninja world is inherently complex. Tobirama remarked, regardless, if the person you trust most does not recognize you, it would infuriate anyone. Kushina expressed, Toby, I am truly sorry. If Minato and I had communicated more with you back then, perhaps you wouldn't have turned out this way. Minato called out, Toby. Uchiha Obito responded, Kushina, Minato-sensei. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You need not apologize to a monster like me. I merely despise this ninja world and have always wanted to change it. Nothing more. Rin Nohara pleaded, Toby, Minato-sensei has already forgiven you. Can you return to the Hidden Leaf Village? Jimu Tuanzong, the malevolent Uchiha, still wishes to return to Konohagakure? I shall never consent. Senju Tobirama, Tuanzong, cease your words. The visuals on the screen continued. Naruto, listening to Obito's declarations, felt a surge of anger, pursing his lips. Indeed, what is a Hokage compared to the current me? Merely a pitiful creature. Obito ground his teeth, casting a frigid glare at Minato. What qualifications does one who has never attained Hokage have to belittle a Hokage? Naruto began to gather chakra into a Rasengan, a tempest of wind rising in its wake. The crowd turned in confusion to gaze at Naruto. At that moment, Tobirama placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. More importantly, you are unworthy. No sooner had Naruto spoken than Tobirama instantaneously transported him behind Obito. Bang! Belittling the father of the Hokage. The Rasengan struck Obito's back with tremendous force. Infused with Senjutsu chakra, Obito immediately felt a searing pain radiate from his back, gritting his teeth as he glared at Naruto. Minato, recently chastised by Obito and feeling despondent, caught a glimmer of hope in his son's encouraging words. Finally, he has struck him. Indeed, Even if ninjutsu fails, senjutsu attacks still suffice. Senju Tobirama regarded Naruto with satisfaction. "You scoundrel!" Naruto roared. Boom! A torrent of air surged forth. Obito was forcefully propelled into a deep pit. Minato was astonished to see that Naruto had even mastered Jiraiya-sensei's senjutsu techniques. Jiraiya. Ah, Naruto seems to possess quite the talent for senjutsu. Frosmata. It appears that Mayaboka Mountain has a successor. Sage Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, you have indeed taken on an excellent disciple. The visuals on the screen persisted. Within the pit, Obito staggered to his feet, appearing exceedingly disheveled. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails possesses such weaknesses. Infuriating. Obito gritted his teeth as the Rinnegan behind him rapidly mended his wounds. After absorbing the Ten Tails, can one no longer utilize Kamui? Obito's voice was low and hoarse, turning to gaze at Minato in the distance. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I am curious. If Six Paths Obito could utilize Kamui, how would the Ninja Alliance respond? Second Mizuki Jigura, that is indeed a good question, but it's best not to ask it again next time. The visuals continued to unfold. At this moment, Obito's body began to rise gradually, 5 spheres of flame materializing behind him. Clearly, he was preparing to defend against an attack from behind. Senju Tobirama observed the changes in Obito, silently analyzing the situation. Subsequently, Obito landed on the ground, placing his hands on the earth, readying himself for Tsuki no Mi. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground erupted as a colossal tree burst forth. In this reality, nothing remained worth yearning for. It had perished. Obito's body ascended once more. The god tree amassed 5 enormous, tailed beast balls. The members of the Ninja Alliance felt their pupils constrict in horror. How could they possibly withstand such a massive scale of tailed beast balls? Senju Tobirama gazed at the scene above, lost in thought, yet soon fell silent. Only he and Minato could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, and it was impossible to teleport away so many tailed beast balls. The camera shifted, revealing the fear etched on everyone's faces. Senju Hashirama proposed to use a powerful attack to send the tailed beast balls into the distant sea. What a naive thought. Obito raised his hand. Several tailed beast balls enveloped in black flames descended around him. Immediately afterward, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, Rokud Chiki. In an instant, 5 black rods embedded in the ground erupted with brilliant red light, enveloping a radius of several hundred kilometers. The Ninja Alliance found themselves trapped within, despairingly watching the tailed beast balls gathering in the distance. Senju Hashirama, what should we do in this situation? Tobirama, Senju Tobirama, brother, you ask me? I wish to inquire of you. Mizukage me Terumi. It merely enhanced the numbers while weakening the mechanisms. It has become less troublesome than before. Fourth Kazekage Raza. The numbers are so high, the power is immense. Certainly much stronger than before. The visuals continue to play. He has enclosed everyone within the barrier to prevent the tailed beast balls from striking the outside world. Senju Hashirama surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. At this moment, behind Obito in the sky, several tailed beast balls rapidly coalesced into a sphere, enveloping his form. The war was on the brink of conclusion. Obito disdainfully looked down upon the gathered individuals below. Tobirama noticed the tailed beast balls coalescing in the distance and turned to Minato, saying, Fourth Hokage, can you teleport too? With no means to mark them, even one would be a challenge. There is but one solution, the tree. Minato shook his head, yet his gaze remained resolute. You wish to teleport the tree alongside it to the outside world? Obito in the sky saw through Minato's thoughts, his expression one of scorn. Minato-sensei, you are far too naive. No one can save you. Hearing Obito's words, Minato felt a tumult of emotions. Father, I have an idea, though I cannot guarantee its success. May I fist bump with you? Naruto slowly approached Minato. Minato, surprised by his son's determined gaze, resolved to trust him. In the sky, Obito observed the interaction between the two below, his expression complex. After Naruto and Minato fist bumped, the 9 tails sealed within them began to communicate. That guy Naruto is utterly useless. He cannot protect your mother. Obito hovered high above, coldly gazing at Minato. He also failed to safeguard his own subordinates. Do you know what tomorrow is? Obito turned towards the silent Naruto. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of Minato and Kushina's death, the day your parents perished. Obito incessantly taunted Naruto. Naruto clenched his teeth, remaining silent in response. In this world, death signifies an end. Do you comprehend? You are correct, but tomorrow is also the day of my birth. Naruto replied coldly, lifting his gaze defiantly towards Obito. Minato's pupils constricted upon hearing his son's declaration. Do you understand? Everything is not yet concluded. My existence in this world serves as the greatest proof. Naruto's eyes gleamed with a frigid light as he fixed his gaze upon Obito. Our Naruto has truly matured, Kushina. Minato looked at Naruto with pride, memories of his wife flooding his mind. Let's go, father. Indeed, at this moment, the tailed beasts sealed within them began to transmit chakra. Naruto swiftly entered full-tailed beast mode. Obito's body was gradually enveloped by the spherical tailed beast balls, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Third Reikage AI. It is evident that Obito is still, in essence, a child, having never experienced the warmth of familial love. The first Hokage remarked, indeed. The visuals continued to unfold in the video as Naruto shared his plans with Minato. Minato gazed at Naruto, his expression turning contemplative. Kushina, have you seen him? He has truly grown. Naruto is an exceptionally remarkable child. A hint of moisture gathered in Minato's right eye, his face revealing a myriad of emotions. I apologize, Naruto. You must have faced numerous hardships along this journey. Observing his son's resolute gaze, Minato felt a tumult of thoughts. Sensing his father's emotions, Naruto softly replied, the toughest challenges are still ahead, Dad. Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, all members of the allied shinobi forces donned the cloaks of the tailed beasts. Feeling a surge of immense power, Sasuke proposed using reverse summoning to facilitate Naruto's escape. Naruto glanced back at Sasuke. I haven't divided my chakra with you, have I? Hurry over. Sasuke retorted haughtily. What use is your chakra? Even if covered, it won't withstand the tailed beast bombs from afar. There's no time. Move quickly. Naruto urged anxiously. Obito observed below, converging the sphere, urging the tailed beast bomb. Such an attack cannot be resisted against the resonance explosion triggered by 4 tailed beast bombs. Let turn to ash. The tailed beast bomb hurtled towards the allied shinobi forces. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled and a colossal explosion erupted above, sending lava soaring thousands of meters into the sky. It resembled the apocalypse, leaving the viewers in awe of the sheer power of the strike. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the remnants of the Ten Tails God tree in disarray. Obito emerged from the truth-seeking ball, his icy gaze surveying the devastation around him, enveloped in silence. Within the barrier, not a soul remained. The allied shinobi forces realized they had just been transported away. Senju Tobirama looked gratefully at Minato. Fourth Hokage, you've saved the shinobi once again. Minato gasped lightly. I didn't expect to face more failures. The troubles are far from over. Raiwa gazed at Naruto in confusion. What exactly did you all do? Senju Hashirama remarked. Naruto's chakra is likely even more immense than mine. Tobirama questioned. More than your elder brothers? Is that true? Mizukage Terumi commented. To transfer so many shinobi at once, how much chakra must that consume? Kakashi added, I can't even fathom it. Sakura exclaimed, I never imagined Naruto would become this powerful. Sasuke huffed, he's merely slightly inferior to me. Izuna Uchiha interjected, could you stop boasting? The Naruto in the video clearly exhibits strength that surpasses yours. Sasuke retorted, humph. Relics of a bygone era. Silence. Madara Uchiha quipped, Sasuke Uchiha, do you wish to dance as well? The video continued, with Naruto elucidating the principles behind Minato's teleportation. Tobirama regarded Naruto with admiration before sharing his insights. I wasn't mistaken, was I, Naruto? Huh? Naruto replied, bewildered. Never mind, Tobirama sighed. It seems the second Hokage understands my shadow clones quite well, Naruto observed, crossing his arms, intrigued by Tobirama. That technique was my invention. Shadow clones belong to me. Tobirama interrupted, displeased. Enough. The forbidden techniques you utilize were all conceived by me. Hashirama interjected. Why did you invent so many forbidden techniques? Tobirama responded, because I wanted to. Kuratsuchi inquired. I've heard the second Hokage's water release skills are exceptional. Is that true? An umbu from a mist village questioned. Is he stronger than Lord Mizukage? Tobirama affirmed, absolutely. I've been suffering from rhinitis these past few days. It's truly unbearable, and I'm almost out of tissues. Itachi Uchiha stated, every technique possesses its fatal weakness. Kabuto agreed. Indeed, I commend Mr. Itachi for that statement. The video persisted as Naruto raised his gaze, fixating on Obito in the distance. Subsequently, he activated his tailed beast mode and charged forward. Naruto, aside from Sage mode, all other attacks are ineffective against Obito. Don't forget that. You aren't foolish. Are you? Tobirama anxiously cautioned as he watched Naruto rush ahead. Upon hearing this, Naruto gradually descended, falling into silence. Sigh, you're even more foolish than your brother. Tobirama lamented, resting his hand on his forehead. Hashirama whimpered, oh, Tobirama, could you stop calling me foolish? Tobirama insisted, brother, could you not take this so lightly? Hashirama retorted, I'm being very mindful of my image. Tobirama exclaimed, oh dear. Tobirama snapped, brother, please be quiet. Kuratsuchi chuckled. It's quite amusing to see the first and second Hokages interact. The video continued as Minato and Naruto worked in tandem to gather a colossal tailed beast bomb. However, the ground soon began to tremble. Moments later, the gigantic Ten Tails made its entrance as the distant smoke gradually cleared. The immense form of the Ten Tails contracted on the ground, and then it unfurled a grotesque, massive orb from its back. Obito tilted his head, gesturing nonchalantly. Let us retract the barrier. In an instant, the barrier enveloping several kilometers vanished. Simultaneously, the god tree began to grow roots wildly. Before long, the roots of the god tree lunged towards the allied shinobi forces behind it. Those ensnared by the roots were swiftly drained, leaving only skeletal remains. The viewers of the video were momentarily stunned. An umbu from a mist village exclaimed, those caught will instantly turn into mere husks. A jonin from the rock village added, that's not even the main concern. Those captured will lose their lives. CHG Akimichi gasped, this is utterly terrifying. Kushina remarked, the real issue lies in the fact that Naruto is also ensnared by the trunk. Who can save him? The system interjected, ahem, next comes the QA session. Please guess who will rescue Naruto? Hashirama suggested, I believe it could be Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tobirama replied, brother, could you be a bit more cautious with your answers? The system announced, congratulations to Senju Hashirama for the correct answer. Your chakra has significantly increased. Hashirama remarked, I don't even need this reward. The system added, you may gift it to someone in need. Kakashi interjected, ahem, first Hokage? Hashirama chuckled, then it's yours, give it your all. Kakashi expressed gratitude. Thank you, first Hokage. Might Guy laughed, haha Kakashi, now you want T-Lac chakra. Let us battle Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. The scene in the video persisted, observing Naruto ensnared in the distance. A collective anxiety gripped the onlookers. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with alacrity, brandished his staff, pulverizing the encroaching divine tree before cradling Naruto in his arms, leaping clear of the arboreal encirclement. My apologies, young Naruto. Your grandfather has arrived belatedly, Hiruzen uttered with gentle benevolence. Simeon, a commendable effort. Let's first withdraw from this locale. Tobirama Senju placed his hand upon the shoulders of his comrades, subsequently vanishing via the flying thunder god technique. The assembled shinobi forces succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, igniting a fierce indignation within Naruto. Obito, perched high above, cast a disdainful gaze upon the multitude. The era of the shinobi has reached its terminus. There shall be no more.